Obono gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me yo. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi.
Sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó rẹ̀ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract. Mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ àṣà Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Màá ní kó bá mi wá.
Okay now.
To pẹ̀sẹ̀ bífì máa ń pẹ́. Àti padà wá tàdó wẹ́lí fọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ yẹn ló fi ìdílé anya. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jelu mba, o wee bute ike. Ọganihu na-ebute ilo nwanne m.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the...
Àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, Àkànbí ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ. Ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dalẹ̀, wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́, Àkànbí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkó, bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. Oloma Pada Leye. So there it is. And suitably, Ayo puts the usual convention, supercharged. So thank you that prayer, especially to Ayo. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So another day, another session. That thing that we do every day, we do it yet again today. So there's no day. There were not likely. There might be occasional days, but they're going to be rare and in between. So rare and in between. So just plenty to go through in the course of this session. Just an abundance of news items to go through. All of them heavy hitting. So a lot of them submitted by all the news we discuss here. By the way, this is why I always put out my Instagram handle. All of the news that we, I won't say all, but a good majority of the news that we discuss here are submitted by the subscribers. So if you have anything that you'd like us to bring up in conversation, there is the hyperlink right there to my Instagram page. So just drop me. People just drop the link to the article. So drop the link to the article. And then I'll have a look, and then most instances, it has to be a catchy something, though. Not that they dug a borehole in your local government. Well done to your local government and all that, but that's sadly that's sadly scintillating news. But so yeah, that's how we work. So yes, good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. The usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you have, and as I'm saying that, please be doing it. So because I noticed that I say that, and it's just like a sing along. Nothing. I don't see anything spiking up whenever I do say that. So when I invite you to click on the like button, then we should commensurately be seeing the numbers of the likes go up, because I'm calling you to take an action. So take that action and then click on the like button. It's at no cost. Don't worry, I will assault your wallet later, but in this instance, it's not an assault on your wallet. So click on the like button, and then in a swift motion, if you're not already subscribed, if the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, we want to try and hit look at the subscriber numbers that we have, but the ambition is to have 100,000 or more before the end of this year. Easily reachable if everybody clicks on like and shares the link. So it's easily, you can get 100 subscriber. They say that if you're on YouTube and you have not gotten 100,000 subscribers within 3 to 6 months, then you don't really know what you're doing. So perhaps we don't know what we're doing, but we want to differ on that. But so if you click on the subscription button, then it will help us in the direction of knowing what we're doing. So it helps us in the direction of knowing what we're doing. Click on like and click on subscribe so that we can see the numbers visually go up. And then if you want to come and join in the conversation, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to the studio. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Up, it pops you into a studio space. It's like a green room. Anybody that knows anything about US, it's a green room. I think everybody's familiar with the term green room. So if you click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, up, it pops you into a green room. And then as soon as I've fleshed out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's a conversational space. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then the other thing that you have to click on is the example that Ayo has put up right there. So you see now that's known as a super chart. That $20 sign is known as a super chart. And what he has said is the eagle has landed, which used to be the catchphrase of this platform once upon a time. I used to come on the screen and say, one man went to mow, the eagle has landed. So that tells you how deep and long the relationship with Ayo and the platform is. So he clicked on the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen, and then he super chatted. as a somewhat as a token towards a token of appreciation of the platform. So that's what the super chat button is for. So if you want to follow Ayo's example, we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats in the course of every session, and we would like to see new names in that space as well. Appreciative as we are of Ayo's consistency, would like to see other names there as well. Because if Ayo is the only person super chatting, then that tells you that if it doesn't, the light doesn't get switched on the platform. So join Ayo's example. Click on the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen, and then follow through. It's just 3 easy steps, and then empty the content of your wallet. Boson follows Ayo's example. So do all that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then click on the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen. So that's all of the administrative stuff out of the way. So and share the link as well. And also, if you are watching in rewatch, you can still super chat. The button is still there. But more importantly, share the links as well. Copy the link to the stream and then put them on your Facebook pages, your school groups where everybody hates you and all that. Do that. So that's equivalent to a super. If you are doing that, that equates to a super chat. If you copy the links and you pop it in those WhatsApp groups where everybody hates each other, bring that hate in this direction. So I can handle the hate. Yeah, you can see I'm a bald-headed man. So a bald-headed man can always handle, so bring it here. So copy the links, share them on your Facebook pages, your Instagram pages, your WhatsApp school groups, and all of those spaces that you go and look at people to look down on them that your life is better than theirs. You know those people, those spaces where you do your one-upmanship, go and share the links there. So share the links and all that. So enough of that. Like I said, so Ola, you should be in the studio, not in the comment section. So and I see you IC3 as well. Is that IC3? Yes. So good to see you, IC3. So yeah, all that. So let's just launch into it. Like I said, an abundance of news. But let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with this one. Let me put myself, because some people like to read along as I read through. So let me put myself at the bottom of the screen, and then let me take myself off so I'm not a distraction, and then let's launch into it. So let's launch into it. Lagos records 50% GDP growth under my watch. So this is Sanwo Olu now, who is proving to be probably one of the best governors that the Nigerian state has ever experienced. And you can make bold to reach that far because he handles situation with so much tact and, tact, guile, elegance, all of that. On appearance, it looks like some sort of a mommy's boy. Let me put his face up. On appearance, it may look like some sort of a mommy's boy, but under that mommy's boy is steel. It's a ring of steel. Lagos, and by the way, not even Tinubu can boast about this because it took Tinubu a good 8 years to turn around the Lagos fortunes. Lagos records 50% GDP growth under my watch. Sanwo Olu. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has said the gross domestic product of Lagos in the last 5 years under his administration had risen by almost 50%, surpassing the size of the GDP of over 40 African countries. So Lagos is the hub of the Nigerian economy. I think we all know that. Abuja, the wealth of Nigeria is concentrated in Abuja only because that is the seat of governance and that is where they share all deals. But outside of that, Lagos is 10 times any other economy of any other Nigerian state. And a lot to be commended by, a lot of commendation rather to go to Sanwo Olu. So from the top again, Lagos records 50% GDP growth under my watch, Sanwo Olu. The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo Olu, has said the gross domestic product of Lagos in the last 5 years under his administration had risen by almost 50%, surpassing the size of the GDP of over 40 African countries. The responsible factors, the governor said, could be linked with the unending effort by his administration to improve the ease of doing business and the decision to leverage the technology and entrepreneurial abilities of its population for economic activities. So there's a bit missing there as well, because Sanwo Olu is going on a massive infrastructural drive. I think everybody acknowledges that. All these rail systems, you say that the rail systems were ongoing, but he's actually propelled it. Is building like a similar O2 style thing in Lagos. Is built an entertainment complex where all of these movies, not just in Nigeria, but so it's doing a lot in terms of infrastructure and softening the feel of that state to make it more attractive. So if you can tackle security next, it will probably propel that to the biggest economy in Africa. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo Olu has said the gross domestic product of Lagos in the last 5 years under his administration had risen by almost 50%, surpassing the size of the GDP of over 40 African countries. The responsible factors, the governor said, could be linked to the unending effort by his administration to improve the ease of doing business and the decision to leverage the technology and entrepreneurial abilities of its population for economic activities. Sanwo Olu said Lagos had grown from being a state in deficit in the military era to becoming a hub for investment and technological advancement. The governor stated this whilst delivering the closing speech at the ongoing Third African Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum in Nassau on the theme Global Africa, Global Lagos, etc., etc. So it says that Lagos is an example of a unique African success story shaped by an interesting mix of advantages and challenges. It is the smallest of Nigeria's 36 states, yet it is responsible for more than a third of Nigeria's entire GDP. So if you remove Lagos from Nigeria, if you removed Lagos economy from Nigeria, then Nigeria would be in contention with countries like Ghana, Cameroon. So that's how potent just Lagos is. Lagos is an example of a unique African success story shaped by an interesting mix of advantages and challenges. It is the smallest of Nigeria's 36 states, yet it is responsible for more than a third of Nigeria's entire GDP. Lagos has grown to have a GDP that is greater than the GDP of all but 7 African countries. So those 7 African countries, they are easily identifiable. Places like South Africa, Egypt, etc., or Algeria add to that mix as well. But I can't think that many African countries that can contend with, certainly not Ghana. I think Lagos will be 3 times the economy of Ghana. Lagos is an example of a unique African success story shaped by an interesting mix of advantages and challenges. It is the smallest of Nigeria's 36 states, yet it is responsible for more than a third of Nigeria's entire GDP. Lagos has grown to have a GDP that is greater than the GDP of all but 7 African countries. In the last 5 years, under my leadership, we have seen an almost 50% increase in our GDP. Sanwo Olu was quoted as saying in a statement, blah, blah, blah. He added, Lagos presents a, so it goes on, but the outtake from that, essentially, Lagos, it's doubled, well, it's not doubled though, but he has 50%. Imagine that's quite an achievement. So when this guy comes out of, I think it comes out of governance in Tinubu's first term. So you can be, it's almost categorical that he gets a ministerial portfolio immediately after that. Dangote to venture into steel production, targets meeting demand in West Africa. So it looks as though the problem, the solution to the problem of Ajaokuta is about to be solved. And as I said, you might as well rename that country the Federal Republic of Dangote, because he seems to own everything that matters. Dangote to venture into steel production, targets meeting demands in West Africa. I think I may have a clip, actually. So let me play you a clip. I think I may. Arogidegba, click on mute and unmute. Your device is not connecting properly. Click on mute and unmute, and then that should solve that. Let me play you this clip, and then if it's not sufficient, then then we do the readout.
So it means that once you come, you are just going to plug and play.
There's a plan. Okay. There's a lot of people in this room that want to have conversations with you. I know this because if you walk with Alaji, you know that everyone wants to pitch a story or an idea. And there's, I meet a lot of people going, what do you want to be? What do you want to do? I want to become like Aliko Dangote. So how do we become like you? What does it take? Spill the beans.
First of all, they have to understand what they are doing. You have to understand your own business. You cannot do everything by yourself. So you have to be very, very focused. You have to be, tough, because it's not easy. Being in business is not a child's play. So you have to have the vision, and right from the beginning, and also see how you can actually actualize your vision. With this, do we have any hope in Africa? Of course. You have 1.4 billion people, and most of the economies in Africa, they are actually doing extremely well. So what we need to do that's missing is actually to concentrate and pay more attention to agriculture, solid minerals. I don't like people coming to take our solid minerals to process and bring the finished product. We should try and industrialize our continent, and that will take us to the next level.
So what's next? Are you taking a break after the refinery in terms of building anything
we are
new?
not taking. I told somebody we are not going to take the any break. What we are trying to do is to make sure at least West Africa, we want to make sure that every single steel that we use will come from Nigeria.
Fantastic. Alaji, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It was such an honor to have you with me today, and always good to speak to you.
Thank you so much, and I must thank President Orama, the board and management of Afrexim Bank.
So there it is. Like I said, you have to change the name of that country to the Federal Republic of Dangote. Dangote to venture into steel production targets meeting demands in West Africa. I think it's already captured that few paragraphs. Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, has muted plans to delve into steel production in the near future, stating that he wants to ensure that every steel used in West Africa comes from Nigeria. So I think that's already captured in that clip. So that's captured in that clip. We're still staying with Dangote. We'll give you just this headline. All Mafia tried to stop our refinery. This is Dangote. I suspect it will be still from that interview. So I'll probably go and look for that interview wherever it is. If anybody has a copy, I'll send it to me via Instagram. The founder of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has revealed that both local and international criminal organizations, which he described as Mafia, made repeated attempts to sabotage his 19 billion refinery project in Lagos. Speaking at the AfriBank annual meeting, Dangote likened the oil cartel to a mafia stronger than the drug mafia, hell-bent on maintaining their grip on the industry. Well, I knew that there would be a fight, but I didn't know that the mafia in oil, they are stronger than the mafia in drugs. I can tell you that, yes, it is a fact. Dangote, who described himself as a fighter, said they tried all sorts to stop him. But I am a person that has been fighting all my life, So I think it is part of my life to fight. He had it's a bit vague actually, because we don't expect him to name names, but we expect him to describe situations. He added, as a matter of fact, during the COVID period, some of the international banks really were looking forward to making sure that they push us into default on our loans so that the project would just be dead. And that didn't happen with the help of banks like Afri. So that's the sort of because Dangote's refinery marks the end of so many businesses in Europe and in Asia. So you can have the expectation that that would be the case. Let's go on from there too. We're still in the refinery space. If I in Uber, refineries will soon operate in full capacity. We are getting it right. So I think Nigeria is actually just a couple of by July, August, before the end of this year, Nigeria will experience a turnaround because so many things coming upstream. Did you even know that they've told us that the first phase of that Lagos-Calabar Expressway will be drivable by the first quarter of next year. Ifeanyi Ubah, senator representing Anambra South, said the refineries in the country will soon operate in full capacity. Speaking with reporters on Thursday, Ubah, who is the chairman of the Senate Committee on Petroleum Downstream, said there would be a reduction in the prices of petroleum motor spirit when the refineries operate at full capacity. The federal government had reportedly spent over 10 trillion naira to fix the country's refineries in the past 10 years, but the facilities are yet to work effectively. The senator said fixing the refineries is a gradual, I don't think it's a gradual process, so it's a process that it should have been earmarked as a priority. It's telling you it's a gradual. What's the gradual? The thing is holding the country to hostage. It's telling us it's a gradual process. The senator said fixing the refineries is a gradual process, noting that the country is getting it right. As the chairman of the Senate Committee on Downstream, I can inform you that all our refineries are all kicking and will come into full capacity. This is expected. It's not given a time scale though, because we've heard that narrative now for going on 18 months. This is expected to reduce the price of fuel and the hardships some Nigerians are going through. We have Aliko Dangote refinery that have come on board. I wonder if there'll be a price competition between government refineries and the Aliko space. So that's sufficient enough. I think we get the gist of that. Appeal court throws out Yahaya Bello suit against the FCC. So they are very quick to pick up Yahoo boys, but Yahaya Bello that is within the confines of Nigeria proves elusive to the Nigerian security structures. Okonje Iweala is a brilliant woman, worthy Nigerian ambassador. So this is Tinubu. I wonder what's led to this. President Bola Tinubu has described the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, as a brilliant woman who is worthy to be Nigerian ambassador. That should be a Nigerian ambassador. That should read. Okonjo-Iweala stated this in a remark congratulating the former Nigerian minister on her 70th birthday. So that's just her birthday wishes. So we're going from there to this. 289 at two. You see, this is the thing that this is the thing that facilitates the flogging of the people in government. Just this headline right there. When you are struggling to pay minimum wage, this is the sort of headline that's weaponized against governance. At 289, Nigeria's delegation is the largest at 2024 ILO conference. So everybody will take their girlfriend and their side chicks and their whatever, their cook and cleaner. So there it is right there. Everything changes but remains the same. Everything changes but remains the same. Credit scheme, federal government to integrate credit score into NIN. Target 80 million Nigerians. So this is you may think this is a boring piece of but this is quite important actually, because if they tie that credit scheme to your NIN, then it enables you to have a credit record. So at the swipe of your, and I'm not sure that if that NIN comes in a card form, but at the swipe of your NIN, National Identification Number, then it brings your credit history or your credit worthiness forward for you to engage with finance. So I think that is an excellent move. Federal government to integrate credit score into NIN, targets 80 million Nigerians. So I suspect it's the South that would benefit from that the most. So the South probably, because I'm not sure that they even understand any of those systems in the North. Yeah, so that's sufficient enough to be going on with. We played the Kegite music. We need to be seeing the super chats come in a bit more. Different names as well, not just Ayo and Boso. So let's play the Kegite music. Bring the panelists on, and then we carry on. We start the conversation.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, you go me water, only water, where they see my. Hapa o naido. people don come o. Apa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikukuneru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us is the erudite to Niger. Always a delight when he's here. Joining us are Aroki, who is becoming a regular staple on the platform. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, right there to keep things 100. Ola in the house as well, always a delight. And for the after hours crew, General Thomas. So General Thomas, sorry, I muted myself rather and got shot to the camera. So let's kick it off and let's start it off with Aro Kidigba if it's ready to go. Aro, Baoni.
One man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. It sounded as though you had to run for your whatever it is there.
Good evening to everyone. I'm happy to be here again.
All right, brilliant. Delighted to have you here. So let me wrap you through the headline. Just pick a couple. There's one more. Let me just mute yourself for 1 microsecond because I was looking forward to bringing this. Let me just quickly bring this. 10 African countries with lowest cost of living in 2024. So this is to answer that thorny question of that wedding and nation of the state. I'm not going to do the readouts. I'll just show you the table. The lowest cost of living. This is from Africa Business Insider. That's the platform. The lowest cost of living, of course, Nigeria. Second lowest, Libya. Kenya follows. Madagascar, Rwanda, Tanzania, Ghana, Egypt, Somalia, and Tunisia. So, do you want to kick it off from there? That Nigeria has the lowest cost of living in Africa.
Of course, I'm happy to do that, and I'm not surprised. The global rank for Nigeria is 145th, and we're the number one in Africa. I'm not surprised. The Nigerian individual is overwhelmingly subsidized in everything they do. Electricity, transportation. We look at the fuel subsidy. In general, our lives are very much subsidized. And I think at some stage, government is going to have to come in. That's going to break us from that yoke of being so reliant on the government in a lot of things we do. So I'm not surprised. It's nothing new. I'm looking at some of the countries around Libya. I think Libya has always been there. They have a relatively small population. The government's always supported them. I think I knew a few Libyans when I was in college that were kind of literally funded by their governments. You know, they actually, a lot of their young people do go a long way in education and whatnot in the academia. and they literally get a stipend from the government. Kenya, I don't expect that there. It's an unusual one. Number 3, Madagascar, Rwanda, Tanzania, Ghana. Ghana is a bit of a surprise for me. Ghana and Egypt especially, and then Somalia in number 9. I mean, that's quite something, given that they've been in a volatile state for so many years. Somalia number 9 is quite something, and then Tunisia. It does go to dispel a lot of the some of the things that people assume. I guess some of the myths. I mean, Somalia number 9 is quite something. I know they're down the ranking in the first 10, but still.
But why would it surprise you that the cost of living is high in Somalia? That would be the expectation, would it not?
It's not high in Somalia. It's low. It's low. They are number 9 of 10. And there's how many countries in Africa?
No, are you saying it's the lowest? I thought it was the. How does this read?
The 10 African countries with the lowest cost of living.
Yes. Oh, are you reading it to say that Somalia is lower? The cost of living is lower than Nigeria?
No, it's not lower than Nigeria, but it's lower than others. At number 9, I expected them to be, somewhere.
Oh, you expected it to be a lot worse
on the African list, yeah.
Okay, yes.
So it's quite something. So yeah, Nigeria is doing well. I'm not surprised at all. The Nigerian people are overwhelmingly subsidized in everything they do. So I'm not surprised that number 1 Nigeria tops the rank.
All right, let me take you to another headline. Dangote to venture into steel production, targeting meeting demands in West Africa. So
again,
he has the expertise. Whether you like it or he always succeeds in most things that he does.
He's a bold man. He's a bold man that believes in Nigeria, and he puts his money where his mouth is. He talks, he walks the walk, and he talks the talk. The funny thing is, Dangote, is a wealthy man, but he's not the only man in Nigeria that's capable of this audacious things. But he's a man that is determined to be successful. Like you said, maybe one day they'll name Nigeria Dangote PLC. But to be frank, the man goes out there and he bets on Nigeria every single time. Every single day, that man goes out there and he bets on Nigeria. I think he said
you know that's something people don't appreciate a lot. Dangote is super wealthy, and pretty much any country that he decides to take his wealth to, it will turn. If he goes to America, he will turn a profit. If he comes to the UK, he will turn a profit. The fact that he bets on his own country is just really more patriotism than anything else.
Absolutely. Dangote is wealthy enough for him to go to America and take advantage of their tax cuts as a wealthy man. And I think both Rishi Sunak and what's his compatriot here, what's his name, Keir Starmer, they're already promising tax cuts for the wealthy, literally. I mean, that's literally their game now running into the coming elections. And so, I mean, if Dangote was playing in that area as well, he'd be doing well for himself. I don't think of any country anywhere that Dangote would be doing well for himself. But Dangote is bet big on Nigeria, and is also looking like he's betting big on Africa. I know we think that Dangote is really just doing Nigeria. Dangote is very, very present in a lot of African countries, and he's doing big business in a lot of African countries.
You know that one of his biggest cement plants is in Ethiopia. And he has all these plants planted all over
Africa.
Yes, people don't know that guy is a very influential man.
Yeah, Dangote controls the cement industry in the vast majority of Africa. I think, except for maybe some of the northern, the northern horn of Africa, maybe the northern, Tunisias and Algerias and the likes. But for most of, West Africa, a bit of Central Africa, even though going into Kenya, he controls the cement business. I think I was reading anywhere, something between the high 30s and the low 50s. Of the cement business that he influences in Africa, So yeah, he's a big player. He's a big player. He bets on Nigeria, and I won't be one of those people lining up to denigrate him and accuse him of just being a government uh, someone that's been made rich on the back of the federal government. Yes, the federal government has helped them. The governments that have come around have helped them over the decades, but he's taken advantage of that. And he wasn't the only individual to be offered that grace. The grace was extended to many people, but some people just took the money and ran away with it. They built houses and they bought yachts and they did fancy stuff, and Dangote has decided to bet on a lot of the big. I mean, when you look at some of the projects he's done, those projects could have made him a pauper very quickly, But yeah, he's managed to pull through. So God bless him, and
Yeah,
best of luck to him in the future.
but we have to acknowledge that he's the golden boy of the Nigerian state.
Of course,
Chowore used to call him a Jeep. Any government, any government in power, Dangote is usually their golden boy.
yeah, Dangote is a smart lad. For those that don't know, the man speaks Yoruba fluently.
He's a Lagos boy now. His favorite
Yeah.
artist. His favorite artist is Tony Ade.
Yeah, Dangote
He's a Nuwambe guy. He's a Nuwambe guy.
The guy speaks Yoruba
There's no
fluently to
party that you don't
my
see him at.
Yeah, one of my cousins had a wedding sometime in the UK some years ago, and yeah, one of his buddies, one of his buddy's sons at the wedding, and my dad walks into it's somewhere I play on this one of these fancy hotels in the UK, in central London, and dad walks into the jacks and he washes his hands, and Dangote is there washing his hand casually. Turns around to my dad and says, "Show me tutu." The man speaks in Yoruba fluently. My dad was surprised. His Yoruba is as fluent as anything. His Hausa is as fluent as anything. If an Igbo president gets into power, Dangote is going to learn Igbo very quickly. The man knows how to mingle and can keep himself out of trouble. I have a feeling that Tinubu is not really a big fan of his.
No, I think Tinubu is more for Rabiu.
Yeah, and even Elumelu, you can see
yeah.
Tinubu is Elumelu and Rabiu and some of the other guys. Tinubu is not as much of a Dangote guy, but a lot of Tinubu's boys are Dangote people, and Tinubu, it seems that Tinubu doesn't have a choice. He has to play with them. So yeah, Dangote is a smart lad. Best of luck to him in the future. He holds a lot. I mean, to be frank,
I think if he takes on that steel space, that would be a game changer.
If he's a game changer,
yes.
But I think it will be a big play. I am aware of some of the steel industry. The global steel industry is dominated by the Indians and the Chinese.
Yes, the Metal family. Yes, they're British.
And even when I look at England and Canada, for instance, I know for a fact that the Chinese boys came into play and they wrecked the English.
You think they will muscle him out? Is that what you're saying? They'll muscle
I don't
him
think
out?
they'll muscle him out. But it's the steel industry is those boys have a lot of money. Those boys
sorry, Aru. The steel industry cannot be more cutthroat than the oil industry.
It is. It actually is. So? It is. And even you see the English. The English can complain from now to the end of the world. Not even the English, but the Welsh. They well, I guess part of Great Britain, but they're complaining, and in Canada as well. But you see what the Chinese have managed to do to the steel industry. They can pump cheap steel, and they can pump it for the next 3-4 decades. They can pump into your markets, and you have no choice. They're going to undermine you. They're going to undermine your business. So it's quite something. If Nigeria if Dangote is going to go into that business, he needs to be ready to play with people that the Chinese especially. They are willing to pump cheap steel. I don't know how the cartels and the likes are doing in India. They managed to survive the Chinese influx, but they managed to do something. But the Chinese are able to pump cheap steel into your markets to destroy you, and they did that in the UK. It's been investigated, and that's just a fact. They destroyed the Welsh industry, the steel industry in Wales there, and they just pumped cheap steel in. So, yeah, best of luck to him anyway.
All right. Do you want to take us to one more talking point, and then we're going to Niger?
Yeah.
You can have your pick, or you can speak on Sanwo Olu. improving Lagos economy by 50%, which is quite impressive.
Well, he's sticking to the game plan, is he not? He's stuck to the game plan. I think they have their 25-year thing they had going, and I think they've renewed it.
Are you suggesting that Tinubu still gets the attribution, Abi?
No, I'm not saying that, and I don't want to go down the line of Tinubu made Lagos. I don't think it's that's the fact. I think there's a lot of Tinubu is a smart person. In the same vein as Obafemi Awolowo, I think everybody likes to talk about Awolowo, about the free schools and this and that and that. But from everything, all the records I've been able to garner about Awolowo from people that knew him firsthand, that actually worked with him firsthand, is the fact that the man was determined. He had his ideas, but he was willing to have a board of individuals that came out there. They put the ideas together. They went through it. They went through the facts, the meat of it, and they were able to, take ideas that mattered and implement them. I think Tinubu is the same person. They built that 25-year plan, but there's a lot of brilliant people, and you see some of them around them now. I mean, some of these guys you see around them, Cardoso, Edu, all these guys, these people have been with him for decades. They've always been around them, and he really used these minds there they all made this 25-year plan. Obviously, he's the chairman of the board, if you want to put it that way. I would say sat at the head of the table, and they put this thing together, and he's sticking to the game plan. I don't think there's anything that Sanwo Olu has done. If you look at that, their 25-year, I think it's what they're calling the roadmap. You look at that stuff, there's nothing he has done that's been really fundamentally out of that plan. Yes, they've done a few things there. There's been some modern approaches to things, but there's nothing that is done that's been out of that 25-year plan. Some of the projects are obviously niche projects that is really they've thought about, and they've done it in their own way with the sort of Sanwo Olu and Amzat's touch. But most of what they've done is really what they've promised to do in their plan. And he stuck to that plan, and you see where it's taking them. Now I don't know what's going to happen when the other states wake up and take what is theirs. You might see that growth rate.
Does it surprise you that Lagos contributes to a third, a third, yes, of the Nigerian economy?
Yes, of course. It doesn't surprise me. No, not at all. And that's one of the weakest arguments when he tried to take government to court with that tax situation. Yes, they contribute a third, but that's because a lot of the stuff around the national interests, business interests are they're collated around the Lagos area. They do benefit very greatly, and I think what is unique about Lagos, unlike some of the other states, is they recognize it, and they take actions to harness to take advantage of the advantage they have. That's and because other states have advantages as well, but some of the other states are not taking advantage of what they have. They're not exploiting the situation they have. So the Lagos, it looks like the Lagos guys, they mean business. They know what they have, and they're doing very well, and they lead the pack in everything they do. So yeah, best of luck to them. I'm not really a Lagos person. I've never really been a fan of Lagos. But
have you ever lived there? Have you ever lived there?
No. I have spent several, gone on holidays and spent time there. A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but I've never been.
What is it? It's too populated for you, Abi, or
everything about it is too populated. It's too busy. The same reason I don't like Lagos. Same reason I don't like. I wouldn't live in New York. Same reason I wouldn't live in London or Paris.
Okay, you're a countryside guy.
I am a country bumpkin in a way. Yeah. Not really a country bumpkin, but somewhere maybe a commuter. Into this. On the edges, on the periphery of the big city, so you have the advantage of what the big city offers, but at the same time, not really. I'm not really.
That's me. I live in Dartford, which is about half an hour.
I know Dartford very well.
From London, so I can just anytime London is too. Yes.
You cross your bridge and off you go. You cross your bridge, you pay your £2.50 and off you go.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the way it is. Yeah. So best of luck to Lagos. They're doing very well. They're doing the things right, and they're doing this. And maybe all the other states need to learn and put a plan together. Obviously, Lagos have benefited from having a single party, essentially, not just a single party, but a single interest. Kind of all the time coming into control of the stage. Tinubu to Fashola. They had Ambode for a short period, and one of the reasons Ambode got kicked out real quick was because Ambode was doing his own thing and died, and going away from their plan, the plan that they all agreed to. And they kicked him out of the way. There's some people saying that Ambode might be coming right after Sanwo Olu. I don't know if Amsat is going to be up for that game, because Amsat literally stepped down for Sanwo Olu himself. I think Amzat is really keen to get back, to get in there and take over the leverage. So yeah, best of luck to Lagos. Maybe other states need to start putting a plan together. I think Kaduna are the next up. Well, I don't know about their new governor. Their new governor seems to be, already kind of messing up the El Rufai plan. But Kaduna are in a position like that. They're a metropolitan city like, a city like Lagos as well. They have the Kaduna metropolis and they're the states similar to Lagos, and they can take advantage. They can sort out their security problems. Kaduna in a position to really to be like Lagos. They're Rivers as well. So best of luck to to Lagos, and I hope the other states they come and learn, and then hopefully other states can grow as well. Thank you very much, Juan.
All right, brilliant. So thank you. So stay with us. We'll loop round to you fairly shortly. Next we go to Tunaija, who joins us. So Tunaija, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yes, good to have you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
There's something I wanted to ask you. Maybe I'll text you tomorrow. Then yes. So to the conversation, free flow, or do you want the headlines, or do you just want the free flow?
Please give me the headlines so that I can.
All right, let me rattle them off, and then you pick as you like. 10 African countries with lowest cost of living. Nigeria are proving to be very much an economical place to live. A draft bill proposing 8 region structure for Nigeria to be sent to Tinubu. This is Fakonda, the person championing that bill. Nigeria to be regionalized back to where it was originally. Lagos records 50% GDP growth under my watch. Sanwo Olu beating its own chest. Dangote to venture into steel production. Targets meeting demand of West Africa. So rename the country after Dangote. All Mafia's tried to stop our refinery, still Dangote. So yes, plenty to pick from. Yes.
Yeah, I think the Dangote one is most important, I guess, given that it's a very, very strategic industry. And if he succeeds in what he's talking about, this is what I've been talking about. There's no reason why Nigeria shouldn't be the main manufacturing hub for West Africa and most of even Central Africa. There's no reason why not. And Nigeria will be better off for it. And Nigeria is going to make money from Dangote Refinery too. This is our GDP we are talking about, and Dangote is contributing significantly to it too. For me, people like Dangote, I don't know what else he has done, because based on what I know, there are people you can describe as heroes because they actually do things to get Nigeria out of the mess it is in. He's doing things that are actually strategic. We are not talking joking here. This is why I came in. This is not a joke. Steel manufacturing is very, very important. If he gets it right,
yes. To Niger, if he ventures into the steel industry, there's a good chance that he will succeed because he has a track record of succeeding in big projects. Exactly. But does it concern you somewhat that one man will control the steel and oil in Nigeria?
Better that than not have it, I say. I don't care. I really don't care. Even if he's a half a man that is able to get something working, the function is the most important because it benefits Nigeria. And for me, strategically, it's very important for Nigeria. See, even if it's one man, we have one Nigerian that is our dictator. As long as he succeeds in getting us where we need to be, my biggest fear is that Nigeria and our people are getting weaker and weaker while other people are advancing away from us. That trend is far more consequential to us than anything else that is going on. Anybody that is going to close that gap, I would say we should lend that person the support. Because if other people are getting stronger and more advanced than us, eventually what we consider our slavery right now will be worse.
would you suggest that the concession at Jakarta to him, because that has to be the
I will
target
be very
now,
happy
yeah.
to do that. I don't care. As long as he gets it working, I'll be very happy to do that. Anybody, like Onyema, Dangote, any Nigerian that goes out and succeeds for Nigeria, I will support it. Because that is what we need. It brings wealth to Nigeria. Apple phone brings a lot of wealth to America. Samsung brings a lot of wealth to South Korea. The same thing with all the vehicle companies that Japan has got, and Chinese company, Huawei, all of them. Because these multinationals is how capitalism gains a lot of wealth. And if we start building strong multinationals that actually build serious wealth, and as a matter of fact, most of the nations that really went on to do great things in the last century, many of them are propelled by capitalists. You know, most of them are propelled by capitalists. And I personally don't have any qualms about that. You either have a king, or you have a capitalist, or you have a socialist leader. It doesn't matter. The point is your nation moving forward? Because nobody cares about all the other details. You know, did anybody bother to ask what kind of government Rome ran, or the Greeks, or Alexander? Nobody really cares about that. It's what they've accomplished as a people. What your people can be proud of and say, you know what, we've now emerged, and nobody is going to come and take all this away from us. Personally, that's my biggest fear, that we are falling further and further behind, and it's going to be easier for all progress we have to be taken away. And people like Dangote, they are trying to close the gap. Dangote's refinery, it's not only the petrol and the refining and the, bringing diesel. No, petrochemical companies. We are talking about pharmaceutical, explosives, name it. So many different areas that this refinery, the chemicals that they generate from there will filter into, to enable Nigeria to actually start innovating and becoming industrialized. And if it goes into steel too, it's just going to make Nigeria richer. Who is going to build? We are going to build the whole West Africa. We are going to build Central Africa. Nigeria is going to be richer for it. And I support it. I don't have one single problem with that at all. That's where I look at it. And
I have to say, I commend the effort, but I'm a bit reticent of what it controls cement as well. It controls cement, it controls oil, it controls steel. I mean, that cannot be right.
If I find out that he was the one behind the steel company not working just because he wants to eventually come and take over the steel company, I will have issues with him. But all I've seen so far is that this man goes into areas and he ends up succeeding. I don't have any problem with that, because Nigeria itself has been failing. We have 3 refineries, none of them got it working. He got his own going. So if Nigeria has a Jakarta steel for how many decades now, they can't even get it working. You know how useless that is. Many countries start steel company yesterday and just get it running. Nigeria can't even get one going. And if he can get it going, all power to him. What does it matter where it comes from right now?
Well,
as long as it's a black man, it's a Nigerian, I'm fine with it.
To Nigeria, but we know it's the civil servants now. Why are we blaming the civil servants now? They collected their money every single month.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And they've been doing turnaround. They've been doing turnarounds for how many turnarounds have they done every single year and every 5th year? I mean, so the civil servants, so don't let us claim that someone is sabotaging anything. The civil servants are complicit. That's it. As simple as that.
To Nigeria, what has changed between the last time that you were on Dangote as the monopoly and now? Because these are the kind of thing I tried to explain the last time, but people kept shouting monopoly, monopoly, monopoly. And I can still tell you, for example, there are at least 10 companies doing steel rolling in Nigeria today. But you keep asking yourself questions, is that why are they not expanding? Are they so focused on importation only in the name of steel rolling? So what has changed about Dangote that you are giving him support today?
I'm giving me support. One, he exports fertilizer, not only he's one of the few people exporting stuff from Nigeria. Cement, he is also doing it in many African countries. This is what Nigeria needs. Nigeria is a strategic nation. He is doing it from the point of view of capitalism and economic activity. we are supposed to also be doing it on the
And now,
security
add this
level.
one aviation fuel to gas to that too. Add this one aviation fuel to that because he has started exporting this one aviation fuel now.
Yeah, would you rather South Korea is doing or India is doing it for us? Let him do it.
Not me. I'm actually asking the likes of you and Pansats that keep talking of monopoly, people still talking of monopoly when you cannot clearly identify someone at Dangote that want to do the same thing. That's my question.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you. Those people complain about monopoly. I think you can give them space to have that argument. Some people always like to have these. Personally, from my point of view, lower level arguments. I look at things from a more strategic point of view, because when you are busy arguing over lower level arguments, what is the point when you don't have anything? You don't control anything. You are worrying about a monopoly when you don't even control your oil industry. Who do you think controls the oil industry? It's foreign companies that control most of the stuff there. If a Nigerian is doing something, why not praise the person?
Bro, Tunaja, sorry, this Isaac, sorry, I just want to support. Good evening, everybody, Mr. One Man, everybody. Please, I just called in because of this Dangote topic, Mr. Tunaja, and I really thank you for the way you have been handling it. Me, I'm 1,000,000% in support of it. I'm not Fulani, I'm just a Nigerian who lost Nigeria, you know. So sorry, my brother Tunaja to Itaje. It's really personal to me, you know. As someone who lives in, I can say the most industrialized country in the world, Germany, because in terms of finance, UK may be ahead of Germany, but in terms of industrialization, this is the greatest country on earth in terms of industrialization. Every street, every corner is industry. So this what Dangote is doing is what is going to really liberalize Nigeria as a country and really make the minimum wage meaningful. That is when you really know what is capitalism. We are still not practicing capitalism here. This is why the United States government does not impose minimum wage. If they impose it, the state of California, for instance, can be paying $21 per hour, while a state like Iowa, which is just an agricultural state, can be paying seven because Iowa is a poor state. It's an agricultural state. It's not poor because they are begging for food, but you cannot compare the GDP of Iowa to that of New York or California. So it's a state like Iowa, they will be paying like $7.50 per hour, because in Iowa food will be cheaper, accommodation will be cheaper. This is how these things work, because it's an agricultural state. It's the food basket of America, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that if Dangote can
you can hold that country to hostage. Now,
he cannot.
He can't.
No, he cannot.
With the leverage that he has.
No, let me tell you, bros.
Please, he can't.
Please, I understand this thing. I also did a bit of economics in school. He cannot, because he is not investing his money. People are believing in his vision and they are investing through him. Because this is what Nigeria has always lacked. Because the foreign investors, they lack confidence in Nigeria because of all the negative stories. I live in Germany. I know what the media say here. Because of all the negative story, the media perpetuates about Nigeria, because they know that Nigeria succeeds. The black nation is liberated, because that is the greatest black nation on earth. It's not by accident, it's by design. Nigeria, but we don't know. We that are Nigerians, we fight among ourselves. That's why it's so cool, that's why this one. The outsiders, they see us Nigerian. They don't care if you are Calabar, Yoruba, Izo, or anything. They see us as a threat to the world, that we are going to take over the world. They see us as a race, not as a country. They see Nigerians as a race.
See, I think, let me even add to that. See, naturally and over time, it has been proven that those people that are into monopoly in conjunction with government, most of them, they are very responsible and humble because they understand the power of the government. People saying Dangote can hold us to ransom today, it's not true, because it will only take a single policy to understand that he's holding us to ransom and to nationalize the assets. If he does that, you know, in the past, we nationalized a United Kingdom asset in Nigeria. So any country where someone, maybe a private individual, want to hold the country to ransom, there are framework of law there to take over the asset and nationalize. So it forces or it encourages.
So nobody shares concerns that this guy is getting too powerful. He can change. Oh, okay. You know that Dangote can set the price of fuel to damage the economy. He can.
I only came to look at this from this. Wait, look at this one from this angle. One man. When Econet and MTN were asked to reduce their second their tariff, then they were using minute billing, so they were all lying that we cannot do per second. So what happened? Because already the industry was already opened already. What you simply did is just to license a third party as a national operator that came into that industry to break the monopoly. So Nigeria today, we have very few people that are willing to do what Dangote is doing. So it is not as if we are the peak of that market that we now necessarily need to create that vague or abstract competition that we are talking about. We still need someone to bear the cat now. And Dangote is bearing the cat. We've had people over 40 years that we've been saying do this, they've not been able to do it. We even took a refinery away from this man in 2007, and not until he started his own refinery. Those refinery taken away from this man since that time in the name of monopoly or those story, they are still yet to be functional, like even his own modern Dangote refinery too. So that idea.
Sorry, I just came to interject briefly. So I don't know. I don't want to disturb your flow, but as soon as you finish, let me just
go ahead, Kulata, go ahead.
I mean, I praised this guy over the weekend. People were throwing curses at me. Look, there's time to worry about monopoly. This is not the time. This guy is breaking new ground where people can't dare. Is going there and is succeeding. So we need to kind of like figure out our priorities. Our priorities is to get shit done. I mean, pardon my French, is get things done. You can worry about monopoly later. Let's first establish a business, establish whatever. And the traditional view about monopoly, since I went to business school, has changed. Right? We no longer look at monopoly the way we used to look at it, because that space has kind of like been redefined with the likes of Amazon, Google, and so on and so forth. Let Dangote do his thing. What is the alternative? The alternative is inertia. It is nothing. So can this man...
That's not the alternative. The alternative is to look for another Mr. Big Short. Just to spread.
There's nobody else. One man.
Mr. Big Man, Mr. One Man, that's not how it works. Please let me interject.
Hold on, let me finish my interjection.
Okay.
There's there's nobody taking on the scale that Dangote is taking. Very few people have the capabilities to take on that scale. He can take on the scale, and many people can trust him with their money because they know he can execute. So when you see Dangote doing stuff, it's not just Dangote. There are also many people trusting him, including foreigners, because they know he can get it done. And you can see they can deliver. So once he can deliver, once he does it, then you can have the likes of Bua and the Tony Emilolu coming rightly behind him, like maybe in a much smaller scale. But please, this is not the time to be doing this. Look, if Korea was kind of like dilly-dallying, we won't have the giants of Samsung and Daewoo. They were also a monopoly at some point in time. They're still a monopoly. But is it to the detriment of South Korea? My answer is no. The entire thing was a whole corrupt thing. But what did they do? They just legalized that family. That Samsung is a family. They legalized it. And now South Korea is better for it. One of the few people making semiconductors. And you know, what did they start from? What they started from is far, far, far away. So if we're going to have a Dangote conglomerate, and like I said over the weekend, I approve 100%. As long as he's doing stuff in Nigeria and we're exporting and he's getting it done. Other people can follow behind him. That's fine. We can deal with that later.
Brother.
So that's my interjection.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Do you know that Dangote, as we speak, is in Caribbean? I'm so proud. I own this. I own this pride as a Nigerian. It's in Caribbean now. You understand?
Can I come in? Can I come in? I need to ask Kulata something about this monopoly stuff, if you don't mind.
1 minute, please. Just 1 minute, please.
Yeah, come in after the speaker, Prestige.
Hello, please, let me just finish it. So me, I'm looking at it. Just 1 minute, please. If you don't mind. Just 1 minute, please. I'm looking at it from the point of view of a Nigerian. I'm not a tribal person. Me, I want the glory of my country, Nigeria. So what is good for my country is what me I'm talking about. Me, I'm not here for politics. I don't belong to any party, you know. I'm more a Nigerian project person, you know. So when I see anything that brings glory to Nigeria, you know, as a Nigerian in diaspora, it gladdens my heart. That is just my concern here. I'm not for APC or PDP or KYP. You know, I'm for Nigeria, you know. So when I saw the region of Caribbean negotiating with Dangote on how Dangote can establish a terminal in the Caribbean whereby he can be supplying the petroleum products. So from Nigeria, when I hear that in Nigeria, do you know what this thing will do to our naira?
Yeah.
When all these things will start taking effect, the Pharaoh we see today, we will see them no more. All this economic hardship we are seeing, all this the naira dwindling, everything will stabilize. I'm not for Tinubu, I'm not for Obi, I'm not for anybody. And look at the long-term project. I look at the long-term project. By the time all these things, and now he has also told them that if they have limestone, you know, he will come and establish a cement factory in a day, but if they don't have, he want to go into agreement with them to be supplying the cement from Nigeria, that Nigeria can meet the needs of the Caribbean, because we are one people. Look at one vision. Okay, let the man that own the airpiece. If the man that own airpiece comes up tomorrow and say he want to build a refinery in Akwa Ibom, I will appreciate it. Let all of them, let them take up the challenge. Let Nigeria industrialize. Forget about tribe. Forget about this. Forget about that. If it's another Hausa man from Kanu that has the guts, the effrontery to say, I want to go and establish a refinery bigger than even the one Dangote has in Lagos. I want to go and establish it in Akwa Ibom or in Cross River State. Let him go ahead and do it. Nigeria must industrialize. Nigeria must move forward. That is my whole goal. That is my whole goal. Just imagine if Nigeria tomorrow is supplying steel to the whole of West Africa and beyond. You understand? From our moribund Alaja Steel Complex or Ajakuta Steel Complex. Do you know what that will do to our economy and to the strengthening of our naira? Many of us are just myopic in our thinking. We don't look at it. We just look at.
Nobody is being myopic. People are just concerned about our monopoly. But let Prestige come in. I think he wants to.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Let me come in. I'm gonna approach my question in two phases. The first one is from the context of expanding market. This Dangote monopoly and position, and growing profits is just from productive investment. But so my question has this productive investment that he embarked on, how has that translated into wages increase to other avenue? And the second question I have, Kulata made a statement about we should allow Dangote to be to continue its monopoly because there's nobody else that has followed that step. Okay, Dangote monopoly can't compare with Samsung. Samsung is an invention, is an innovation, but Dangote is just more of a productive investment. So it's a two different comparison because that's not going to help Nigeria, put Nigeria in a map. It's just a productive investment. It's not any kind of innovation. He didn't invent iPhone or that kind of things or Samsung. So it's two different comparisons. So people, you have to chew on those two questions that are present.
Okay. Sorry, Prestige, your second premise is wrong. Samsung is not an innovation. Samsung started as a grocery store. So just to correct your notion.
Okay,
when it
during the
became
time
a
they started from that, were there monopoly in that
it,
area?
it started as a grocery store and grew into other areas. They were
But were
trading.
there monopoly when they started from as a
Wait,
grocery store?
let
Were
me
there
land my
monopoly?
point. They were selling noodles, and then they grew to become a huge monopoly. The same way Dangote can say he started trading sugar till he expanded. But let Tunaja continue.
I was just going to say that Dangote started effectively as a grocery store too.
At the grocery store too. So let Tunaja continue. You need to kind of like get the
Yeah,
premise.
I don't know why man of Percy is saying
No,
this.
sorry,
I'm
Ignorance,
not
if you
against
don't
it.
mind.
I just presented something for us to chew.
There's not much
Dangote
to chew
monopoly is
because
a productive
there's
investment.
not much to
It's
chew.
not an innovation.
There's
That's my
not much to
point.
chew. Hold on, let me just say something. There's
Tunaja,
not much
please,
to
if you
chew.
don't mind, just give me a
Okay.
minute if you don't mind.
All right.
See, this idea of monopoly, see, people think monopoly is really bad. It is true that most of the time you can have bad monopolies because those are the well pronounced. But we have good monopolies and we have bad monopolies. Now, the good monopolies are the services that you cannot just do alone. You cannot just deregulate totally, or maybe some people are not even willing to, and you need someone to just go there and bear the gas. Your water corporation, for example, can be monopoly. It's just for you to get a good private investor that is reliable, and the government will work with those ones, and they are an example of a good monopoly because you don't want to start seeing pipeline everywhere and all those stuff. Your example of your Ethiopia airline is a good monopoly. British Airways, for example, is a good monopoly, even though you want to say some other airliners are competing. No, we are talking of a national carrier. So the thing is, when you have to be very careful about the way you look at monopoly. Monopoly you are claiming in terms of this Dangote now is a good one because we have more than 10 still rolling private investment in Nigeria. The question is this: we all know Universal Steel, for example. Tell me, why has Universal Steel in Nigeria not expanded beyond what it has been for almost 50 years or more? Is anybody really holding Universal Steel back? Now, Oshobo Rolling Steel that this guy is buying, it has been there. It used to be part of Western State investment. But the question you ask yourself is this: what has been the utilization of that particular rolling steel? It has been lying fallow there.
Sorry, Ola, is that established? Is he buying Oshogo rolling steel? Is that?
I think it's buying Oshobo rolling steel. Yeah.
Oshobo rolling steel had been sold a long time ago. Ola, Oshobo is still rolling mill like a long time
I think
ago.
so. Dangote, right?
Yeah, I believe it's one of those things he bought. But
Yeah.
a lot of those steels, including the one in Jos and all those stuff were sold.
Yeah. So when you look at those, they are not doing anything, but someone is stepping up. Someone is stepping up. If not for Dangote today, you will still be importing cement from China. I will see. So that's why you see people shouting about dollar. If Dangote is not there today, now we won't be talking of maybe in the next 2 years that importation.
Allah will not be importing straight from
But
China.
let me tell you the reason
Ola,
why
can you hear me?
I have the issue. Hold
Ola,
on.
can you hear
The
me?
issue I have about this monopoly. How has this
Ola,
past, wage
Ola,
wage
can you hear me?
increase to common man or to the other section? And I believe if there's
Can
a
you hear me?
competition in Nigeria,
I
then
can hear
Dangote
you,
will, the wage issue we have in Nigeria won't remain
Man
stagnant
of
as it
peace.
is.
Man of peace.
The other industry, in the same ferry will bring a
Man
competition
of peace.
whereby wage increase.
Prestige, hold on for Patrick. But yeah, Patrick, come in. Tunaja still has the floor, by the way, but yeah,
Can
carry
you
on.
all hear me? Yeah. You see, Ola said something. Say no for Dangote will be importing cement from China. That's not true. There are other players that were in that market and that could still have come into that market. Dangote came into the enterprise system of Nigeria as a very terrible monopoly. How can one person be the only person that will be importing sugar for a country of over then we're 120 million people?
He even destroyed that
Yeah, now
sector
do
of
you know how many
Yeah, thank you, people. At least I
how
have
many
people in this platform that
he
reason with
destroyed
me.
it, he
pockets
monopolized
of
it and
cement
destroyed it.
players? How many pockets of cement players?
Patoski,
Let me just close this now.
Ogami, unfortunately,
I'll let him down the point. Yeah, sorry.
Do you know how many pockets of cement owners that would have been able to do well in that market?
I have three as clients. Inverter was there, Gateway was there, Waco was there. You understand? This guy enjoy monopoly, importing cement from overseas and just bagging them. Was
Patrick,
bringing
sorry. Patrick,
and
sorry.
bonding.
Patrick,
That
sorry,
was
sorry.
that. They don't open the market
Patrick,
up for other people.
Patrick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Let's qualify this conversation based on two premises. We're not talking about importation right now. We're talking about productive activities using our natural resources. Like importing, monopoly or importation is bad, bad, bad. We know that. So that's why your Ibeto conversation and co it needs to be qualified, because Ibeto was a
Now the
an importer.
monopoly. What I'm saying is that
Wait. Let me just land. Let me land what I'm trying to say. So let's qualify its impact in terms of like taking raw resources from the ground in Nigeria and adding value to it and exporting it. Number one. Number two point is, at this point where we are, what is our opportunity? I mean, what is the opportunity cost of Dangote not taking stuff from the ground and manufacturing? What exactly will we be doing? That was how we should channel it.
You know what has happened? Dangote, in collaboration with others, has succeeded in tying our hands, such that we have no choice than to come to his better. I'm telling you the truth.
I'm surprised you are
Don't
talking
be
this way.
surprised. Don't be surprised because you probably don't have
No,
the kind of knowledge
Patoski is right. You all go ahead and argue blindly. Patoski is right.
he has succeeded in tying our hands. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about Nigerian enterprise that you people don't see today. See those big players they are seeing today. Let me just finish. I'll leave you. I'll come back. See those big players, Ola. If I call you, if I bring this one now, you understand what I'm saying. See those big players.
I
they are
won't
talking
understand
about.
because I know little about this
Wait,
event
now let
industry
me
you are talking
finish.
about.
Big players like Tony, big players like Jim, big players like Dangote, big players like Mike. All of them were doing the bad thing and killing the economy when they were small. Now they are big. They are now trying to clean up and being the nice guy. And people have even forgotten.
Okay,
That's
emotional. That's emotional now. It's not a fact now.
Yeah,
When
I'm
you are
giving
saying
you
that trying to
facts
claim, no.
of things that happened. So Dangote was a bad player. Now he's so big, we have no choice than to just
let's go
agree
back to
to it
what Kulata is
because
saying.
he has the
You say,
money to
no,
kill anybody in that market. You might not agree,
accept
but
that
Dangote,
comment.
I'm
I don't
sure
accept that,
if he has a conscience, he knows.
Patoski,
If he
let me
has a
respond to
conscience, he
you.
knows.
Patoski, please let me just give me a minute to respond to you. You see this thing you say, you understand? Now, I can tell you categorically, I knew of a former boss that wanted to import cement from China that time, and the landing cost would be less than 200. That was as far back as 2009. And this is cement that when you rebuy this cement, the same cement you are talking about, we ended up in the market for like 1,500 to 1,800. It was true that Obasanjo gave these people license to be importing cement, pending the time they will now finish the backward integration. That is, they will be producing locally. Because Obasanjo was one of those people not one of those people, it was actually the architect of driving local content. Now, that was why he's boasting that I made so many people billionaire, because he was expecting those people that he gave licenses.
He made so many people made so many people poor.
Sorry. Let's have a bit of structure. So the audience are complaining now. Carry on. I'll bring it home and then I'll push back Patoski, Kulata, then back to tonight.
Okay. Now, this guy was busy establishing factory in Kogi State and doing others. Even one go to they are busy doing their own. Ask yourself a question and please tell me, what was the progress of a battle that we are saying that? Because people like to say, oh, Dangote was the one that finished a battle. Not true. This guy took Ibeto to court and accused him of not following the policy and the condition of licenses given to them, and court ruled in favor of Dangote. Nobody is talking of court judgment today now. It's as if, Dangote went to Ibeto and said, okay, you cannot produce. You are not referring to the court case that was proven beyond unreasonable doubt. The question you ask yourself is this: when Dangote was buying plant in Kogi and was buying power plant to producing. What exactly was Ibeto doing? Ibeto was importing cement. WAPCO was doing its own too. WAPCO was extending its own factory. Ibeto was not doing anything. Bua is doing its own. And we are saying Dangote is the question is this: if you left to Ibeto will still be exporting cement today. Ask Ibeto to come and prove himself outside and go back and Google and go and look up at their court cases.
All right.
To me,
go on.
To me, let's just stop all this saying that with without Dangote, if Dangote refuses to go to that place, that we wouldn't be importing cement. I don't know how we manage to grind that. Thank you, woman.
All right.
One man, can I have a minute?
Let Patoski push back and you coming up, just so that voices are not layered. You can just not.
You see, we'll mess up this argument. We'll mess up this argument if we start saying it as Ibeto is this. No, we are saying that market could have been opened up to other players, not just Ibeto. When you have a restrictive system, a government instituting restrictive system that does not open the market up to other players, you can't claim to be playing capitalism. You understand what I'm saying? And they are doing that indirectly now. When the government invests in a particular person's business, how much did they put in Ishaku Rabi's business? This MRS guy, that's a refinery. He's also a player. You have empowered the other person above him. Is that a level field? You are giving him forest at a lower rate, and you invested so much to power his business. How does that MRS compete with Dangote refinery now? Those are the kind of things that we are talking about. What stops them from even licensing small people to produce cement? We have limestone all over the country now. Do we have to now allow one man to hold the whole thing? That's not how to enrich people. He said he has made some people millionaire, but made many people poor. Why is everybody now poor now that he has made people millionaire? Well, people are poor now. I'm telling you, I have people in Nigeria, and it's really hitting me because I supported this government. I'm still supporting him, but I will continue to hold him accountable. I love Tinubu, but I don't like him more than
Patrick. Stay on the message. Don't go to Tinubu and all that. We're talking Dangote.
The message is that they are encouraging monopoly by either directly restricting entrance into a market. When you have a free market, entrance should be free and exit should be free. But when you put restrictions, because you have certain interests, and those interests restrictions in terms of license requirements, in terms of capital requirements, in terms not even operational license capital requirements. I mean the amount, the capital for licensing requirement, you're restricting people. How can an ordinary Elon Musk come up and now become big if Elon Musk from Nigeria? Even though he has the brain, but there are restrictions. That's what we are talking about. They are not ready to grow the economy.
One man. Let me respond.
Let Kulata come in and adjust your audio positions where we're not hearing you fully. Yes, Kulata.
Is it me?
Yes, and then Larry after you. I think Larry wants to.
No, can you hear me?
I thought I'm supposed to interject.
President Okojo. Let me talk.
Let President interject. So
what did Kulata say? Joko, what is that? What you say, that Kulata? Let me go buy you a microphone. Maybe you can't afford it. That's our problem.
I can't. Send me money now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, interject, President. Go ahead.
But anyway, I'm not going to repeat what Patoski said, because he pretty much echoed, what I was going to say. But I agree with him totally. But in my own summary, let me say this: why Dangote growth is very impressive, on a broader economic transformation, but it has not been able to address the issue beyond individual success. This is my own personal opinion, because whatever he's doing, his effective policy has not benefited producer, even the common people and consumers. I mean, that's the way I see it. It hasn't benefited other people but himself. So let's call a spade a spade.
I'm not sure there's a lot of industry built around Dangote. The marketer, anyway.
But how does that benefit the common people, the consumers? That's my point.
All right. Look, a country that is serious about using their resources. Like, I mean, I'm talking about resources in Nigeria and adding value to it, making it, I mean, adding value to it and exporting. They need to kind of like pick people that are qualified. The businesses that Gote is operating on, they have huge barriers to entry. Patrick, myself, anybody, tell me, go and create a steel factory in Nigeria. Where the hell am I going to get the money? Who is going to loan me the money? So how many people are qualified to be able to execute? And how many people are not just qualified, but willing to take the risk to execute? A lot of people will take their money and put it in this investment, that investment, all that stuff. That is easy. But this guy is willing to do it. And I'm going to relate this to when South Korea decided that they're going to focus on export. They picked a few companies. I think they call Chipos or Chip. I can't pronounce that thing. CH something something, if memory serves me right. They picked the likes of Samsung, Hyundai, Daewoo, and LG and focused on them. And those are the people that became the conglomerate. Yes, were they monopoly at the time? Yes, they were. But at the end of the day, those companies, when they established, they created lower barriers to entries for other type of businesses. If Dangote goes into steel now, then you can have one man be able to afford building a foundry, and he can use that foundry to do all sorts of steel design.
The only caveat in what you're saying, Kulata, is
let me finish. Let me first finish before you
but the only, go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish.
Because these areas we're talking about, they're not things every common man can just go and establish. And this is the guy that dares to try. If you have other people daring to try,
sorry, Kulata, it's not even a matter of wealth. It's a matter of experience and know-how.
And know-how. He's proven himself. He was saying his story today about how Mafia, external Mafia, global Mafia, were trying to shut this project down. And look, there's a guy in Ogun State, the son of Baba Ijebu, Adebutu. He too was supposed to construct his refinery. He's not done shit. He's supposed to construct a huge refinery. He has the license, has everything. He's not done anything. And this guy has been able to execute his own. So I don't mind. Look, there's a time for everything. At some point in time, when this guy establishes and then there's lower barriers to entry for other people and they start entering, yes, we can now regulate. But when nobody is willing to come and do this thing, and we know government will not be able to do it, so why will I keep relying on government to do things I know they will never be able to do? And if guy has the balls and the fortitude and the everything, whatever English you want to use to describe it, to do this stuff, for God damn, let them do it. Let us have like 5, like the way South Korea built their stuff. At the end of the day, there will be smaller businesses that will trickle down to other people. That's my point.
Yeah, the thing is this, Kulata. I think what you're saying is there's nothing wrong with what you're saying, but the point you're making is the assumption there's nobody else willing to do it, and until they open it up to everyone, right? Opportunities in steel, open it up to anyone, Dangote included, right? And let the cream rise to the top. Those that are serious and want to do it can actually do it as well. So if indeed out of 20...
That space has been open for 30 years. Nobody came in.
Well, the government, with this government, it might be a little different if they officially open it up and they say Nigerians looking to invest in steel. And then you can see if at the end of the day, Dangote is the last man standing, then at least everyone knows it was opened up to public people that had the wherewithal, the capital, and the capacity to implement it, and they failed in going through with it. And then he stands. The reason why people are suspicious about this is because of Dangote's favoritism in the past, right? We all know what happened and how he got the ability to get involved with cement and all the other things. So that's where this is coming from. It's not unfounded. People didn't just wake up and get suspicious of becoming a monopoly. So that's where it is, and that's the only caveat in what you're saying. I agree with everything else you said, Kulata.
Can I say something? You see, it's always easy for us to kind of like keep shouting monopoly, monopoly. Let's do a little bit of statistics. Everybody on this call, I'm very sure, obviously, almost 70% of the people on this call live outside Nigeria. How many of you on this call want to go into Nigeria and invest in Nigeria, do an investment that is dominated in Naira? How many? Obviously, you guys will always say, no, You want to keep your money in dollars. You don't want to take that risk. Because obviously, if you go into Nigeria now, you invest in Nigeria, the risk is very, very wide. Unless you have that chest to be able to carry that risk. That's the major thing. Everybody's talking about this guy. This is a guy that borrows money in dollars. And he pays back that loan in dollars. People talk about monopoly, licensing. Do you know the number of people that get this license? Do they want to go into those investments? No. Average Nigeria does not want to even invest in those things. If you ask them, everybody wants to invest in Bitcoin. You want to invest in things that are fast, that will give you that return on investment. But how many people really want to go into those things? Because those are not things that will give you that will give you return in a very quick time. But when we see people going into some of those things, because those are things that you don't even know if you are going to be successful. Because if you start it today, it's not sure. If you ask investors, if you ask investment bankers to advise you, they will tell you not to go into it. Because nobody will tell you to go, because they know you are putting money, because they are not even sure if it's going to be successful. And when we see people going into some of all those things, and they eventually become successful, we all come around and start shouting, oh, they've monopolized us. Who exactly have monopolized you? Nobody even stop anybody. Okay, fine. We have a lot of people in diaspora. You guys have a lot of money, but you can't even go to Nigeria to invest your money.
Let me say, don't you think Nigerian microeconomists, the way the policy has been tweeted, to benefit Dangote favorable? You don't think so?
See, there is nothing like favoritism. The major thing that Dangote enjoys is scale, economies of scale.
He's not the only one with the skill in Nigeria.
But those people that have that, what exactly?
He also enjoys government patronage as well. But
that's what I just said. It's because of Nigerian microeconomics.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. You leverage your advantage. So, but every government has always favored him.
One man, if you have that skill, every government will be your friend. When Obasanjo was having issue with Adenuga, what did Ghana do? If you have that skill, every government is your friend. Everybody wants you to come in. They want to make things easier for you. Do you think that if Dangote says he's taking investment out of Nigeria, do you know the number of African countries that are ready to take him and give him everything? The same thing we said. We said the same thing when Adenuga was having issues. Ghana took him with everything. So we shouldn't just be this kind of people that, Dangote is this. I'm telling you, Dangote can survive without Nigeria.
Yes, he can. But let me ask you something. How does this benefit, how does this Dangote, economy benefit the average people? Has that benefited the rest of the country?
Let me give you an example.
And like cost effectiveness benefit. Has that the rest of the nation faring?
Wait, let me give you an example. Diesel, for instance. Before Dangote started pumping diesel, how much were people buying diesel?
I don't know. I don't live in Nigeria, but I know it was lower before.
You need to go and know. You need to know. People in Nigeria were buying diesel as much as almost 1,800.
When?
It popped the price by 30%, Prestige. By 30%. Almost overnight.
Almost overnight. This guy brought
how was he able to cut that price? Because he's enjoying privileges and monopoly now. He's getting access to crude oil at subsidized price. Wait, let me finish that one.
Yeah.
He's getting crude price, he's getting crude from federal government, maybe at a subsidized rate or something.
No.
So he's in the market and he has said something.
That is wrong. See, if
the price.
Sorry, Kulata. No, he's not. He's not. He actually bought a batch, about 3 million barrels or something from America.
Sorry, guys. Let me ask what we normally ask. Patrick, hold on. In MBA class back in the day, they will ask is a fundamental question about monopoly. Is it good for the consumers? Yes or no? Reducing the price by 30%, is it good for your pocketbook? Or you want this competition of importing where it is you're paying a 30% premium on it. Just because you don't like the monopoly that get you your pocketbook, you say it is bad. Monopoly is only bad when when we're getting ripped off. But there's nothing wrong with monopoly when we get competitive prices. That's why we're not complaining about the likes of Amazon. Larry, continue.
So it's always easy, particularly most of us that live in diaspora. We come here, we say all sorts of things. Oh, this guy is this guy is that. But I ask you, how many of you have moving business, functional business in Nigeria today? I'm very sure a lot of us on this platform do not even have functioning business. But we come in here every day. Oh, this person is milking Nigeria. This person is milking Nigeria. But you also have the capacity to invest in that country. But many of you are ready to go there and invest because you don't want to lose your money. You want to keep your money in dollars. You want to keep your money in pounds. But we come here every day. We complain. We say all sorts of things. But do you really want to go there? You don't want to go there. It's when you go there that you invest in something and you'll be able to employ people, even if they say they are not paying people living wage, because you have the capacity to pay living wage, you pay living wage. But rather than doing that, all we do in everything is complain. Let's leave that negative attitude. Let's focus on what we can also do. What you can also do. You can do it.
So Nadia, you can see that there's no.
Can I say something because before you go to Naija?
All right. After Danleko will pick it up to Naija, but you can see the arguments to Naija. There's no universality in this guy owning Nigeria.
Yeah, I guess so.
Naija cannot make his day if I don't speak. So let me speak. Go
ahead now.
Give me 1 minute, I beg. You see, there's a lot of things that we have to consider. We have to look at ourselves first. What kind of people are we in the first place? We are very, very greedy people. I can hear Kulata making reference to Samsung, how Samsung started like a grocery store and stuff, and they are where they are today. We are very greedy people. So if you want to look at what Korea did with Samsung, and you want to use that in our own case, we want to use that in our own case to promote Dangote, I think we'll be making a very, very bad mistake that will just.
You know that Samsung growth is also fraud with government corruption. Go and check the documentaries on YouTube on the Netflix now. Even this Samsung
and the country is better off for it.
Please make on a let Jali Coca talk now.
And everything.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that a country that really wants to be a great country cannot allow industry that are of strategic importance to our economy to be in the hand of one man. It doesn't. It shows if we allow that to happen, we are preparing danger for our economy in the future. We are not trying to help our economy. That man should be where he is. He has cornered the country in so many sectors already at the moment that have not even benefited the people as expected. Yes, to the leaders at top and other people in power, yes, they have favored him so much and he's smart enough that he knows how to play his game as well. So, but still, as we know it, that if we are planning to be a technological technological advanced country in the future, if we are preparing or we are planning to be a technological advanced country in the future, we cannot allow that man to be in control of that and as well be in control of the oil. Before you know it, he will jump into into gas sector, and he owned the country. He owned the economy of the country. Others should be encouraged. So let's share the wealth and the potentials of this country among those that are capable of driving it. That is how we can, drive up to excellence. But him controlling the refinery, I even against him owing, what do you call it? Petrol station, because he refining, he owing petrol station. That means he has dominated everything. So if we are a good country that really preparing, that is really trying to expand the economy of the country and expand the develop the potential and allow opportunity, to spread. That man should not even own one single gas station. Our economy is a very small economy. It's a small country. And for one man to dominate all those important sectors, we're going to be doing a serious injury to ourselves. We are preparing for the worst in the future. So I will not support him, or I will not. I won't want the government to even allow him.
So you're happy for that industry to remain moribund rather than it to go to Dangote?
No. You can't tell me that we don't have competent.
Ajale Koko, we've been pursuing steel since Babangida era.
One man.
Or even before that.
Hold on, let me land. One man.
Yes.
That is not true. The level playing ground has not been opened up. Don't listen to lies. Level playing ground have not.
So what's your solution? You don't want this guy to have it. Nobody else is showing capacity to take it on. Hold on. They've always opened that space up for investment, even to the point that we had some Indians come in that they were just trying to asset strip. The government has been looking for people to take on that space pretty much since Babangida era, and nobody has shown because it's a heavily capitalized sort of industry space, and very risky as well. Who was even saying to Nigeria that is even more risky than oil in terms of the cartel. So this guy that has capacity, that has the funding, that has the connections. So what's the objection to him taking it on? They'll go and give it to Adenuga, who doesn't know anything about anything, or a Lumelu that only knows about doing magic. It's the only person that I don't understand, man.
Man, he's not the only person. I mean, that's the way
who else has shown capacity in Nigeria?
Okay, hold on, Adele, before you proceed. Let me give you the stats. I think it was early February or March this year. The chief strategist officer of Dangote Group, I think his name is Ali Suleiman, and he said the importation right for petroleum should be awarded only to license and active refinery in Nigeria. So he's talking to himself about himself.
No.
The only one that's gonna
hold on. Don't shoot yourself. That's in the petroleum industry bill.
But why only him? Why only the refinery people with license only?
That's the
No,
law
that's
now.
the law. That's the law. That's already
That's the law.
Yes, the petroleum industry bill. That's
He
in
didn't
it.
say that's the law. He was quoting. That was the
Yeah,
chief,
but
you
we
know.
are telling
No,
you
we are
that's the
telling
law.
you it's the law. It's in the petroleum industry bill. The way it's formulated is if
Are
the
you, are
country
you
has
not just making it up to support your narrative?
we discussed it here. The way that law is formulated is if there's a shortfall in oil in the country, the importation is according to capacity. So if somebody has 80% capacity, they get to import 80%. If you have, so it's in the petroleum industry bill.
Look, one man, even I think Ola was saying it, or maybe Kulata, that he own Oshogbo rolling mill. What is his success in that rolling mill? What success has he recorded? What output has he make? That is
But is that a confirmed? Is that confirmed?
well, I don't know, but they are saying
It's a rolling mill. If there's no steel to supply, what are you rolling and milling?
So
You have to be importing the steel.
So they can't import. Do we not import steel?
Yeah, I mean, if you import the steel, or if you buy if you buy almost prefab stuff from China, the prefab stuff may be cheaper for you on the long run. So if we create the value chain in Nigeria, then maybe rolling mill and the one in Jos will come up, because there's another one that they built in Kaduna. So we need to build that sector. We have it in our ground.
Well, I'm not saying that, but we if we are a serious country and we know who we are as greedy people, one man should not own strategic industry to the economy of the country. It's going to hold us by the jugular, and that will set us backward in the future. So even in America, we have seen government stopping merger of big corporation because they believe they're going to kill. They're going to kill competition. They're going to dominate the market, and others, smaller companies, in that industry rather, will be killed in this biggest democracy. They stop it several times. Companies that, make efforts to merge, they stop them. They say, no, you can't merge. You'll be too big. So why are we encouraging this guy to be too big for the country, to own the economy? Why can we allow him to own the economy? 200 million people with several billionaires. You are telling me that they don't have people, other people that be interested in that thing? No, let it be open up. Let us see it. Don't let us prepare. But those, we don't care about monopoly now. As long as you can do it, it will cause a serious injury. Your economy will not grow. The economy of his pocket will be growing while your own economy will suffer.
Ajale Koko, can we stop using America as the only example? What about India? What about South Korea? India has Tata Industries. Is India dying for that? South Korea has LG. They have Samsung. Are they dying for that? America is not the beacon of everything that's good.
Indians are greedy like you, Africans? Are they as greedy as
Every man is greedy. Every human being is greedy.
Please, can I ask you one question? Because we keep saying they are not opening things up. They are not opening things up.
Yeah, there's no level playing field in Nigeria. Everything is done on favoritism and man no man.
No, let me ask you.
To Nigeria, you still have the floor, by the way, but it looks as though the conversation has taken on a life of its own.
They are fighting. They're getting too hot for the. I don't know why it's so controversial. I think.
Yes, it is controversial because all these proponents of monopoly, what I can notice, they are greedy ones.
Let me
but man of prestige, sorry, hold on. Man of prestige, I didn't see you complain about Oyema getting the only being a national carrier. I don't know why people do this sometimes. When
He's not the only national carrier. He's the only one that he's invested out of the country. What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about.
You're not criticizing him for being the only person doing that. So you are not saying, oh, let's get more because you can't allow
yes, the other people have the opportunity. Eventually, they're going to venture into that. You're not making it. Your comparison is very dumb.
Let me finish my point. And so do others have the opportunity. You see, the thing is, if you just hand stuff over to people, they are not going to succeed. They have to fight their way in the ecosystem that they belong to emerge. And let's face it, there are other industries that are controlled by a certain group, few group of people too. Look at Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank is expanded out of Nigeria. It's even in the West here and in many African countries. There are many banks in Nigeria that have expanded out of this in Nigeria. So it's not only Dangote that is doing a form of monopoly that we are talking about here. And in America, they have a lot of monopoly. YouTube, as you see it now, how many companies competing with YouTube in America? It's basically entirely YouTube only that has control. And they control Google too. They even control other social media outlets. These private institutions are an extension of the government. See, make no mistake.
You are missing up. You are missing growth. You are missing growth with monopoly. Nobody says companies cannot grow and become big. But we are saying don't tie other people's hands. Let them be able to fight and grow.
There's no evidence. There's no evidence that the government is tying anybody's hands.
They are not tying other people's hands.
There's no evidence.
Let me ask you guys something.
That the government is tying other people's hands from investing.
Everybody is shouting monopoly, monopoly. Averagely in Nigeria, they gave 60 refinery licenses have been given in the last 18 years. 60. And when you give 60 people license, and one person now decides to just take the bull by the horn and build a refinery. So what happened to the 59?
Exactly. Because they are looking for quick errors. Let me
because the other people now didn't get the backing of the government. That's what happened.
Let me talk. Now, you people have been taking over the whole topic. They just started almost 1 hour now. You people don't let me talk at all.
Yeah, one voice. Yeah, carry on tonight.
See, many people, many businessmen in Nigeria, at least 80% or more of them are completely useless people that just want quick turnaround of their currency. This is why many of them did this that round tripping, and when they have money, they put it in a bank so that the thing just accumulate. They don't want to offer value. They don't want to offer value. And I said it before. If you see anybody that is offering value, you have to at least accept that, because Nigeria is in such a sorry state right now. If Dangote was so terrible for Nigeria, I mean, he's gouging people. Nigeria is one of the lowest country in terms of cost of living in the world. I'm sure this government didn't help that chart that the woman showed us today. But even with that, it's still the lowest in terms of cost of living in the entire African continent, maybe even in the world. If you check it, the idea that Dangote doing what he's doing now is a problem. I think I agree with the way Kolata looked at it, that this is not a time. We are not in a position to be picking and choosing. The other people are, foreigners are the ones controlling everything. If it was Shell that came now, no one, all these people will be fine with it. They will not complain. If it was Guinness that is living in Nigeria now, we have been drinking Guinness for how many years? How many competitors has he got? Did you complain? You watch him, we watch the foreigners run the country, and now they are living, we are crying that they are living too. Let's stop this thing that we are doing. We don't have room for this nonsense. Anybody that is offering value, we should support them. And let me also add this, because I was even talking to some British American the other day, and he acknowledged it now that most of all these multinationals are an extension of the governments. The idea that Dangote is just standing on his own is just the way capitalist system function. If you want capitalist systems to develop, you have to produce this type of massive corporations. Apple is a massive one. It's an extension. Look, the other day when Elon Musk was going to China, it was a strategic meeting between technically America and China, even if it was Elon Musk. See, these companies are an extension of the state. And I think maybe our understanding of capitalism is a little bit limited, even if the evidence is there in front of us, but we don't necessarily observe it for what they truly are. When you go on WhatsApp, you are on an American government's platform. Make no mistake. It's not Facebook. That is how the same thing.
I thought WhatsApp was owned by an Indian.
They will tell you that now, but in reality, it's an American company. You see, this is why America is looking to ban this thing. What's the name again? TikTok, because they know full well what it means. It's a Chinese company, and it's a Chinese government company, even if it's a private company in the context of China. But they understand it. These things. It's as if our understanding of the world has a layer over it that we don't necessarily peel it up and see what it truly is. These companies represent the state. When the UK was colonizing the whole world, it didn't exactly send its own troop immediately. I think it's the British, what do they call it, British company or whatever company that was going around the world, colonizing people, buying slaves and all the rest, and yet it was an arm of the British government. This is how they behave. This is how capitalist system work. Even the Japanese, when they invaded China and caused so much trouble in the Second World War, who was fueling those things? The corporations. And when America defeated China, those are one of the first things they dismantled. Those corporations, they are the ones fueling those things. So corporations in a capitalist system, they tend to be, I don't know why it should be like that. Personally, I don't fully understand it, but they tend to be the force that actually allows the expansion of that capitalist economies. And if Dangote is offering value, we have to accept it. He wants to supply steel to African countries. We are saying we don't have exports. What are you complaining about? You have solution now. You want to start kicking against him. Nigeria has so many things that we have to do. If you want to, if you are interested in offering value, why don't you go and build a mobile nuclear power plant? Where are all those moves that are complaining? Let them go and build a nuclear power plant. Let them go and start building a rocketry. Let them go and start building what they call it, mobile phones, or try to start manufacturing microchips so I can export it to African countries. The space is infinite. Stop complaining when you see somebody trying to succeed and actually put his mouth, his hard work where his money is. Most of these people that are complaining, many of the people you're arguing for, they are not willing to do that. All these useless people, they give them money, they convert it to dollar and hide it and sabotage the Nigerian economy. As a matter of fact, the current government actually tried to sabotage Dangote too, because a lot of our big companies lost money. That's why I was furious. A lot of our companies lost money. The Dangote Sugar lost money. MTN lost money. Why is your own government damaging your own companies? What is their purpose? And this is one of the things. Dangote, when he's saying all those things, he's saying that there are people out there causing problems. You don't know who he's referring to. People that the environment is operating in, if it had been he was only in Nigeria, they would have killed him now. But because he's spread all over Africa now, it's hard to stop him. And we have to encourage companies like that to keep emerging, because that is how we get ourselves out of the mess we are in. If he starts manufacturing steel, there are always what they call ancillary companies, like smaller companies that will benefit from it. Private companies don't like to do everything themselves. They will give businesses to other people, housing, people that are going to manufacture certain components for them. Even this what's the name? Innocent Cars. I discovered that when I was watching their documentary that they too give businesses to other local businesses in their environment, because that is how big companies function. We all assume that it's just only them. So many other companies benefit from what Dangote is doing.
It will open up a lot of cottage industries, unimaginable. Lot of cottage industries.
Even this Innocent that you just said, right? If Dangote can venture into that, that will heavily help this Innocent. Because every time people say, oh, no, it's not manufacturing. No, it's assembly. It's doing this. It's doing this. But if we can actually have steel, do you know how much that would definitely benefit Innocent? Because it doesn't even need to import anything. You just need to just get it's here. But most times we don't look at the multiplier effect of things. We are more on, because it's Dangote. And it's not just Dangote. There are other business guys that have a lot of money, but they are not looking into those places because the risk is high. We all want faster things, right? You probably build an hotel.
Hold on, look. The danger of this is that the more this man continues to buy all these industries that are strategic to our economic, to our economy, the more this man economic power will continue to grow.
It should grow. Don't you get it?
Hold on,
Nigeria that is growing.
Let me say this.
Hold on.
I don't
Hold
support
on.
him. I don't even want him to buy.
Hold on.
I want him to build from ground zero the way he did with Dangote Refinery. Don't buy any more bond. He shouldn't buy. Let government.
So when we allow this man economic power to continue to grow in that country, that man we dominate your country, be more powerful, be more stronger, financially stronger than even your country. And
Baba
that
no, he won't.
Why are we against him being successful?
No, we are not saying he should not be successful, but we are saying that the government must limit somehow not allow him to be too strong state financially.
In as much as Baba, in as much as Dangote is not buying any moribund, right? I don't even support him buying Ajaokuta. If government likes, they've spent over $9 billion in Ajaokuta till today, and it's still moribund. They should keep it moribund. Dangote should build from ground zero. That's why I don't even support all this. He should go and buy this. No, Dangote should not buy. He should build from ground zero.
Yeah, I think I support that too, actually.
Let government keep investing, keep wasting, keep investing, keep wasting. Government upon government, keep wasting and investing. He should build from ground zero. When he builds from ground zero, that is when he has the pride.
He built a more modern one too.
Don't build modern things. Don't buy anything from them. Because all they do is they won't even want to sell, because that's their cash cow. Every government comes in, they'll say, oh, yeah, okay. The last time, was it not in March that Tinubu said they've secured $10 billion for Ajaokuta? At the end of the day, what's going to happen to that $10 billion? So Dangote, what government will tell you that they've secured $10 billion for? Tell me, Dangote will use $5 billion to build something bigger and better.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Someone that went out. This guy got a loan, $5.9 billion for something that you are not even sure if it's going to be successful. Within the space of building this refinery, this guy was number 1 in Africa. Along the line, he came to number 2. At the point, they said he's number 3. He could have just go for the slightest thing and said, oh, I just want to retain my number 1. I don't want to invest in things that I know that I'm not really sure of. So if he doesn't buy, for me, if you ask me today, Dangote, please don't buy anything from government. Don't buy any moribund. Let them keep investing, keep putting money. Every government comes in today, put 10 billion, put 30 billion, put 50 billion. Yes, they should keep doing that. Dangote, keep building from ground zero. We've been talking of power. If Dangote today go into building power plants, right? People will shout he wants to monopolize power plants. How much have we really even invested into power? But we'll keep shouting, oh, he's monopolizing. But we've invested and investing. Every day we keep investing into power. Well, okay, what's happening?
And that's why I asked what the opportunity cost. Do you want to sit down? Do you want to sit down and just watch the rot?
You know, I am concerned about Dangote's monopoly, but not in this steel industry. Only because we've attempted for 30 going on 40 years to we have an abundance of steel, and we cannot build an industry around it. And this guy comes with a very strong CV and a word full of a sack full of dollars. So I mean, I cannot see where, and I don't even like Dangote, but in this instance, I cannot see.
Yeah, see, personally, I see it from a strategic point of view. Like you said, the steel industry has been moribund. He's looking to do something, and the moment he spelled out his vision, it tells you what he's supposed. That is what Nigeria is supposed to be doing. Nigeria, we have one of the cheapest cost of living. We have the population, we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we are not capitalizing on this man. One man. I really pray for him that he survives. I really pray that he has done a lot of good work to ensure that even when he drops, there are people that are going to carry on his work. Because we need this type of momentum. This man built a refinery in 6 years.
You know what I pray for to Niger? I pray for that he has built a good administrative team around these industries, and it makes them, and the industries are public. So God grant him long life and everything, but that long life is entirely that.
Did you just say we have one of the lowest cost of
refinery?
Yes, in the world.
Making it public.
In the world? We have the lowest cost of living in the
One
world.
of the lowest cost of living in the world, yes.
That's far from reality now.
They just shared the chat today now.
Wait a minute, Tunaja, stop deceiving people. You know, the cost of living. Yeah, our cost of living
Look at the
may have been
list
relative, but you need to consider the purchasing power relatively to that. I mean, stop coming here and deceiving people. You know.
No, but this
You're not saying something in relative term. You're just making what is out there openly. Yeah, if you comparison basis, they say we have one of the cheapest, but
yes,
you have to weigh other factors into it.
Of course, you have to weigh other factors. Let's cry. The point is that we are poor. We need to build, and if somebody is doing that, let's support them. And there is so many areas to expand into. It's not only
how is Dangote helping the economy? How is that helping the poor people, the masses?
Because it's creating jobs, it's paying salaries.
They just explained that now, Prestige.
That's their own explanation. I don't buy it. So
no, you don't have to buy it. You don't have to buy it. It's reduced the price of diesel by 30%.
What other area? How does that translate to increased wages to other area?
Oh my God, Prestige! If you lower the cost of your diesel, you have more money to be able to pay workers the bonuses. Like, come on, man, Prestige! Say now the creatine they disturb you.
You better look. Stop it, okay?
This in the one man. Please just share this link backstage so that people see something here, because people need to understand a little bit about Nigeria. Look at the cost of living. Nigeria is almost basically at the bottom in the world, one of the cheapest countries to live in. Just
why not go there and live?
I don't know. Keep going down, because Nigeria is nowhere near at the top there. It's at the bottom, literally. Cost of living index in the world.
Hold on. Yes, I was going to say, just so we're clear on what we're looking at. Cost of living, we have now mutated from Dangote to cost of living, but our cost of living index by country 2024. So Bermuda seems to be the most expensive. Switzerland, not surprising. Cayman Islands, for the rich. US Virgin Islands, ditto. Bahamas. So predictably, all the topmost are. Denmark, I didn't know it was that. America, from experience, I know it's quite expensive. Hong Kong is all about money. Canada, quite expensive too. Israel. So now we head towards the bottom. Belize, Panama, Saudi Arabia, Croatia. Where is Nigeria? Zambia, quite more expensive than Nigeria. Cameroon, Myanmar, which used to be Cambodia. Which should be what did it used to be? It used to be some other name. Bosnia Herzegovina, etc., etc. Namibia more expensive. Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, Somalia. I think we already know that from our chart. One of those 10 countries, Rwanda and Nigeria. The only place cheaper than Nigeria is Pakistan.
Okay,
So
why those people you just said, particularly the ones in Africa, why are they not complaining? Why are they not starving, dying like Nigerians are dying? I mean, you come here and be deceiving people with all this narrative.
Hold on.
Oh God.
Hold on. Where are Nigerians dying?
People are dying in Nigeria. They can't even afford medicine to buy. No, they can't even afford malaria medicine. What do you mean where people are dying? Go to the Nigerian street. People are just buying.
People have been dying in Nigeria. It didn't start on that Tinubu. People have been dying in Nigeria.
Nobody talk Tinubu here. I'm talking about Nigerian economy. So don't bring that politics.
I don't like all this talk. It's too much. I don't like it. The election is over. Let Nigeria have peace.
If you don't like it, go help the transformer. Nobody's talking about Tinubu here.
People have been
You're the one that brought Tinubu to this space.
People have been dying.
If you don't like our opinion,
have died. My mother have died. They also died.
If you don't like our opinion, our descent to this monopoly and some
I'm
other
an independent person. I'm not a partisan person, but the noise.
You just brought Tinubu in the conversation. We are talking about Nigerian economy. Nigerian economy. Nigeria downfall in economy didn't start from Tinubu. What are you talking about?
People are dying. People are dying. People have been dying in Nigeria. People are dying in Germany too. I live in Germany. People die in America.
Hold on, just to be clear, people are not dying from hunger in Nigeria. I'm not aware. I think people are dying from other things, but certainly not hunger.
Woman, let me ask you a question. I will say two things. Look at the pattern in that data. Look at the poorest countries are the ones that have the lowest cost of living because they converted the cost to dollar and based on the exchange rate. You understand? If somebody is living on 50,000, somebody has, he say, oh, my family survive on 100,000 naira a month. Then we'll say, this man, that means they can sustain a family in Nigeria by $100 a month. I can look at Somalia, look at Pakistan.
That is true. Let me see. The reason why I show it, I'm not saying that. Hold
Let me
on.
tell you why. No,
I think
sorry,
you
let
are
me
misunderstanding my reasoning.
Hold on, let him land the point.
Another reason why we say Nigeria is poor and people are dying is this. December last year, you here on this platform was raising money for Nigerians. Why were Nigerians not raising money for you? Because you know they are poor. Or is it that okay, just like to give around, throw your money around and everything? Because we know they are poor now. That's why we are trying to raise money. And it's not just once that you have done that here. So let's forget about it. People are actually dying because they cannot afford drugs, because they cannot afford. I know somebody that didn't go to hospital. He was sick. He said, he doesn't have money. That he's just using a go, and they die. They die because of money.
It has been happening in Nigeria. It's not new. That's what I'm saying.
It's not something that should continue.
Hold on.
It's not like maybe this is Tinubu.
That is not the point.
Nobody is talking about Tinubu now. Yes.
Just a minute.
We are not making Tinubu now. Some of us are.
But the way they sound is just like it's a.
I'm not talking about
Why is this guy bringing Tinubu into this conversation?
Guys,
why is he bringing Tinubu?
Hold on, everybody. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Just wait right there. Just stay there. Yes, look on your screen and see the comment from Biggie. Can you see? So one mic. Carry on.
Okay, should I carry on? I can carry on now.
Yes.
My original point that I was making was that we should allow Dangote to build on where we are. That we should be expanding into the African continent because one, labor is cheaper in Nigeria. That ties into the point that the last speaker made that because Nigeria is poorer, cost of living is lower. There's some truth there, but there's also the aspect that Nigeria doesn't take a lot of tax from people and all the other stuff that flows from it. So Nigeria is actually a fertile place to do business. That is why America took their business to China in the 70s, part of the reason anyway, to get good, cheap labor, to be able to make profit from it. That is what Nigeria is like. Nigeria has the population, has a lower cost of living, has the resources, has everything that it needs to develop. The idea that Dangote is monopolizing everything is because the others are useless. If the others were useful, the industries are massive. There is 1,001 industries out there anybody can expand into to make profit. In the context of Nigeria, Nigeria is a fertile environment for growth if we tap into it, apart from our government that is always looking to sabotage business from that point of view. But if we tap into it and you are resilient as Dangote was, you are going to make a lot of money and Nigeria will be better off for it. We should be encouraging this type of behavior. Where are the other industries? Car manufacturing, microchip, electronics. We should be encouraging people to go into those different areas. Government should be even doing it more. Government is not, when we say government is favoring Dangote, those are in lower level areas. You don't see them favoring really, really big companies in terms of sophisticated technology. Kenya right now is traveling around the world looking to bring microchip manufacturing into Kenya. While Israel, they have one that they're already building. If they've not already started manufacturing microchip. Where is Nigeria in all this? G20 is having meeting. Nigeria is not anywhere. And Dangote is trying to do something. And people are complaining. You want us to die? Allow big institutions to emerge. Allow other people to emerge into other industries. Whether they are monopoly or not, it doesn't matter. In the UK, we have only one company running the water, supplying water to the UK. And they are messing it up even with all that. It's a monopoly and they can't even run it properly. And yet you are complaining, is the UK not fine? Let's allow businesses to emerge. Let's allow anybody that wants to emerge in any field to emerge, just like we supported Oyema. Anybody that emerges that wants to build Nigeria's economy, help Nigeria have most of these industries so that we can be earning the money, earning the expertise, earning the employment. I will support it 100%. It doesn't matter how it is done. I'm telling you this because this is survival here. What we are talking about is the ending of it. The end result of it is that our societies will be more competitive. Our societies will be more defended. Our society is less likely to fall into the mess we fell into before when we were colonized and enslaved. Do you want that to return? So you have to support strategically any move that gets us out of that space. I'll leave it at that. Is there any other topic?
Naija, do you know the irony in all this? They say people that are complaining that people are dying in Nigeria out of poverty, they cannot afford their medical bills, they cannot do this. They are the same people that are kicking against the industrialization of that country. You understand? I've heard you on other platform before, to Naija, discussing the importance of this steel industry. I've heard it from you before, and how you related it to our military industrial complex.
Yeah,
you know,
very important. And
I've heard it from you before. You know, how it can even make us even in the near future not to even be dependent on all this America and all that from ammunition anymore. It's a big strategic thing. People don't even know, but many of our people don't even know that some of the residues from this ammunition, from this steel, you can use it to do so many other industrial things. Like Dangote is using just petroleum now, is making aviation fuel, making this, making that. There are so many residual.
You know, one of the biggest complaints of our innocent is the availability of steel. He's always saying that he cannot source steel.
Exactly. You know,
exactly. And if they choose not to supply you, your country is down. You can't build. You can't build anything. We can build West Africa. Literally, Nigeria has so much influence that the market is so massive. I don't know. Nigeria should be an easy country to run, and this is why I really lament what our government is doing. It's really an easy country to run.
To Nigeria, and you know another thing to Nigeria, we are a country that is still developing. We are the one that is still building bridges, building tall buildings, which steel is required. You know, we don't have to import these things anymore from China or from any other country. It will strengthen our naira. You might be surprised that if we continue on at this pace in the next 5 years, this naira you are looking at will be under 1,000 naira to a dollar.
Exactly.
You understand? People are not seeing the long. They are not seeing the long picture. They are not seeing the long-term effect. Me, I'm more concerned because I don't have any other country I will call my home in my lifetime. It's Nigeria. If my great-grandchildren time they want to go into civil war, is their fault. Is their luck. Me, I will go. I will die in Nigeria. I was born in Nigeria. I will die in Nigeria. So me, I'm more concerned about anything that benefit Nigeria, whether it's from the south, from the east, from the west, from the north, from anywhere. I'm a pan-Nigerian. I'm a pan-Nigerian. So anywhere I'm seeing anything that interests me about Nigeria, that's why this one man show, I'm always here. I live in Germany. The time is fast spent now. It's almost 2:30 a.m. But I always stay. I get notification so that I can listen to his program because it's balanced.
Are you sharing the links as well so that you complete the cycle? Are you sharing the links?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, I've also invited people to join you. You know, because you gave a Kenneth the chance to speak, you gave a man of prestige the chance to speak, you gave Baba the chance to speak, Ola the chance to speak, Ogbeni the chance to speak. Into Nigeria, we have Passat will come, he will have the chance to speak, he will insult all of us, and everybody will laugh, he will go, you know. So it's become a place where I get my mojo back when I'm just at home like this in the evening. I don't mind because it's where I get most of my feelers about Nigeria from, because I've come to rely on this show a lot, you know. And it's balanced. It's not just pro Tinubu or pro Obi. That is why I love it.
Just wait till election time now.
Hold on, Speaker, Baba, I agree to you. You know, we appreciate you. I know one man appreciate you. But the point I'm trying to make, don't paint everybody in one brush like we hate Dangote, you know, progress. No, we don't. As a small business owner by myself, I mean, I'm happy. I'm just talking in Nigerian space. I don't have any issue, you know, with Dangote growth, or what he meant to Nigeria to start
Yeah, you are a
integrating.
very rational person, Mr. Man of
No,
Prestige.
I'm just concerned, I have a
Rational,
different narrative about the
rational.
impact in, to Nigerian masses.
When did that happen? Do you know that that's an oxymoron? Two words that should not be used in the same sentence.
Why? Explain one.
Man of prestige and rational. Walk ulata. Has he taken a pill? When did that happen?
When did that happen?
Man of prestige, you know where I do that you are a rational man, where you have disagreement with Pansat. Anybody that can have disagreement with Pansat is a rational man.
No, I mean, like I said, I don't know Pansat, okay? He may have been living in California, I don't know him. But in myself, I just have issue with one thing when it comes to Nigeria. I mean, I'm a one Nigeria, regardless of my political affiliation or something like that. I'm just a pro one Nigeria. I don't like any kind of division or whatever. I mean, that's just my perspective. It doesn't matter where you stand. So that's the only issue I have with people. It's not just him.
Okay, sorry. I just want
to be quiet, but emotionally, I couldn't hide.
You're balanced. You're balanced.
Yeah, it just comes out spontaneously.
Not to turn this argument on his head, though. But I just kind of had to dug in. Why are we even saying Dangote investing in steel is a monopoly? I'm going to read something quickly. Delta Steel is currently owned by a company called Premium Steel and Mines. That's not Dangote. African Foundries Limited is owned by a guy called Raj Gupta. That's not Dangote. Dana Steel is owned by the Dana family. That's not Dangote. Qualitech Industry Steel is owned by Michael Adeojo, the Elizade guy. Universal Steel, that's another company. Sparkwest Steel, that's another company. So then we have Ajakuta owned by the government. So why are we bringing monopoly into the conversation?
You know what it is with that list, and we see a lot of this in Nigeria, Kulata. These are people just buying licenses to trade. They buy the license, they will go and look for international people.
I really abhor those people.
Yes, and you see it especially in the oil sector.
These are briefcase businessmen. Businessmen. Portfolio people.
They don't want to make anything. They don't want to make anything.
So here's the thing, guys. Let's look at this thing holistically. Okay, so this whole thing, the man, in all fairness to him, has expressed an interest in investing in that industry, right? The government needs investors in that industry. One of many industries that they need investment in. I've said from the very first day Tinubu was doing his world tour that the people he needs to be talking to are Nigerians in Nigeria and Nigerians in diaspora that have the wherewithal to make these things happen. That conversation, as far as I know, has still not happened on a mass scale. Those are the people he needs to be talking to. Kudos to Dangote for stepping forward and saying, I'll be the first man. But there are other people he needs to talk to. And sometimes that guarantee, that initiation has to come from your government because people are already, skittish about investing into the Nigerian economy, even Nigerians, especially Nigerians. So he has to be able to, the same, vigor and enthusiasm he used to run to Qatar and India and all these places, he needs to approach Nigerians with that same vigor and tell them, listen, we have opportunities in lithium, gold, not just steel, right? So there is more than enough to go around. Yes, Dangote has stepped up. Use the Dangote's announcement as leverage to highlight it to other people, to tell them, come into the industry and invest. The more manufacturers you have, the better it is for the economy. It's that simple. As a matter of fact, but on conversely, to Ajanle Koko's point, the fact that one person is amassing that level of power should not be the focus. You should make sure that the opportunity exists to as many people as possible. From an economic and a security standpoint, it's better for you, right? If one person is the person that is the point person for major industries in the Nigerian economy, then the Nigerian economy is subject to whatever happens to that person or that person's company. So it's in the best interest of the government to have this open to as many people as possible in as many industries as possible. So that way your economy can grow. And the people that can do it are there. People saying that, oh, they don't want to invest. You never know until you put it out and you have a public conversation about these things. So you can't immediately rule out other people. And at the same time, you shouldn't at the same time crucify Dangote for stepping forward to say, I want to be the one to take this opportunity. So that's the point I wanted to make.
What is this about this draft proposal for 8
Yeah, I was going to take you to that next because your first topic was somewhat of a general conversation. Draft bill proposing 8 region structure for Nigeria to be sent to Tinubu. So this is Senator Fakonda, who is passing through a bill to revert Nigeria back to that regional sort of structure. So give us brief thoughts on that, and then we'll move on.
I think I worry. Sorry about that. I worry about these lawmakers that we have at the moment, because some of the things what they did with the national anthem and the outcomes of the 2014 so-called, I don't know what it is, some kind of gathering where they came up with recommendations. Some of those recommendations were terrible, and some of these our members, they seem to lack imagination. Why would you want to go back to the previous what we've just had before? Don't you think you run a risk of repeating history? Because that system, if it was so good, how did it lead to so much fall? And you can reject the system all you want. The system is not the problem. It's the people that are the problem. The UK has some terrible system. If you look at the UK system, it's a horrible system. And they use it to run half of the world. The country is so divided. Every part of the north of the UK is nobody listens to them. It's like they are just appendages of the nation, and then the south just does everything however they like, and they get away with it, and they run the world, and we keep tinkering with regions, states, and all the rest. Or if you truly want to have systems that are creative, you can look at the Swiss system that is very clear. If you are so much interested in democracy, then you take the power from the center and give it to the people. Have a direct democratic system. And at the same time, if you are interested in all the regions producing their presidents, you can have similar system that the Swiss have, which is the EXPO is there, the example is there. You can have the let's say they go for 8 regions. You can have 8 presidents at the same time. And they can rotate. They call it a presidential council. You can do that. And then all Nigerians will move on from governance issue and focus on building a nation. But these people don't have vision. All they want to think about is how what the Nigerians tend to do. What I see with Nigerians, they tend to want to get one over the other. This region wants to look for another region to oppress, one other minority to oppress. Let's get more region. What is that going to do for you? It's just going to keep you in the same place where you're going to be arguing amongst yourself. I have not looked at the details, but I fear that is just another crazy suggestion that they always come up with. They will say, let's rotate the presidency. Some of them say, let's rotate the presidency. So it takes about 30 years for the presidency to be rotated. When, given this way Nigeria is, it can easily be truncated halfway. And then it sabotages the whole process, whereby some people will say, oh, see, because it's our turn now, and they went and sabotage the democratic process or change the process again. All this stuff doesn't help. For me, if you want to change the Nigerian system, the only thing that is worthy of changing, you have to move to a direct democratic system. That is a new thinking. This going back in time to try to relive the past is not going to get us anywhere. It's just going to make the nation fly apart again. The center is barely strong enough to hold together right now. That's one of my biggest concerns with the Nigerian state. The center is so weak, then you want to make more regionalized state. We have governors acting like rogue agents as we speak right now. They don't want to give local governments power and all the rest. They are fighting the center. And you want to make great regions. Again, before when we had regions, we had 2 separatist movements in less than 1 year. Adakaboro did his own, and Ojukwu did his own in less than 1 year.
The states are basically regions right now. Just give the states control of police or control. I'm not even sure that is necessary at this moment. Control of resources. Assign more resources to them, or just focus on building a nation. The UK didn't care about all these things. They just focus on building a strong nation. Most nations, that's how they operate. All this so-called rejigging the listing and rejigging the formula, hoping that something works, it's not going to work. And I don't just subscribe to all this, and I worry that the president will just sign off on this one again, and nobody asks serious questions about this.
But has this bill even got to National Assembly?
Exactly. Who did they debate with? Who did they consult?
No, I think it's in the National Assembly now.
No. Yeah, this bill hasn't even got to National Assembly. I'm not sure that it's something that has been debated in the House, probably in Senate or House of Rep. I think it's just more of a bill.
It's just a draft. It's not gotten anywhere.
With the president,
I hope it ends there. I hope this will have good suggestions.
Most of these are legislature. People don't know. Most of them are just lazy. It's just laziness. There are a whole lot of things that they need to.
But this bill has popular appeal,
because everybody is nostalgic about the past.
Contrary to whatever it is Nigeria just said, a lot of Nigerians feel that if the country is regionalized and then you have a weaker center, and then it gives them that sense of ethnic nationhood, which a lot of aspiration in the country.
Mr. Wama, please, can I ask why 8 regions? Please, I want to quickly. Why 8 regions? Nobody has even bothered to ask why.
I think it's expanded beyond like Tunaja was saying. Like all those Adaka Borough not wanting to be part of the Eastern region, so they are recognizing ethnic stocks that are naturally formed together.
And let's see how it makes sense. Let's discuss it. 8 regions. We don't just throw it away like that. 8 regions like figure. Let's discuss it. How 8 regions make sense. Another good topic to discuss.
The South will be extremely rich. If you create the 8 regions and you say, okay, South go on their own and they control their
okay,
resources,
what are the regions? Does anybody know the
exactly? We don't even have the divisions yet. I've not seen the 8 divisions yet. Let somebody look for it, and so that we know what they are trying to do. Because if you give the South their origin, they will be very, very happy for it. For it now, it's not a problem. I think the problem in Nigeria is about the center. Most of the time, people worry too much about the center. And if you personally, I think that presidential council is a good idea because one, it makes every region feel like they are part of the center. And then they can select one person to represent the presidential council every year. And it means that every region is ruling the country at the same time. And how is it that our lawmakers don't even ponder this as an option? They keep harking back to where you go get powerhouses here. You want to form another big regional government in one area, and you have another big region.
We've got the regions to Nigeria. If I can just whisk through it. The southern region made up of Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, etc., and optional inclusions of some sub-ethnic spaces. The southeastern region, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo. The midwestern region, Edo Delta, and possibly incorporating Anioma people, and the Eastern Middle Belt region are comprising of northern Cross Rivers, southern Kaduna, southern Borno, Adamawa, etc. The West Middle Belt region, that's Kebbi, parts of Kwara, Niger State, etc. The northwestern region, Kaduna, Sokoto, etc. And then of course the southwestern region, which are so that's essentially.
I knew they were going to go after Southwest. They were going to take some chunk out of Southwest.
It's not a completely senseless idea. It's not a completely senseless.
It's not completely senseless. But what does it matter? Are they going to give them resource control? If you give them resource control, the South is going to be by far the richest.
That's why I said it can be discussed.
Then why don't you just give the states the ability to do the same thing now? Why bother with regions? That is not how America does it to an extent.
Yeah, that's also good. Control. That's also another good idea. That is what I would have. That is what I would have advocated for. That's like
You know
Like
the
the states
problem of
controlling
this
35% and
you know
giving
the problem of
65%
this
to the federal
politicians.
government. You
We
know,
keep, you know, the problem of these politicians. They keep looking for a way to expand, expand and expand and expand. Now, these 8 regions that you're saying, you're not telling me that you are scrapping the states, right? The states will still be there. You have this, this is the regional, this is regional, that. And the major problem of Nigeria is even these guys. And every time they all, for 4 years, say National Assembly, Senate, House of Rep, for 4 years, there are a whole lot of things that they need to do. They would rather leave those ones and focus on those ones that make headlines.
Exactly. Waste of time.
And they go there Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. What do? Nothing. There are a whole lot of things that, even if you look at it, even in the constitution, a whole lot of things that that doesn't even make sense. That you think, okay, these guys should just focus on working on some of these things. They won't do that. Everybody, was it not last 2 weeks? Okay, they were this guy was more of like, oh yeah, he wants to have this, he wants to have that. Today, this one too. And in most cases, what most of these guys do is, they want, everybody wants me. I want to propose this bill that everybody will know that this is me, this is this. But at the end of the day, if you look at it, of what benefit does some of all those things have? Like National Assembly now, I'm expecting them to kind of like say, okay, fine, by crook by force, they want to join join federal government in that suit in Supreme Court. But that's not what they are even focusing on.
Which suit? The local government suit? Yeah.
They should try and focus and say they want to join federal government and support federal government. But it's a lie. They won't do all sorts of things. They would rather focus.
If I had the president's ear, I would just advise him to go for it, because most of Nigeria, what they tend to worry about is that they don't have a lot of say in the center. Even when their resources are being taken to the center, because they feel like they don't have a say. And I would say the 6 geopolitical regions I have now, you can select people from there, have a presidential council where not one person rules over everybody for 4 years or so. They rotate them the way they rotate in what you have in Switzerland. And you don't even have to go to direct democratic system. This one alone will neutralize this tension that shows up every 4 years in Nigeria that almost threaten to destabilize the nation. That will take care of that. Then if you really want, if Tinubu is so for democracy, then make it a direct democracy where the people decide most things. Empower the people to do whatever they like with the state. Tinubu is supposed to be a champion for democracy. If I was listening to him, that is where you start from. I've said it before. If you want to build a democratic state, we shouldn't imagine an America. We should imagine a more advanced system. And one of the most advanced I see in the world today is that of Switzerland. They have different regions in Switzerland and different languages. And they manage to make it work perfectly well for themselves. And I think that kind of system will benefit Nigeria, because it's going to take all these angst and suspicion away from, who is in the center. No, when you know your man is part of the presidential council, you're not going to complain now. You're going to be like, the only thing you're going to be complaining about is, why are they not doing anything for us? Not about this thing, what they call it, about tribalism or being marginalized anymore. That goes away. And these are lawmakers. How many of them? Altogether, senators are 190 and the others are maybe 300 something. None of them have seen that there are different systems in the world and they can use this system to neutralize that tension in the country. Why would you want your country to be going through this every year? Every 4 years, I mean. Every time, the tribalism constantly. Just neutralize it. You don't see this tension in Switzerland at all, because they've neutralized it a long time
The
ago.
downside of a presidential council is indecision, analysis paralysis.
No. They decide for amongst themselves. So they have to decide.
Nigeria, you see what you said. It's easy to say, but to implement some of all those things, particularly in a country like Nigeria, is complex. Very, very complex.
How?
And yeah, it's very, very complex. You can work in Switzerland. I'm telling you, if you try such a thing in Nigeria, it's not going to work.
Okay, tell me what the problem is if every region produces a member of the council.
See, even within
problem. You see, you said we should be looking at advanced system, not like America. We have not even done well with elementary. not talk of secondary, are taking us to advance. Even this small one now that we are doing, look at what we have made out of it. You understand? So if we bring that up, we will even have problem understanding it, how it's supposed to run, and that alone is going to waste another term of national life, 3, 4, 5, 7 years, and then we'll be struggling. And later somebody say this is not working, then we'll go back.
I think you are misconstruing the term advanced as being more difficult to understand. If anything, is actually the easier form to understand. If you empower people knowing that they know all they have to do is get a certain amount of support for an idea and they can change the laws, they will do that. And if people believe that they have somebody representing them in the center of power, the president is not one person. The president is about 6 people at a time, and they just choose one person to represent them at a time. Decision making is like a Supreme Court. You have to decide. You vote, and whoever wins the vote carries the day in any presidential council. That's how it works.
Nigeria, you see, it's not as easy as you've just said it. And for me, you see all this copy and paste, all these, this working in this place. That's one of the major problems that country has. I'm not even for me, if you ask me, all this region, all this thing, all this thing, we know the problem. What we currently have, right? We can shave some things out of what we currently have and make what we currently have work. We can make it work. It's not like even the politicians know we can make it work.
Yeah, but it's not the best system. You always have this tension. I was here during the election time.
There is no best system anywhere.
See, there are best actually. Some are better than the other. Go and look at Switzerland GDP per capita.
Wait. We always talk about best system. There is no best system anywhere. Every system has every system.
Okay, tell us the problem, because we keep talking about potential issues, but nobody actually goes to the core of it and say, this is the problem I have with it.
Okay, wait. What is the problem? Why are we in what we are now? You've said one thing. You said, okay, fine. A lot of power is centralized, right? The local government are not working, right?
Yeah, somebody that wanted 70% of the vote is running the country as if they 100%.
Wait. Even with what we have,
where has anybody ever won 100% of the vote?
Yeah, but that's my point. If you have regional, presidential systems, that goes away. That angst goes away.
Even instead of even doing all this regional thing, right? If you want to divide that country, divide. Because all this, we do parliament.
You are still not saying what the problem is. Let's not waffle around, please. Let's focus
because
on what I said.
The problem is we all agree that the local governments are not working, right? We all agree that federal government should shed some things, right? Make it, decentralize some things. We all agree that most of the things in the exclusive list should not even be in the exclusive list. So we all agree that give more power to the local, give more power, not just the state government. Give more power, make those guys, make them effective. We all agree now. And we all know that that's the big problem.
But you're still going to have the 4-year problem now, because you still have to elect the members of the presidential council. So it doesn't take it away. It doesn't take the 4-year problem away. It doesn't take the political manipulation away. It doesn't just make it more complex. Instead of electing one people, we have to elect
what it takes away is that the north and south problem. And when everybody knows they are contributing to the center, it's only the regions that they're competing amongst themselves. Whoever emerges from each region to the center.
Now, in the southwest now, if you now say, how can it be that people that are dominating? How can it be? Look at the tension between.
So seriously, is that where you want to go now? They're already doing that for governorship now. Come on. That's a lower level problem to have than the national one.
Tunaja, hold on, please. Someone is echoing heavily. Yes, I don't know. Maybe it's from you or the other guy.
Am I?
Yeah. One man, are you there? One man.
I'm here. I think it's coming from Patrick, I suspect. But tonight I bring it on so we can move.
Let me just summarize and finish so that some other person can go. Yes, there are various systems that you can have, and I agree this is not priority because any system you can still make any system work if you have visionaries and people that align with that vision. But if you are to choose any system, we should choose a system that neutralizes the powerhouses. We should choose a system that neutralizes most of our tribal angst, where we are always feeling like the person controlling the center is always from one region or they are getting more representation. But if you have a situation whereby you have a presidential council, all that goes away. The South is represented, Southeast, Southwest, everybody is there at the same time making decisions for the nation. They have to carry a vote, and whoever wins the vote, the majority wins the vote, goes ahead to this thing and carry the law out. And if you are looking to improve the democracy, pass the power to the people, which means the center, they don't even have that much power. The people are the ones that will be deciding. Local government, state government, regional, the people will be deciding everything. And I think it's a beautiful system, actually, if you create that, because Nigeria is so multifaceted. You have their religious leanings, different religious leanings, different tribal leanings, and all the rest of it. And because it's now regionalized, all those people can manifest whatever they want to manifest, and the center is still stable without all the poisonous and toxic argument that we have every 4 years. It goes away, and it goes to a lower level whereby it happens within people that are similar. People like within somebody said the kitty and the rest, they will have the argument locally, but the argument has already been had now in terms of governorship and state assembly elections. So that is a lower level problem than the one that threatens the center. That said, I thank you all for listening to me, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So we do this just to get through, to get to people very, very quickly. We'll do 5 minutes monologues. Not that just so that everybody gets to speak quickly, and then we free flow with the rest of it. So we'll kick it off with Ola. We go Ola Efosa, and then we go Ahizon, and then we take it from there. Ola, you're up first. Just a free flow if you want.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Where should I start now? Did we complete that of Dangote the other time? I'm not sure.
I don't think we will ever come to a convergence on that one. Some people are they are just a bit reticent about the idea of one person controlling so much. But the other, I think you are more inclined that if he has the capacity, let him run it.
Yeah, because I've always been pro. That's why I was asking to Nigeria the other time that what changed. Because I was going to be like Passat, brag like Passat that oh, you should give me the credits because I've always been supporting Dangote. So the thing is, when people are looking at saying Dangote is monopolizing, and I keep saying there are over 100,000 of industry. Let's even go and open a particular one of those industry up and let someone complain about you as a monopoly in that industry. So don't come and tell me a story about someone that is monopolizing and you are not even doing anything to counter. And I think two gentlemen spoke about that perfectly the other time. Which I think they spoken well. And when Man of President was saying, what are the benefits to the masses? Because that kind of question was one of the most shocking questions to me, because when you say, what's the benefit of Dangote Refinery, Dangote Cement, and the industry? When we are talking of a single the largest private sector employer in the country, and don't forget that those people that guy employ, they will go to the market, they will help the market woman, they will help Alaba people, they will subscribe to those people that are doing entertainment, and they will subscribe to phone. And when you have people like that doing a lot, working and earning, they spend in the market, and such kind of thing make the environment work, and it makes the environment safer for you, because you never knew what will happen if those people that Dangote employed today, I'm still talking of direct employment. You never knew what will happen to you in terms of security if those people have nothing to do and you are just driving and you come across them inside the hold up in your traffic in Oshodi, and they are taking off your asset or whatever. So you look at it, and indirect people that are benefiting from them. So when we bring up this our theory about monopoly, about all those stuff, okay, I asked you a question. For more than 5 decades, we have those industries there, they are not functional. So how come that it is every time that Dangote opened up that place, it become monopoly? We have Innocent Motor monopolizing its own car production in the southern is there. I would have loved a situation whereby they'll be shouting that that guy is monopolizing. But you know one thing about Innocent Motor is this: they are not even accusing him of monopoly. People want to use negative PR to run him down. Oh, it's an assembly. He is not producing. He is not a manufacturing. But come on. Let us even be proud of whatever we have. You know, it is for me, every Nigerian manufacturer that employ people, they will always have my respect. Carry your theory about oligopoly or monopoly, whatever. It's left to you. Just go and do your own and be and try to be that monopoly. It'd be interesting. Now, when people now say, when you terrorize it now, everything, why don't we have monopoly of someone in the power sector? It is always where we see someone doing very well. It is always where those people attract enemy. The power sector is there now. Tomorrow, if Dangote venture into power sector and suddenly we start generating 50,000 megawatts, the story will change. Oh, government is supporting him. Oh, that. So go and do your monopoly somewhere. And whatever we have, let us just encourage. May God bless Dangote, honestly. May God bless Dangote because for a person like him to even establish in Nigeria, that means that you are credit worthy, because I don't imagine myself as a financial institution and you don't have a capacity and I will give you your money. So, and those people giving him money, they are not stupid. Those people that will not give other one on B money too, they are not stupid because they know those people with the capacity. One man, can you just guide me through the topic before I overtalk?
All right. Let me take you to no, this one now. You know, this is one of the canes that they used to whip the Nigerian, especially this administration. It says at 289, Nigeria's delegation is the largest at 2024 ILO conference. So I don't know what the ILO conference is, and I'm not especially International Labour Conference. So is this
one man, let me help you a little bit.
Right.
All those labor people shouting minimum wage, everything.
Is this Joe Ajero enjoying the dollar?
All of them, even the state owns, all of them followed. All of them are there. Were there.
And at whose expense?
At whose expense? Is it their private money?
Wait, let me ask you this. Wait. Let me ask you this. How do you know all of them are there?
Don't you? When people were saying, when they talk about minimum, they said all of them said they were still in international ILO conference. When they are back, that's when they start.
Who said what? Where's the publication? I would like to see it, please.
No, I can get it for you. All of them were there. Ajero, all of them were there.
Because that just seems going against the grain. How are you on one hand
I am telling you,
protesting about to shut the country down, on another hand you're attending an ILO conference?
I will try and get
it. No, I've always insisted that these people are just after money. You know, it's just
yeah. One man, I want to see, because it just, you know, sometimes people
it runs contrary to the spirit of the moment.
Exactly. And you know, sometimes people bring up these things to try to discredit the movement that they are generating, or with reasons why they're protesting. So it's important to verify the evidence of this.
It says that the document, let me give you this. It says the document also listed 116 others under workers delegates, whilst 2 were identified as persons occupying the minister. Joe Ajero, the president of Nigeria Labour Congress, and Festus Osifo, president of the trade union, were registered as workers delegates. Brazil, second to Nigeria, had 191. So we are almost even double the second person.
So you can see that Ajero was there.
It says registered. It says registered as delegates. It didn't say they were in attendance.
They are telling us the people there now.
But woman, he said registered as delegates. It didn't say they were in attendance.
Oh, you mean they are registered but did not attend? Is that what you're
saying? It's possible. You can register for an event but not be there physically.
They were there.
They attended though. All these people went. Nigeria again having the largest delegate. They can't wait to run out of the country. These people, man, and they are supposed to be labor.
This is the document right here. This is from the International Labour Organization, and it gives us the list. It's a PDF file. I can send it in. So Joe Ajero is a gangster. As we already.
Woman, you can register for an event, right? Wait. I've done this before. You can register for an event. There've been international events. I've said, okay, I'm going to go, but then something comes up and you end up not being there. But on the list of attendees, my name will still be there. It doesn't mean that I am there in person.
Ajero was there.
Okay, I'm saying we should verify it, my brother. I'm not saying you're lying.
Wait now.
So I'm just saying we should verify it. That's all.
Even all of them, you see all these delegates that you see, NURTW, they were there. Road transport, they were there. All of them were part of these workers' delegates.
I'll look into it some more. It just doesn't add up at all. Because who is paying for it? Is it the same government that they're protesting that is going to pay for them to go?
Okay, do you know how much labor? Do you know how much? It's not even. Do you know they have money? Do you know how much they collect from every worker's salary for NLC?
So you're saying that they're telling everybody else to sit at home, but then they're taking funds from the organization to travel abroad?
They were there. Forget
okay.
about.
I'll look into it. I just want to verify that that's actually the case, because that discredits that. If they are there, it discredits their.
Let me tell you another thing that could be that.
I'm man of no, it's not.
That want to japa to use that delegate registration to buy the and can go. So some of those
that's a possibility.
Yeah, it happens. You see, we have labor conference. We have they put their cousins, their village.
Patrick, your mic is a very quickie, but
okay, I'm sorry. So they use them as. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it has like an under.
Yeah, so they use them as Japan. So they are not necessarily at the expense of labor. That's what I feel.
Okay. Like we used to do. Remember, they used to do that with Super Eagles fan club back in the day. Everybody would sign up for fan club, and then when they go abroad, they just find their way.
That's what labor, their own cash cow every year. All these international labor ILO conference, all of them, they pack themselves. Even the states, if you are NLC chairman in state, you want to be part of that delegation.
I'll look into it some more to learn more about it, because if that is true, they've lost credibility big time.
You see, any way we see it, whether it's just by registration or they're in attendance, the fact that we have the largest number shows how we are so inefficient in the way we manage our resources. We tend to allocate resources to things that we crave, that further deepen our problem, instead of putting money in something that will make us progress. So we just be imagining the same labor people that are suffering. You are putting so much money, to attend a program where that even in this age we have, you can just have fraction of these people go to that place and find a way to connect with whatever they are doing online. But then, like Patoski said, some people, it can be just about a japa or whatever they want to do there. So it won't be a surprise to me if the entire 289, or at least 75% of the 289 are there. So that's what we have.
One man.
So
I'll put something in the chat. Can you open it?
Me or one man?
No, one man. I put something in the private chat for the person.
One man has gone to the fridge.
Or the person asking for Ajero.
Okay, one man.
And then the NLC will wait, as a matter of fact. for the next line of action based on how the president handles this matter. The NLC will not have its position forwarded to the president and go ahead, to take certain action. But when the president finally, takes a decision on this, the National Executive Council, will.
So that's Joe Ajero enjoying whatever it is that they eat in Switzerland.
They really can't wait to go and.
The whole thing is a scam now.
I
don't know why.
Who provided it? Was it Jide that provided it?
No, that was Larry.
Larry, thank you for providing it. This is a credibility loser right here. He has lost credibility. You cannot, woman, you cannot
get what you. I don't get it. So they should not.
No. You cannot listen. Let me explain my stance on this. I stand for what's right. Wait.
Hold on.
Wait. I have been on their side on this protest. You understand? But if I am a leader of something like this, to the point where we're about to turn off the grid in the country, and we're trying to hold government accountable to something, you have to set a very clear example. You cannot go anywhere until this is resolved. You cannot travel anywhere. You cannot go for conference. What are you going for conference for?
It shut down the national grid and it's
running to Switzerland. For what? It is ridiculous. I have been on their side, but this makes him lose credibility. You cannot do this sort of thing. It is uncalled for. You cannot champion a cause, telling people to sit at home and give away their paycheck, but you are traveling to Switzerland on whose dime?
One man, Ajani said something yesterday that most of us we didn't pay attention to. When he said they shut down,
you guys are not serious.
They say they shut down national grid. Do we have like before?
I don't know. I want to know. One penny national grid.
No. Hold on. Forget the national grid. But the point that Aizon is making, this guy has held the country to hostage.
So they just not have representation again.
Can he not delegate somebody? Is it not the one? Is it not the one coordinating the strikes in Nigeria?
International conference, labor leaders. So he should not attend it. Is that what that?
Maybe the country is going through. When it held the country to hostage.
Why didn't you tell your president to delegate people out?
Why don't you? He is not the president. Ajero is not the president of Nigeria. He cannot do this kind of thing and hold any credibility.
No,
he cannot.
Hold on. This guy, they've already registered for this thing long time ago, before now.
It doesn't matter. He cancels it. He will cancel it.
He cannot cancel it.
Why not?
It doesn't even have to be there in
How many, if he wants to go, right, can you ask NLC, how many delegations did they send to that conference? They said 289. Out of 289, 100 and something are workers' representative. NLC was there. TUC was there. NURTW was there. Road transport, all of them were there. Almost all the state chairmen of NLC were there. At the point, they said all of them. I was reading something when one of them was saying all of us are in ILO. When we come back, we'll come and discuss again.
And Larry, this is the guy that is telling the government to cut government ways to pay salary. Look at that.
People, they need to even hold NLC accountable for the money they are deducting from workers' salary. This is what they use the money to do.
Honestly, I part of me feels like an idiot for supporting these people, because I thought that they actually had some real cause that they were pushing for. But to do this kind of thing, they're asking people to give up their livelihood, to sit at home for a cause. Yet you're taking money from where, Lord knows where, and you're traveling to Europe to go sit at the conference. Not you, not 5 of you, over 100. We can't justify this. It doesn't matter where we stand on whether or not they should get compensated. Come on now. Doesn't make any sense at all.
Aison is a real activist. Baba Jalekoko is not at all.
Okay.
Because Baba Jalekoko doesn't understand the situation.
You see,
look, Baba, if something is happening in the country and the president is traveling out,
let me talk. You go, you have the floor. Let me interject. Look, do you know how many unions that are under the umbrella of NLC? Do you know? You guys don't know. We have the banking union. We have some other sectors union, separate from each other.
Baba.
But they fall, hold on now.
All the union under NLC are not up to 20.
Okay, I don't know whether they are 20.
That's what I'm telling you, sir. All the unions under NLC are not up to 20.
Okay, fine. They are not onto 20.
Yes, sir.
Fine. I agree with you. Even though we don't have the fact to that effect.
Even TUC has more than NLC.
Okay, fine. So when you have all these organizations as sisters organization to NLC, so this international conference, it matters most to them because they didn't just call that conference for bread and butter. It's for, you know, a way of coming together and coming out with, you know, a decision that can better the life of workers around the world.
Baba.
Larry, let Ajalekoko land that point, and then maybe Ola will round it off so that we can just move around that quickly.
No, I just want to ask Baba one thing. Does that justify, because in the hierarchy of nations, in terms of even in Africa where Nigeria stands now, does that justify why we should have the largest delegation there?
Well, that
twice as large as the second country.
Well, yes, we have to interrogate.
We have to?
Hold on. I said we have to interrogate that reason why they have largest delegation. And this delegation, who sponsored them? Are they self-sponsored? Is it NLC sponsored? All these, you are talking about.
They cannot be self-sponsored if they're representing the NLC.
Out of 289, 100 and something were sponsored by government. That's why they are workers' representative.
Okay. They are sponsored by government, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it tells us that the government sees the importance of them traveling to that place. So Nigerian president is very important. We know what the workers are facing in Nigeria. So they can go to that organization, to that conference, table.
289 of them have to go. 289 of them.
Someone just said that government sponsored one.
Do you know the amount of ESTA code that these guys
collect? Hold on now. Whether you just said that government sponsored, a large number of them, right? So it just shows that the government is behind these people going there. So we can't just look at because of their attendance there. Okay, if that 190 are not sponsored by government, that tells me that we will have, we will have been one of those countries that went there with less or the least delegation. to that conference.
Well, don't you see that conflict of?
But the government sponsor them. You are not looking at that side that, oh, why they are so large there is
all right.
Sponsored. Then you want to criticize them.
No,
they are.
Patrick, let us then Lokoko speak, please. Yeah.
Government sponsor them. So when government sponsor, there must be reason for that. So are you saying they are not stakeholder in Nigeria? Why do you always want to go after the workers? But when your administration, when they went with the largest delegation to Dubai, you are not coming after them like this. What has the worker done to you people? Is their presence there? Does it stop the ongoing negotiation in Lagos or in Nigeria for better life for workers? It doesn't. They just go to be at the conference for some few days and come back to Nigeria and continue the negotiation. What is the criticism for these people all the time? Every action that the workers take, you guys must go after them. When they strike, you blame them. When they don't strike, you say they don't have they are not standing up enough. And they go to conference.
But Ajale Koko, they criticize the government for taking such a large delegation to Qatar and all the rest.
We all did here now.
The same thing should be said for the workers too, especially the workers that claim to.
They are just said one of these people criticizing just gave us this information that government sponsor about 190 of them. So what do you want them to do?
Reject it.
Is it their fault?
Reject it. Ask them to put that money towards the minimum wage. Maybe minimum wage. Signal. Why do they need so many people? They need more people than China. Seriously, you arguing for that?
Imagine they need more delegates than America. But let me play this clip and then all around of that space. Let me play this clip. It's still in that.
NLC have always spoken out national policies, but worried that they will prefer this critical period in our nation to be in Geneva rather than partner with the parliament to resolve the issues they have with the executive. This is the mandate of the Constitution with regards to what the parliament ought to do. The leadership of the National Assembly condemns equally the inability of the Nigerian Labour Congress to attend this all-important public hearing.
So there it is. They're in the thick of negotiations with the government around the worker salary, but then they put it on abeyance to go and do
so they are buying into this foolishness that this one. So they have not been. Hold on now. Hold on. Are you saying that they never informed this idiot that is talking to the press that they're gonna go for a conference? Are you saying that they never notified them? No, don't follow this idiot politician, man.
Nobody's even following it now. No.
What have they done to the workers for the past 1 year?
Hold on now. Don't do that now.
No, hold on, woman. I'm not doing anything.
No. We already know all that.
Since 2019,
you're not even listening to. Okay, carry on.
What have they done for the workouts? They have been asking for better minimum wage since 2018 or 2009. I mean, when was that? 2019 or 2018? They didn't do anything. Now look at him grandstanding. They don't come to this conference. And you want to start championing this. Let me leave it, man.
The point the guy is making is they're in the thick of negotiations with the government. They are holding the country. They've shut the country down with strikes. And what's the next logical, sensible thing to do? To take the largest delegation to Geneva to go and collect the quota. It's just.
I'm even surprised that Baba Ajale Koko is supporting these people. That's why sometimes I would say, Baba Ajale Koko, wait for your friend Showore to make his comment on this type of matter. Because I know when Showore speak, you'll be shocked that he will speak against this irresponsibility and reckless attitude and reckless display. So any way we want to justify this thing, right? You understand? We can't condemn government for spending the taxpayer money on Hajj. And now say I will now justify Nigeria sending the largest delegate when we have India, where we have Brazil that not even up to roll that are even like almost double of our population. When we have what do we call it? When we have China not even sending up to, we have United States. The question I would love to ask is this attendance going to industrialize our country, or what's the benefit? What's the benefit of this to the workers? So the thing is this: he who must come to equity must come with clean hands. We've always known that these people are corrupt. We've always known that they are not really standing absolutely unlikely for the workers like that, because once they're in position of power, they abuse the same power position like the Senate, like the rep, like the senators and the reps that we are all talking against, even like the federal government. We've seen some of them in power. For example, Oshiomhole. Now tell me, what did Oshiomhole in his entire time in the Senate and his entire time as a governor, what has he done to improve the life of the workers, even right from his state? So see, these guys, they all have survival instinct. Anything that can give them cash, anything that can give them the opportunity to make more is what they are fighting. So don't let us misconstrue or misrepresent their fight for themselves sometimes as a fight for the masses or for the workers. So any way we want to see this thing, any way, you can't be saying you can't be saying the government that we are not diligent, that we are not responsible fiscally. At the same time, you are even, in fact, a significant part of that irresponsibility. So,
Ola, they collected bribe from Tinubu. That's bribe from Tinubu.
No,
You
it's
see
bribe
that
now.
it's bribe.
I mean, it's a payoff. We always said they were in it for the payoff now. It's a payoff now.
We have always known them that anything that doesn't mention Naira and Kobo, go and study NSC very well. You will never see them there. As long as you don't, but if what is Naira and Kobo, trust me, they can close the hospital in Nigeria for 3 years. They can shut down in fact, if they can block the sea, if they can hold the aircraft for them not to land, they will do. I will see as some people that will still justify and still support them. See, no matter what, this is a shameful act, and honestly, I've never taken them seriously before, so they are just even proving my case for that. Thank you, everyone.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So we go on to Efosa next, and we'll be a bit more rigid with the 5 minutes. Efosa, you're up next. I'm going to push you a little bit with the time, just so that people can get to speak quicker. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. One-Man. Thank you, everyone. I just want to, every evening I'm always here. Sometimes I come to watch every other replay. Sometimes I rewatch them because I've been away from home for some time, So, and there are so many Nigerian channels. I really don't have anything to say. I may not take up to 2-3 minutes. I just want to express my, my appreciation for this channel, because it's balanced. That's why I'm here. Because I'm an independent person. I'm somebody that likes Tinubu. I've said it here before. Yeah, when he was younger, I can never forget my days in Lagos. They are some of the best days of my life. I can never forget. I'm forever connected to, to Amukoko in Lagos. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm so in love with Lagos. I come to YouTube here sometimes just to see how Lagos looks, to see the Lagos Blu-ray. I'm a Lagosian to the core, even though I wasn't born there, but I lived there, I worked there. Lagos is a part of my life, and I will forever love Lagos, It's just a part of me, So we were living those days in Amukoko, going to Alabasuru, Old Ojoro, those were our zone, So it's a beautiful experience. So when I came across this channel a long time ago now, so I just subscribed, I started following every evening when I come.
Sorry, how did you come across the channel?
I think I was watching. I don't know how I come across it again, but it's on YouTube. Yeah, maybe YouTube recommended it to me because I'm always looking out for Nigerian contents on YouTube. You know, so I'm sure.
And who is your favorite panelist apart from Ajale Koko? Don't say Ajale. We already know Ajale Koko. Who's your second favorite panelist? We take it that Ajale Koko will be your favorite.
Okay, I like a rational man because he has independent mind like me. You know, so if Tinubu does well, he says Tinubu does well. I like that. So if Obi does well, but he hardly criticizes Obi, but me, I like Obi, but it's not everything about Obi that I like, you know. And I like Tinubu a lot more because me, I've always been a fan of Tinubu because one thing that really made me to fall in love with Tinubu, I said it here before, when he used to organize the spelling bee competition in Lagos those days, you know. So, you know, the winner of that competition in Lagos will rule Lagos for one day. Then Tinubu was governor of Lagos State. Tinubu, they will bring it to the government house, and the winner, whether a male or a female, will rule Lagos that day. You know, it was a very big thing in Nigeria those days. I don't know why some of us have short memories. This Tinubu was a great guy, you know. Nadeko, we're all looking up to him. I demonstrated for June 12th. So most of these people that are just here, they are people I love right from time, you know, the Bola Iges, just name them, you know. So me, I'm just like a core Yoruba man that is still a Yoruba man. But in other words, I'm trying to say I'm a pan-Nigerian, you know. So I just want us to sometimes have a forum to discuss and know each other better, you know, not just politics. Election is over. When it's 2026, 27.
How is life treating you in Germany?
Very well.
The speaking Deutsch?
Yeah, Mama Mia. I got my Deutsch certificate long ago.
Wie geht's?
Yeah, mir geht es gut, danke.
Okay.
Wie geht's Ihnen? You know, when you are talking to a stranger like that, I cannot say wie geht's dir. Wie geht's dir is a formal way of talking. It's a formal way of addressing someone. You know, so to address someone you don't really have that formal relationship with, if I want to ask you how you are doing, I'll ask you wie geht's Ihnen, because Germany have articles. You know, in English don't have articles. In Germany, in English, a president is a president, but in German, if you are a female, you are a presidentin. We end it. If you are a male, you are a president. So I've passed all those ones. I can teach German, I write in German, I speak German. You know, it's all, those ones are no big deal anymore, brother.
Is there discrimination there?
Never. I've never experienced one since I came here. I'll be here. November will be 15 years. I've never experienced discrimination one day. This country has treated me better than the country where I was born. But I love the country where I was born more because that is my country. You know, no matter.
What's the interaction between Nigerians and other Africans there?
I would say not much because I will say not much except when we go to churches. That's where we interact, or maybe we find ourselves in the same places of work.
Do they fear you? Do they fear you, or do they look up to you, or both?
Yeah, as in Nigeria, they always tell us that we are smarter than them. You know, it's everywhere. They tell us. I say, okay, you guys are timid. They say, yeah. They say because some of the bold things and brave things you guys are able to do, we don't understand it in our country unless we come in contact with you guys. We don't know these things are possible. You know, that is why I said Nigeria is the largest black nation on earth for a reason. Me, I'm very proud of Nigeria. The day Nigeria will dissolve, people will also come back and say, they are taking the hard minds now. They will discover that they are now smaller. And so people will say, my people, they should educate our people. Education is missing there. You know, sir, so people who have quarrel on YouTube over the name Nigeria. What is your big deal? What is the meaning of United?
Yes, we went through that phase.
What
when
is
they were doing that
nigger
area and all that sort of
what
nonsense.
Is the meaning? And that this country, people don't know except you travel out. It's one of the most popular country on earth. Even though our people are trying to bring it down, Nigeria must move forward. You understand what I'm saying? Nigeria must move forward.
What's the interaction with German girls like? Are Nigerians a flavor for German girls? Do they like you? Do they like us? I'm
of
talking
course,
about real German girls. So
of course they do, and I know that there are also other Nigerians in Germany who are watching this podcast and or who will watch it later. You see here, some of the women, they want to have kids with Nigerian men because they say they want to have okay. One day I asked one of them, I said, why do you always want to have children with Nigerian men? I asked this question one day in a club. So the woman said they said because of the Nigerian gene. I said, what is Nigerian gene? He said the Nigerian he said they have a different gene that even other African countries will also say that Nigerians are different, a different species of Africans, and they say it. That is why you see here most of the biracial children are from Nigerians. Most of the biracial children you have here, they are from Nigerian men, Nigerian women. You know, and that is how they give documents here too. Because here, if you cannot go through that process, you cannot be documented in Germany. You must have a kid. That is where they hid the document. You have to get it out from inside that place.
But you are going through a population crisis at the moment. Are you not in Germany? You have an aging population, and the Germans are not giving birth. So are they not importing people or whatever it is? Migrating.
They are. You are very correct. You know, Mr. Wama, you know, this is why I told you before. There are so many Nigerian channels on YouTube. This your channel will grow. It will become like Arise and all. I pray you should continue with this spirit. Don't be influenced by anything, because you are headed towards something very, very great in the media space in Nigeria. If you can consistently, handle it the way you are doing, and you are just doing perfectly well. If this was a pro-Tinubu channel, just solely pro-Tinubu, I would not watch it. If it was a Obi channel, I would never watch it, never, for any reason. There are so many of them like that. Yeah, that's why I don't know many of their names. I hear it when I'm on your channel. They mention Nigeria World, mention Mayegun. I don't watch anything that is too fanatic. No, there is too.
Yeah, no, we're going to be cutting that now. We seem to be advertising too many people, and nobody's advertising.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let me ask him. So you are sounding like you are objective person. So your first love, President Tinubu, how do you think he has done in the last 1 year?
Not as much as I would expect, but take into consideration what I said. I said the Tinubu I knew. You understand? That is what I said. I didn't say the Tinubu of now, but I just told you that I still love Tinubu of now because of the Tinubu I knew. I can't hate Tinubu. There's nothing that will make me to hate Tinubu. He has not done me anything
you can
wrong.
love somebody and not want them to be president.
That is what I'm saying. But I cannot force him not to be president if it's his dream.
Yeah,
that is it.
So, but if you ask you to vote for him, even when he's performing badly, would you vote for him?
If he's performing badly, I will not vote for him. But
that's not the question. Let me read. Hold on. Sorry, can you hear me, Isaac?
Yeah.
Let me rephrase Tunaja's question. After this 1 year of Tinubu, if we had the elections again with all of the same set of protagonists, how would you vote?
If we had the same set of protagonists as in 2023.
Yes, but we've now had Tinubu 1 year. So if the election was today with the same set of protagonists, how would you vote?
Then in 2027, the referendum will not be on Tinubu. You understand? So the people will not judge him based on what he has accomplished in his first term. That's what the people will.
But it's asking you about today. If you have to vote today, after 1 year of Tinubu's, from what you have seen so far, and P2B shows up, Atiku, Kwankwanso, and Tinubu, who would you vote for?
I will still give him the benefit of the doubt because he's the one that have the boldness to confront some of the TT challenges we have been having in the Nigeria economy. Because what he has done now, many of the leaders have been shying away from it in order not to be labeled the villain. But he took the bull by the horn, just like we were talking about the Dangote. Because of Dangote Refinery, now the prices of oil have come down in Nigeria. Because of the
but it's not him that did it, though.
Please let me finish. Please, sorry. Because of the emergence of airpeace, airfare cost collapse in Nigeria. You understand? If a steel company also comes up tomorrow, Whereas comes to the mainstream tomorrow, the cost, the price of steel and building bridges and all those other solid infrastructures in Nigeria will also the prices will also collapse. This is what I'm looking at as somebody.
But that is not Tinubu.
No, because it's not Tinubu, but because he has liberalized the economy now, the naira is on its own. The naira is on its own. It's on. Listen, bros, just listen. It's not by interrupting you will get what I'm
No,
saying.
it's not.
adding.
Don't guide his thought now. You asked him a question, so he's giving you his own opinion. So I think to Nigeria, he wants to corner you. That's what it's.
I'm trying to corner. I'm trying to understand whether he is rational or just love, and he doesn't think about.
No. He's fighting you now. He's giving you citations. He's giving you citations.
Listen to me. I cannot just answer your question directly like that. Say yes, but I would lay a background for you. If by 2026, Nigerians are already beginning to see inflation going down, the naira appreciating. Do you know what the appreciation of naira will mean for the average worker? Let's assume now the minimum wage is 70,000. If the dollar tomorrow appreciates, for instance, to 700 naira to $1, that means an average Nigerian worker minimum wage will not be $100 per month. Will not be $100 per month. No longer maybe like $40 that it is now, 50. That is giving more money to the worker, empowering the worker to make more, to have more purchasing power. So you people just look at it from one angle, but an economist will look at it from different perspectives. How the long run, how everything will benefit. If by 2026 the dollar to naira ratio is 2,500, President Tinubu should not even bother to campaign for re-election. If the dollar depreciates to maybe $3,000,
wow, you're waiting for that to happen. Do you even know where we came from? So you are waiting for it to get to 2,500. We came from.
No. I'm telling you.
Don't open up that portal because
I'm telling you that. If by 2026, dollar is $600, 600 naira to $1, Tinubu will get a re-election easily.
Of course,
it doesn't matter who is standing against him. He will get a re-election, even if he's working with a walking stick. Nigerians will entrust him.
I agree with
the
that.
presidency.
One man, let me know, because I like to tackle people like this to find out why.
But you have to understand what he's saying to you. It's telling you that it is work in progress. That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
and then
I cannot judge you based on today's performance. I cannot judge you.
And then it's telling you that the culmination of everything. So he's liberalized the currency now for the currency to find its own value. It's saying to you that if that value is still in the high octanes by 2027, Tinubu should not even bother to look for re-election. But if the naira fights and establishes a decent value, then it shouldn't even bother to campaign. Just pop champagne and wait for them to give him his return ticket.
And you know, one man, I don't know if we mentioned this. We just got the benefit of a weaker naira. Our balance of trade is now 6.52 trillion surplus. Before devaluation, it was 1.413 trillion deficit. So you can see that the weaker currency has, either increased our exports because our things are cheaper, or it's kind of like tepid the demand for foreign stuff. So we have a positive balance of trade right now. Anyway, continue.
That's an ongoing battle. Hold on. That's an ongoing battle between the United States and China as well, because the Americans are claiming that the Chinese deliberately weaken their currency for balance of trade.
Balance of trade, of course, yes.
Yes. So what happened there is that it reduced the demand for foreign goods because obviously things are about 2 to 3 times more costly to buy. So that will reduce the cost. But that doesn't mean the Nigerian economy is doing any better. It might actually stimulate local manufacturing if, let's say, people need certain things desperately and they cannot buy it from overseas because it's so expensive now. Then it might trigger the Nigerian market to respond and supply those things. The question is whether the government is tapping into that. The idea that, you see, my concern is that somebody would dig a hole and cover it. Nigerians will thank them for it. And that is my serious concern. We don't know when we're getting conned. This hole was dug by the current government. And now somebody is saying that if he just recovers a little bit in the next couple of years, he should just win the election. And that is the con that bothers me. And okay, sorry, let me just add this. What he said about Tinubu doing very well as a governor, that's a very good thing that Tinubu did. If he gave a young person the chance to rule the Lagos for a day, we know what it's like. But it's a good signaling thing to involve Nigerians. But do you see him doing that now? He's not doing that now. He went and changed the Nigerian anthem without even consulting Nigerians at all.
Wait. Who are our representatives in the National Assembly? What's their job? If they're representing Nigerians and they voted for something, who did he consult then? Why do we talk like this?
Wait a second. Kulata's argument is disingenuous because right now.
Why is it disingenuous?
Let me tell you why it's disingenuous. Let me tell you why. Because right now they're looking to pass a ban on open grazing. But do you know what else they're doing? They're having an open public hearing where the Cattle Rearers Association, the farmers, and all the different stakeholders are going to come and they're going to be addressed and they're going to give their input. So that could have easily been done as well with something like the national anthem. So your argument that our representatives is where it should have stopped doesn't hold water because that same argument can be made for this open grazing bill in the sense that their representatives are there, and they have said that they are not just going to pass it because they see without the input of those people it can be deemed unconstitutional. I listened to the interview from the man from Kebbi who was arguing in favor. I wasn't actually arguing in favor of it. He was just saying that it should be more balanced. And I listened to Abaribe's piece with Charles as well. The two opposing sides of that argument. So there's something like national, even the Attorney General from Tinubu's government said it should have been open to the public. So I get where you're coming from, but it doesn't hold water.
It was open.
No, it was not. No, it wasn't. It was passed in under a week, and before people could barely.
Please, one man, please. 3 people are speaking same time. Please now.
Let me ask a question. What is when you elect a representative representing you? You elected them. You also elected a Senate, and they deliberate. On whose behalf are they acting?
They are acting as representatives of the people. That is true.
Okay, so that's fine. That answers my question. That's
no consultation with the people. When you are changing the national anthem, you know full well what I'm talking about. There's no consulting the people. When Tinubu decided to bring...
leave Kulata. Kulata also tell you that they consulted the people before they bought $160,000 car as well.
If they ask anybody...
You're being disingenuous.
The idea will be thrown out.
To Niger, the people were consulted. The national... it's a carryover from the
2014 confab. 2014,
which everybody discussed. So it's not a new concept.
In 2014 confab, it was a suggestion. It wasn't a done deal. See, people keep bringing that up like it was a done deal. It was a suggestion by certain aspects of the people that attended, but it was not set in stone that would be changed back to the old one. Okay, so let's be clear about that. It wasn't like, we have resolved that the national anthem should be changed. No, certain people suggested it. It was never a done deal. These guys took it in, and that's why they passed it so fast, because they wanted to pass it before anyone got a chance to even bring up any kind of opposition.
At all. It's unbelievable stuff. This kind of stuff, people have to sing with, and you don't give people a chance to have an input at all.
Can I say something? Please, one man, please, bear me. When anybody raises a bill in the House, why do they make it pass through the first reading, second, and before? It's because it's there for your representative from your state, if you don't want that bill to be passed, to raise an objection. So if you are telling me now that your representative from your state is not representing you, I don't know where you are getting that from.
Do you want the president to come and knock my door in Okeo? That you want to change
What
the
I
national
want the
anthem?
president to do
Or to
when
come and
what
let
I
me
want the
finish,
president to
please.
do
Let
is
me
to
finish,
throw it
please.
back and say,
Let me
consult your
finish.
people more widely.
Let me finish, please. Please, let me finish. Do you want the president to come and knock your door, my door in Okeo, or Kolata in Oshun? Kolata, wake up on your bed, do we want to? What are you talking about? It's your representative, the Senate, and the House of Rep. So those reading is there so that anybody that wants to object, oppose from your representative can raise an eyebrow. What are you talking
I
about?
don't know why you are defending Tinubu. Tinubu told you himself that
What does Tinubu have to do with this?
Tinubu said himself.
Let's not get
the
too
box
locked in
stops
that
with him,
space.
that we should not be pretending that the box stops with him. He could have said, you know what, this thing is moved too fast. Let's consult the people. The people don't have a say. And we are going to an anthem that was written by a foreigner. We didn't even consult our people.
Thomas, let me ask Thomas a question.
I wonder why
Let me ask Thomas a question,
they're
please.
talking like these
Let me
people
ask
consult
Thomas a
their people
question.
about, and did they consult their people before they bought you
Let me
$160K
ask
US dollar
Thomas
car?
a question.
He's talking like this.
All right.
Thomas,
Hold on, everyone. Latter, yes.
Thomas, who represents you in our democracy? Who's your direct representative in the democracy?
Is your House of Rep and the Senate.
Thank you. And if they act on your behalf, what do you do? And you don't
Thomas,
like it.
who's your House of Rep representative right now? Give me his name. Thomas, give me the name of your House of Rep representative from Oyo State. Wait. I want to make a point. Give me the name of your person from Oyo State that represents you in the House of Reps.
Shino Pella.
No, I wasn't asking you. Because this is the point I'm trying to make. Most people don't even know who represents them. Much less saying that those people. No, but you can't be saying that these people are not held accountable by anyone. They do whatever they want. If they were held accountable, they won't be buying you 160K cars.
It's a constitutional democracy.
It's a constitutional democracy, exactly. But you see on one end, there's a double standard here. You see on one end, okay,
they
talk.
represent you. If you are badly represented, you have an option. You recall them.
The point I'm making. No, the point I'm making to you is not about the recall.
It's not just let him land so that
no, let him land. Go ahead. Land.
From our constitution, they represent us. Whatever they're doing it on my behalf, on your behalf. If the person from Osun State, Elisha area, voted for the bill, is representing Kulata. And if I'm upset about it, the only recourse I have is to not vote for him in the next election. And if I don't have enough patience, is to recall him. And that's it.
Okay, I understand your point. Let me go ahead and say this. Wait. Let me go ahead and say this. So
now let's have one voice. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, let me go ahead and say this. I'm going to respond to what he just said. He's saying that is the standard process for how it's done, and this is a constitutional democracy. Therefore, that is how the process is implemented across the board. Well, I'm here to tell you that is not accurate, because right now we see them passing an open grazing bill, and that bill is being open to the constituency people, the stakeholders that are being impacted by it, and those stakeholders are being invited to have a say on whether or not the bill will pass. So what I'm saying to you is they had it at their discretion to open the national anthem debate to the public, as the Attorney General said, and they failed to do it because it came from the executive. They wanted to pass it as quickly as possible. And if anyone doubts that, wait. If anyone doubts that, the man is on TV himself saying if it was up to him, he will change the anthem. So let's call it what it is. Let's not hide behind the smoke and mirrors and all these things that don't hold any water.
You know why?
We know exactly what this is.
Do you know why? Because one or more of the representatives insisted that before they proceed to the next step, they need to hear from their people because they weren't sure. But on the national anthem, they were cocksure that what they were doing was on behalf of their representative. It's still part of the process.
No. You can't. First of all, you can't even tell me that every single one, hook, line, and sinker in there, was just fine with it being passed in under a week.
Of them that opposed it. This thing
of course. Now, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, see, what I like about Kulata is he's very good at telling half truths, and you know, when you listen to him intently, you will be able to spot them very clearly. The thing here is this: they had the option. The Attorney General, and kudos to that man, because he works for Tinubu. He didn't have to say what he said, but he knows that it is wrong to pass something like this without the public's input, and it's not a function of whether or not, it's how they did it, which was wrong. And don't be surprised if someone else comes into office, they change that thing back again. Do not be surprised.
Change for sure. That thing is not going to last. It has to go
Come,
back.
let's
So Nigerians have to write their own.
All right.
let's look at
Yeah, I think yes. Bring it home and then we move it on. Yeah, it was meant to be 5 minutes.
Mr. Wama, thank you very much. So this is the reason why I was talking about the Dangote investment. I'm not really keen on Dangote. I don't even know him. But the reason why I'm so proud of him as a Nigerian is because he's helping to fill the gap. The Westerners are not ready to fill for us. The Westerners, the Western powers, they want to see the breakup of Nigeria. But our people are just so ignorant. It's a threat to them. There's no other black nation like that on earth. And we are so blessed to be a part of that enclave. There's no other black nation like that on earth. We can build it, we can make it our own Mecca. Black Americans, Caribbeans, they will all be running to Nigeria, and they will see Nigeria as a place of refuge, where the Yorubas can live happily with the Ijaws, with the Igbos, with the Hausas, with the Shekiris, and so on and so forth. We can all live happily together. So what I'm trying to say is that if it's Dangote that is doing it, or if it's Adeleke that is doing it, or if it's Jimo, or it's Iwanya, I don't care. I just want Nigeria to move forward. I just want the better. I'm a pan-Nigerian guy. I just want Nigeria, anywhere it is happening in Nigeria, if it is Ibadan, if it is Oshogbo, if it is Calabar, if it is Kaduna, I rejoice here wherever I hear any positive news about my country, from any part of the country. So if Dangote can secure the permission or secure that Alajasi complex, and maybe Nigerians will see recruit some billions from it, and a reasonable percentage, share percentage, then the man can go ahead. Even in America now, they are removing her from everything. The private sector is driving American economy. That's why when federal government increased their minimum wage to 15, it was even the federal government that announced it, that all their contractors should be paying their workers minimum of $15 minimum wage, because the Congress refused to pass the law till now. So different states are passing their own. California can pay up to $20, for instance. A state like Oregon can pay like $13 or maybe $9. So it's like that. If the private sector starts driving the Nigeria economy, you will discover that there will not be over-reliance on government. Labor will be negotiating with private sector more than negotiating with the federal government. That is how it happens in other advanced capitalist system. So we are getting there. We'll get there. If the man acquires it, okay. For me, if they say I should vote for it, it's a referendum tomorrow that if Dangote or any other prominent Nigerian that is serious, no matter the region or the locality the person comes from, I will vote that they take it over from the federal government. So the federal government will have less things to worry about and focus on what they should really focus on. The government doesn't drive the economy. They put in place economic policies that will enable the private sector to drive the economy. That is what the government is responsible for doing in any
No. Just let him land. No.
So
I want him
okay.
to land so we can move around.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Thank
you.
Yeah,
but
he
said, can I ask him a question?
I want to move the conversation, and apologies, but so many people still waiting to speak. Thank you, Isaac. Let's go on from Isaac to. I was going to go to Bartoski. I think it dropped. So let's go to Kulata, and then we continue to move it on. Kulata, 5 minutes.
Okay, Kulata is going to start with: is it compulsory for a Nigerian House of Representatives to hold public hearings before they pass law? The process does not mandate public hearings. It's not mandated. Is it encouraged? Yes, it's encouraged if it's something that affects most of the public. But there is no mandate. It's not written in the Constitution to call the public, to have a public hearing, number one. And again, when they're having the discussions, you can watch them on NTA. But are they supposed to call people from the public every time to come and speak, to debate? No, it's not mandated. So there's not such thing as half-truth. You look at what the law provides. What the law provides, they did. If you're not satisfied with it, recall your House of Rep member, recall your Senate member. Tinubu, I don't know what the vote count of that law is, but I'm sure that vote count was veto proof. So meaning if Tinubu did not want to sign the law, they had enough votes to override his veto. So that is the wish of the people you elected. If you don't like the people you elected, recall them. So stop saying this is our truth when it's clearly stated that you don't have to engage anybody from the public. It's a matter of convenience, and it's a matter of if they feel public input is required or not. And the people you elected felt there was no need for public input, because when they debated it, you could watch them on TV and heard the debate. And if you were upset with it, you should have called your House of Rep member if he was willing to listen to you. So that one,
there was no time.
That.
You know that, and the president also represents. Sorry. Let me finish. It's also the president is also a representative of the people. He could have said.
He's an executive.
By the way, Kulata, you just made my point.
He's
an executive.
Yeah, it's an executive that still represents the people. So can I finish what I'm saying?
Do you know if it was veto proof or not?
Even if it was veto proof, you could delay it. You could say, you know what, this thing you are doing, you are not consulting the people of the country. That doesn't seem right, and everybody will rally around him. And
but I just told you that it's not mandated.
Whether it's mandated or not, you as a president.
No, you can't say that now. You can't say that.
Yes, I can say that. As a president, you can delay it. You can say, you know what? Take this.
Why will you delay it when the?
Let me say something. Let me see how ridiculous this thing is. Let me say something. This is the ridiculousness behind it. It's because it's not mandated. It doesn't absolve them of the fact that something that important should not be put before a public forum. If they felt it was important enough to have open grazing, open to the public, to have the stakeholders debate, then this even carries more weight. The fact that what you just stated is not an absolution of your stance, it actually reinforces the point that they should have had an open forum because of something that important. Mandatory nature of it does not absolve them
from doing the
but that is the point. Something of that importance, right, cannot be passed in under a week without public, and even the chief lawyer of the country stated that much.
Matter. It's just his opinion.
It matters because that opinion.
Yeah, they bring a foreign.
Is it eyes on? Is it eyes on?
They have to do.
Wait, eyes on to Nigeria. Is it illegal?
It doesn't matter whether it's illegal or not.
It doesn't matter. I know whether
we're not talking about legality here.
Wait, now let me.
We're not talking about legality.
Okay, let me ask my question. Just say yes or no. Is it illegal?
You have to pause for each other. It's getting rowdy. Yeah. Yes.
One man, please. Can we just give Kolata the chance to speak?
It's just getting rowdy, really. It's not even conversational. It's just rowdy.
Okay.
Please.
Number one.
Thank you.
Number one, it's not illegal. Number two, it is constitutional. So once it's constitutional, there's a basis for it. So sucks to be you that don't like the national anthem. Next time, vote people that are going to vote for I don't know what to call it, the old or the new national anthem that will bring back Arise to Compatriots back. The people that you voted for decided that they want the old national anthem, and they had the reading. You could watch it on TV. And for one reason, they were pretty judicious and very expedient in doing their work. So if you don't like it, you can belly ache and then vote them out. That's what the law provides. Nothing they did that was not constitutional. You just don't like it. And that's a matter of opinion, which everybody should have. And then you act on your opinion in the next lecture. So what's the other topic?
Why you see that he's stopping people from talking? See, the point is
hold on to Nigeria. Let's go on to the next topic. Do you want to speak on Sanwo Olu patting himself on the back? It said they had improved the Lagos economy by 50. Yeah, that's the headline. It says Lagos records 50% GDP growth under my watch. So this guy is a silent achiever, somewhat, isn't he?
Oh, why are you saying a silent achiever? That's the best governor we have in the country. I mean, perhaps that's probably it will be vying for the all-time best governor historically. Add any military or any other democracy is one of the best, arguably the best. Like I said, arguably. So the kind of transformation is doing, we've not seen its kind in the country for a state. Yeah, it's a state that has resources, but at the same time, that state was also a state that was kind of like run down before in the past. I mean, the time I used to go to Lagos as a kid, it was terrible. So, I mean, does it deserve a job well done? Yeah, I think it does. It's doing a lot, but you also need to give kudos to the people that planned ahead and the people that started the execution, like Fashola, and also continued it and almost derailed it, like Ambody. So he's enjoying the benefits of continuity. He's also enjoying the fact that he himself.
That's quite an achievement, though. 50% growth in 5 years.
I mean, I don't know. I've not seen the numbers, but if I just believe what he said, it's quite an achievement. If the country was going at that rate, then I mean we'll be at the level of Indonesia right now. I mean, where we should be. We should be pushing 2 trillion if if we've been growing at that kind of rate for that long.
Be true. Through COVID-19, that cannot be true.
It depends on when it starts to measure. If it starts measuring from COVID-19, then that is very true. Because COVID-19, you went to rock bottom, and then
you see that's interesting because
so it depends on when it started measuring.
When it shrunk during COVID-19, then it rose up again. Then he could decide that that's 50%.
It depends. That's why I don't know the numbers. So, but if you just can't say it's not true because I mean the lies and statistics. I mean, damn lies and statistics. It depends on how you measure.
That you are very correct. That this is why you have to question the statistics that they release, because if you notice that COVID-19 drops the GDP, then when it rises by 50%, he will say, "Oh yeah, look at that." I agree. Then you will, if you don't ask the pertinent question, you would think he just grew the economy by 50%.
Yeah, exactly. But we don't know. We don't know.
But if it could have grown 100%, they would have discounted COVID-19 to arrive at that figure.
I don't know without seeing it.
Would have grown if Lagos economy grew by, and Lagos economy is a third of Nigerian GDP. If it grew by 50%, Nigerian GDP would have grown exponentially.
To Nigeria, gentlemen, here's the real question from an economic perspective. If you're not factoring inflation, you see, growth without consideration of inflation is BS. That's why, for example, in the US, they always call it real adjusted weight, right? You have to adjust your expectation or your figures with the cost of inflation or inflation in the country. So when he says it was a growth of 50%, Nigeria's inflation rate is at 30-something percent, 34%.
Yeah, but so that's still a double-digit growth, even if you factor inflation.
Again, but okay, listen, hold on, slow down. If he's saying he grew it by 50%, first off, we have to know what is his benchmark year that he's using. He didn't tell us.
We don't know all that stuff. We don't know. We already said that. We don't know.
So wait. I'm just gonna say this. So this is why I get angry with us Nigerians. We go abroad. When Warren Buffett gives us a company prospectus, they'll put all these things. When JP gives us a prospectus, they'll do this. But when it's time for us to analyze or audit Nigerian growth metrics, we don't know. We just accept. So if you're not coming with the understanding that inflation has to be factored in, and not only just inflation, quality of life has to be factored in, then he just threw out anything in the air. You shouldn't take it for anything. It's BS.
I'm not going to throw it away. I'm just going to take it at face value until I know exactly what the data is referencing. Doesn't mean I should discard it. Because whatever 50% inflation, no inflation is still growth. It could be negative and it could be tepid. So let's leave that one.
No. Let me tell you something in finance, right? For example, if you look at the human body, You can feed somebody fast food, Nando's all day. You can feed them McDonald's all day, right? They will grow, but that's unhealthy growth. For example, if you take your economy and you grow your economy using debt, it will grow, but it's unhealthy growth because you're still going to have to pay back those loans. It's going to hinder you in the future. So you can't just say growth for growth's sake. That's not how you grow an economy. Now, from what
No,
I
you can
just
grow an economy
said,
with debt. Doesn't mean it's unhealthy. I mean,
I
otherwise you will not have economies. Actually, almost everybody
so,
grows with debt.
so,
Debt
so
is a
I
means
said,
of financing. It's okay.
it's tough to talk with you Nigerians because I don't really hear what I said.
There's
You
no
cannot
there's no
grow
country
growth.
in the
It's your
world that doesn't
opinion
grow.
now. I don't know any economy that doesn't borrow
There's no economy. There's no country in the world that doesn't grow its economy with debt.
with debt. I mean, come on, that's
There's
a
none.
ridiculous statement.
I'm hearing this for the first time. I'm
Hold
hearing
on,
this for the
everybody.
first time.
Everybody, hold on. To Nigeria, let the conversation take place for a moment because if we start to have three voices, then it will just, and also gas them up. You don't have to do ad hominem. Just stay within the conversation. That don't forget. This is why I say to you,
I
Nigeria,
still,
forget all that.
I still,
Forget all
Stay
that.
within the
Not everybody will
stay
take your
within.
point.
Yes, stay within the confines of
one man,
He wasn't humming.
one man, I said clear as day that if you grow for growth's sake, if I gave the clear example, I didn't say you cannot grow with debt. I said long-term growth financed by debt is not sustainable. I clearly said it. And what as usual, the all they had was, oh, growth with debt? No, people grow with debt. It's tiring. I don't understand, man.
So
It's
what
just
do
a
you mean
tiring.
by long-term growth finance with debt? Let's even talk about that.
So have you ever heard of the company called Long Term Capital and what happened to their massive
No,
collapse?
we're
Have you
talking
heard of
about a country. We're not a company. A country is different. They're different.
Sir, have you seen Argentina try to grow with debt?
Argentina is not a good example. There are many. I mean, Singapore has debt, and they're growing long term. The
only
South Korea we've been talking about this today. Vietnam, like so. I mean, I don't understand what you mean by long term. I mean, a country having long term growth finance with debt. For a country, I don't think that is even anything to discuss.
No,
But let me continue. I
it's
don't want to
it's
like.
not even. It's
It's just kind of like nonsensical.
most startup.
I don't think you understand what I'm telling you. You have to
And I'm
have what
telling
you
you to
call
use a country. You're telling me companies, but I don't want to dwell on this. Let me move on. Let me move on. I'm not buying it.
Bros,
All
let's
right.
start discussing something meaningful. This guy is just coming up with a
I'm not
crap.
buying it, and I don't want to dwell in it. I don't know any country that grows long term that doesn't finance with debt.
It's not even interesting. It's not even interesting to me. It's very dull topic.
All right. Take us to the headline on the screen, Kulata.
Credit scheme FG to integrate credit score into NIN. Oh, that would be nice. Targets 80 million Nigerians. Wait, NIN, is that the one we take before we get our passport, or is that BVN?
I think it's the national identification number. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that'll be good now. So that's NIN is kind of going to be like our social security number, and then you can do credit checks and all, but which is fine eventually when we have enough macroeconomic stability to be able to do all these personal credits that Tinubu has been dreaming of. It's a positive step, but like I keep saying about this, all this, what do you call it? What do you call it again? Credit financing and all whatnot. We need to be in a position where credit financing makes sense. At this point in time, when you have runaway inflation backed, with interest rates that we're trying to use to tame it, I don't know this. I don't know how much interest rates that is. It's almost the kind of interest rate that if I was a finance house or a bank, the kind of personal interest rate I'm going to issue for personal credit, I'm probably going to put massive points on top of our prime, and our prime, the prime from CBN Interbank, God knows, is it 20 something percent? Ola, do you know the exact number? Whatever that number is, I'm going to add maybe another 10, 20 points. So at the end of the day, I may be borrowing people personal loan at like 50% interest rate. But maybe Nigerians will take it too, because there are all sorts of crazy loans in Nigeria.
Because people like you are empowered. Because people that think like you are in power. That's why the country doesn't go forward.
Guy, please, let me continue. There are all sorts of crazy loans because how many discounted interest rates can they afford to give out people? Not until our inflation tames down and CBN relaxes the rate before you can start, before a lot of all these loan stuff makes sense. God, man. Can you just contain yourself? I'm not taking interjection. So not until we get that to all this personal, finance, because if government starts offering discounted rate, at what volume, to how many people can they target the discounted rate? And then you have, you're going to have people taking money from the discount. I can't even hear what you're saying, guy. Calm down. When you get to your turn, you can talk. Jesus. So when you have, when you have a situation where government, if it needs to make sense, government needs to offer kind of like ridiculously discounted interest rate. And then you'll have a market where you have the normal market that is high interest rate and another one that's low interest rate. Why isn't that arbitrage? Can't you, if you have access to low interest rates, won't you just, use that to your advantage? So while this is good, as a basis for planning for the future, we need to, until we get good macroeconomic stability where things are a bit more tame, and then all this personal credit, personal financing thing will be practical. Right now, I think the interest rates is just gangbusters, but we know why, because they're trying to tame supply side inflation. But even IMF is even telling Cardoso that, almost telling Cardoso that, look, enough is enough with the rates of you're increasing this interest rate. Because something came out like 2 days ago that even with the increased interest rates, the amount of money is almost, the amount of all the money floating in the economy is almost around its highest. So that means it's not working to control cash, because it's supposed to kind of like, you're supposed to be able to use it to mop up some cash, liquidity, open market operations, sell all that stuff to portfolio investors. But the money supply is still going up. So I really don't, whatever is going on is tough, but the main driver of inflation, Tinubu, is yet to address it head on, which is like addressing the cost that is pushing food prices up. Until that is addressed, and we've talked about that to death, all these plans is good plan for the future, but before we start seeing good fusion, until personal financing becomes a thing where it's available to everybody, and then this becomes useful. Right now, it will be useful for people that can go get loans if they're providing loans at whatever rate. If it still pays you to get that loan, that's for you. Like, you may not have any choice but to go get that high interest rate loan. And then they can check whether you've chopped any basic before, which is fine. But I think this is good for the future, but the utility of it immediately, it can't be widespread to things kind of like, things get stable. And speaking of things getting stable, I just heard that World Bank just approved, was it 2 billion and another loan coming for
I saw that as well. Yeah, what does that mean? People are complaining that we are borrowing now a bit too much.
But at this point in time, we're limited. The options are limited. So it's not like borrowing is bad or anything, but it's what we can use it for. So I've not really read too much about what exactly they want to use it for. But from World Bank standing, I think it's to help with the inflation and all that stuff. I don't know how they're going to utilize it. I've not read it that much, but that's what I got from the headline. So let's see how that goes. But this is good, but we'll be able to use it when things calm down.
I think it's just borrowed to support the economy so that according to them, to support the vulnerable population. The issue of this, I don't have any issue with this credit scheme. I think it's very important. It's a lot more important than people realize. The point Kolata didn't highlight is the ability of the credit scheme to mold behavior. It tends to help incentivize people to behave properly because they at least they have something to look up to. If somebody is paying a mortgage, they are more likely to go to work and work hard to pay for the mortgage. And if you want to maintain your credit rating, your financial decision making has to be more prudent, and because it affects how your partners view you, it appears how people respect you and all the rest of it. So it does.
Yeah, but I'm not against it. You
No,
didn't hear what I said.
I didn't say you're against it. I just said you didn't highlight some other areas.
Yeah, it will be good for the economy. Like, you can buy. I mean, you don't have to delay your gratification. So it's gonna make purchases easier. And what does that do? It's gonna make the economy move. But of course, then you're gonna be living like the way we live in the West, which is many Nigerians that are not used to living paycheck to paycheck will now be living paycheck to paycheck. And if you're a producer, if you're on the supply side of things, good luck for you. But if you're kind of like the employer or whatever, then you're going to be slave to your debt. It's just going to be living the way we live in the West.
Yeah, so I wanted to highlight what the
credit.
Chinese normally did. The Chinese, they use it to modify the behavior of their people to act in a proper way. And I think in the context of Nigeria, the way we have been behaving, it might actually be beneficial to have a system that incentivizes good behavior. And your credit rating in China can improve based on the way you behave socially. If you do bad thing, it affects your credit rating.
Your social credit. That China one is gangbusters though.
Yeah. So
to Nigeria, one thing about credit too is it helps your economy to grow, because when you want to start a business, two things you want to look at is, before I even put my business in a certain within a certain location, do people really have that buying power? So when you have access to credit too, it's part of the aggregate purchasing power that you have. So even though you are going to buy now and you pay there, you are going to use credit to finance your consumption now, and then later you pay back. So those are the things. This credit we are looking at, we may not understand the impact until maybe 5 years, 10 years from now. You understand? So all those will have serious impact on the growth of the economy. So it's a good thing.
Yeah, but Ola, it will start making sense when we can lend credit at maybe 25%. I mean, Nigerian standards. I mean, at 25%. But when like Baba just posted the prime, when prime is like 27%, and you've not added points. If you add points to it and all, and the Nigerian rates factor it, lending may be 40 something percent. Me, I can't borrow money at 40 something percent to compound interest. I go die. So
that one is slavery now.
You know why?
You are working for the lender now. If you are even 20%,
you know
you are
why?
working for the lender.
The problem within our system, number one, is because there's the unbanked population within our system is too huge. Now, with time, when you have this credit things in place, and those people that anticipate that they want to have access to credit, they start banking too. So this credit scheme will reduce the number of unbanked people over time. And when you start reducing the number of unbanked people, there won't be this crazy drive for deposits that keeps pushing bank to give a huge return for you to mobilize credit. So this thing, there's a way it works in a macro. It's going to have some kind of macro impact that will force down the cost of sourcing deposits. And and the cost of business through buying diesel and other things too. You understand? Over time, when you have things like this and when we become more productive, it's going to have some kind of high grade impact that is going to force the cost down. But it's not going to be now. It's not going to be 2 years. It may be 10 years, 15 years down the line. But We just have to start.
But I don't see how this can change the unbanked equation. What changed the unbanked equation was some of the measures that the previous government put in place. There was a Cameroonian that came to Nigeria and she was shocked how unbanked, that's how Nigerians do a lot of electronic transactions. That most African countries still use a lot of cash, that Nigeria is quite advanced when it comes to using electronic transaction. That was because of the measures that were taken by the previous government that a lot of people were quite lamenting about. And I think the student loans issue and the credit listing is a very good thing that this government is doing. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm in a black and black Maybach, right? See the emblem up there? See the emblem?
Sorry, you're in a black and black what?
Maybach Mercedes.
No. I wanted him to say Boshepe. You're in a black and black what? Maybach. He called it Maybach. Okay, look at this guy.
Is that
Yeah, in a black and black what?
Maybach.
Well, man, you know the name. He owns the car.
Look at
it's a matter of cash.
You know how to pronounce it. I know how to buy it. Go on. All right. You were no, we can't hear you. You were telling us you're in a rental car. Yes.
Listen, one man, seriously, I want to Nigeria to stay there because I want to make an example out of to Nigeria is one of our problem in the country are minorities, right? They try to pit the Wazobia together so he could run from antagonizing the Igbos, he run to antagonizing Yorubas, depending on the platform where he's at, right? And I want to stamp that out. These minorities, they're going to have to listen, right? I heard what he was saying, so I'm going to go home. I'm going to be on the computer when it's my turn, but I don't want to go anywhere because I really want to talk to you tonight, to Nigeria. It's important. Thank you. Continue with your show.
Pansat, quick request. Can you go on video? Let's look at your Maybach.
Well, you can only, I'm driving. You can see the emblem if you know what it is.
Let's stand in front of the emblem now. Let's see.
Oh no, that's not the one. Hold on. Let's see him in his Maybach. Hold on. We want to see you in your Maybach.
When I get home.
And make sure you're wearing trousers that is eye suspenders. You pull the parts up to your belly button.
Anyway,
how much is the rent per hour?
How much is what?
How much is the rental per hour?
If you have to ask, you can't afford it. Okay.
You can't afford it. Well done.
All
right. Well done.
Why are you so tribal, the bastard? Why?
It's baked into his DNA. It's baked into his DNA.
I have isolated what the problem is with tribalism in Nigeria is caused by minorities. What they do is they want to pit the Yorubas against the Igbos.
Oh my God, this guy's crazy, man.
And we're gonna have to stop it. Okay, your clever tricks is not gonna work. When you see Dangote, instead of you saying the correct thing, because I know you do know what the right thing to do is, right? You have a monopolist that has absolutely no value-added products, but ripping off, competing against market women with tomatoes, bagging cement. What kind of genius is it to bag a cement? The only product that he has a chance to do where we're suffering is to refine petroleum, and it's a scam, right? He's never going to be able to. Now, when we talk about it, it's like Dangote belongs to the Yorubas. Take him, go. We don't want him. Return our $5.6 billion. It's not $4 billion, like Baba was saying trickily, because I know Baba knows all these things. It's $5.6 billion. He took from we don't have any money. We don't have any. Now he wants to go building, steal, doing all kinds. Are we stupid? You know, and it's these minorities that do it because you want somebody to compete against the Igbos. You're wasting your time because if Nnamdi Kanu or Peter Obi, they keep fucking around and they don't fix that problem. When I get there, this problem is gonna be fixed by that W. That word, W, that's what's going to fix it.
But Pansat, I supported Oyema too.
Pansat,
Pansat, Nigeria did not give Dangote $5 billion. They guaranteed the fund for him from Afri Bank. I don't know what they call it, of which he has already paid back to the bank over
No, he's
50%.
he's a liar. He's a liar.
No, they did not give him cash. They did not give him dollar cash.
No,
Can
he
you
went
can
to,
you prove
he
it?
went
Can
to,
you prove it? Where Nigeria government gave Dangote cash?
Hey, will you be quiet, please?
Be quiet too. Can you prove it? Not talking.
I
Bring
saw
it
him
out.
at the Caribbean.
Bring out the evidence. People have been
Let me tell
speculating
you.
this. It has
Listen
not
to
become
me. He went to
a
the Caribbean.
fact. It's just a rumor
Woman,
that
can you
people
mute that
started
guy, please?
speculating.
Please mute. Who is that anyway? Mute. Okay, please mute. I'm almost done. I'm saying, I saw him last night in the Caribbean lying through his teeth. See, this guy is so spoiled, right? He thinks we're stupid, right? We're not stupid because in every country that's developed, they have a Dangote. People in Haiti, they have a Dangote. What normally happens is people like that are tied to the stake and shot before a country can move on, right? You cannot come in 2021 and say,
all right,
hold on.
Hold on. No, hold on. I can't let you say things like that. We're not advocating that, certainly on this platform. You have to be mindful of the wordings that you put out there, Pansat.
This guy doesn't have facts. He doesn't even, and one man is
trial.
just allowing him to spew conspiracy theories all the time.
I'm saying
one man doesn't even challenge him. Bring out the facts. One man doesn't even challenge him. This guy is just corrupting people.
Back.
This guy is corrupting people. He's having negative influence on people.
This guy's been talking.
This Pansat.
You know, one man, this is extreme partiality because I have never advocated to harm anybody, and I'll get pushed off the platform. But these guys will come on here and say people should get shot. Well, you see, this is why I say Nigerians, when I talk like this, you guys get angry.
Say it should be done without trial.
I never said any. It's partiality.
Okay. Let me wrap up. Let me just wrap up.
Wrap up.
I think, I mean, the people, reason everybody defers to Pansat, including myself, is because he's 6'4", he's strapped, and now he drives a Maybach. So, I mean, it's a goddamn guy, Pansat. So, I don't even remember what we're talking about.
You were talking about the NIN, yes.
Okay, NIN, good idea, fantastic idea. We need it. I wish the economy stabilizes and we can get decent interest rates, and then all this will unleash. Now, the normal savings rate we have will go down. People will be buying more, but the economic will move. I forget the term I was trying to use, but basically, consumption, consumer sentiments, things like that. When people can buy more stuff, like they will go and get more stuff. And Nigerians, we seem like the type that will want to show off and buy a lot of things most people can afford. So it may go gangbusters for a while by the time you unleash this credit scheme, until people really learn how to discipline themselves on credit. But I think it's going to fast track the economy. But I just know that the economic conditions right now, anybody borrowing right now, oh my God, it's going to hurt. It's really, really going to hurt. I can't imagine anybody getting mortgage in Nigeria now. How do you even do it? But it is what it is, man. So let me wrap up so other people can talk.
All right, brilliant. It's not as dropped, so that defaults to you. Gas them up. So the floor now yours. Gas them up. So let's hear it.
Yeah, like I said, man, I'm just laughing inside because I'll see 2 Nigeria cut, everyone's fine. The other gentleman just admitted that because one guy has a Maybach, whatever he has, I don't care what he has, he defers to him and all that. It just proves to me Nigeria will never change. I know my country, I know my people well. We're a bunch of BS artists. But let me get to the point. Look, the gentleman was saying about debt, and Ola was like, what are you talking about? You cannot grow your country. Look, listen, I posted everything in the back chat. You guys can check it out for yourselves. You see, one thing I've learned, Nigerians will say something, you tell them, okay, look at this information. Take a look at it. They will not do it. I told 2 Nigeria for years, Since I first encountered to Nigeria, that Nigeria independence document doesn't have the word independence on it. It's just the last few weeks that to Nigeria finally checked it. Finally, after years. So I know my people well. We're not serious. If you can share some of those links, the inflation rate. So let me just quickly touch on this guy. Fashola say he grew something by 50%. If the inflation rate of your country is in the high 30-something% and you don't tell us where your benchmark is, then how are we to be certain that this growth is a credible growth? Now, in this link, it says Singapore's high debt level. If you read it, it clearly says Singapore is not borrowing to finance their government. They're borrowing for infrastructure projects. Clear as day, you guys can read it. Not just Singapore, I put Argentina, and they talk about the regional average. So Argentina has a higher regional average of debt to GDP ratio than all of Latin America or South America. Singapore has a higher, but they're actually, because their income, they can pay it off much quicker than Argentina can. So in any economy, you have to have what you call your balance of payments. Now, I've been doing the research to say, okay, what is the revenue that Nigeria generates from tax every year that they collect in tax? How much is the revenue that they get from sales? Because when you look at gross domestic, the GDP, it's not really, it's the total number of goods produced within the country that is public and private combined. I'm looking specifically at public because these are the people going to take these loans. Now, if you look at what Nigeria is collecting in tax, and then if you look at what they are getting from majority of their revenue, 2/3 are oil revenue. And we all know that the price of oil has somewhat dropped and it fluctuates. Is Nigeria able to efficiently and properly run their administrative services, that's pay their workers and take care of everything, their pension, the people who are receiving pensions? Can Nigeria effectively manage these things on a fiscal level? The answer is no. So not only are they failing at that, now they want to add, as Fela would say, double wahala on top of the dead body of Nigeria, these credit expansion services. One of the things that baffles me is that Nigerians claim to be Muslims and Christians. In their very religious text, it says it clear as day. You're not supposed to charge interest. Clear. That you're not supposed to, especially in the Muslim side, it's there that charging interest is haram. Has one legislation from our so-called National Assembly ever been proposed to limit the type of interest rates that they are using on our Nigerian citizens? No. But quick as day, to take us back to the arms of the British, they bring this stupid national anthem, which they unanimously vote for. Then the gentleman was saying the Constitution. Who gave us this Constitution? You see, one thing I don't like is when somebody steals from you and then tells you to follow the rules while they are stealing. This 99 Constitution, did Nigerians sit down and come together in a referendum and say, these are all the articles in this Constitution, do we agree on them? It was given to us. Who gave it to us? Did all Nigerians come together? So now the gentleman will say, if you don't like it, you call this person to that. Are we not acting as if the last election people did not get their heads broken? People were not bleeding at polling stations? What are we talking about? So I'm just utterly and thoroughly confused at Nigerians. I don't know. I'll stop talking, but it just baffles me how we're doing this nonsense. Our girls are in Italy and Middle East enjoying fecal parties, fecal showers by other men. Our boys are telling us openly, school is a scam. Have you listened to the lyrics of Charlie Poppy? This is what the youth are vibrating to. Did we listen to the lyrics of Naira Marley? They are telling us what the children are vibrating to. Charlie Poppy said, I'm ex-convict. I like the music, cool beat, but I'm shocked. That's what the youth, they are not, jail is not anything. Those days, People go to prison is like a terrible thing now.
Guys,
You
them
know,
up,
so I'm
no
stop
guys.
talking. You know,
I just want to
thinking.
benefit from your argument. I'm not interjecting. Please, I
No,
just want you, if you can just
it's
let me
okay.
understand your point. I'm trying to understand the point you are speaking to because I seem not to understand. So if you can just, I want to, because I know you are an economist and I want to learn something from you, please. If I can get your point.
No, what I'm saying, sir, is that if we're going to have these Tinubu just only got $2 billion from World Bank. So he did all of these things only to get a measly $2 billion. When Nigeria, I believe in the link I posted in 2019, got 34 billion from oil revenue. What is the $2 billion is a drop in the bucket for what? I don't know. You know, I'm not in government. They know more than me. I'm just a low IQ village guy. But what I'm saying is this. When we look at other countries and what they are doing with their resources and how they're going into the international bond market to raise funds and do things, why is Nigeria not following the direction of a Norway, of a Singapore, of a Saudi Arabia? When we were in school, those days, if this one carry first, what did our mothers tell us? You two can carry first, it doesn't have 10 heads. But only when it comes to Nigeria, when you mention these things, you say, it cannot work like that. Our country is different. Shebi, I thought we said we know they carry last. So I'm just pointing out, in terms of the fiscal management of that country, it doesn't exist. It's bad fiscal management. That's what I'm trying to point out. So when he's now championing, because he said, if you don't like what they did, you can call your representative to order is in the constitution. Did we as Nigerians agree on the articles in that constitution? Was there a national referendum that we all agreed this is what is going to be put? Fela had that one line. He said a book from 1808 is what they are using to judge the case of 1970. Luku, lafu. What is wrong with us, man? I don't get us.
I think most of the point you are making is all taken on, but we all know all those things already. You know them already. And when you say that it's they are mismanaging the economy, they are not mismanaging. They are sabotaging it. This is when you said, you told me that Nigeria didn't have independence in the declaration of the document. That is true, but from my point of view, I already saw it without even checking any document, because you can see it in the way the leaders behave. They don't behave like sovereign people. They behave like people that are there to serve other people. They see whenever they see Nigeria wants to grow, they intervene and sabotage it. They slow it down. Look at what Babangida did. Babangida, what he did, it didn't need to happen when he cancelled that June 12th election. For once, Nigerians up, north, south, east, west voted, and yet he cancelled it. Do you think our enemies gained far more from just that one decision than almost any single, and probably the one in the Civil War was the worst decision. But after the Civil War, that decision was one of the worst. It set Nigeria backward again.
Bros, Tunaja, sorry. I'm sorry to interject. I'm a bit surprised that you allowed this Mr. Gazebo to mislead you on this issue of independence certificate. Yeah, please give me 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
You know what this guy is just gaslighting people about that document on the internet? He's just gaslighting people. And Tunaja, I have a lot of respect for you, but I don't have much respect for Gazebo, because everywhere I've listened to him, it doesn't really make sense to me. But you know what? This guy always
it's vacuous noise, isn't it, from gas them up? It's noise for its own sake.
Of course, Mama, you agree. Who is the person that said they don't respect me? I don't want to know your name. I'm not attacking you. You have your right. Who is the person? Please, I just want to know.
A guy I can have a beer with, but this guy.
I know. I don't drink beer. I'm a vegan. I wouldn't put poison in my body. Who is the person?
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. I'm a fool. Thank you. I'm full of myself. Thank you.
Beer is vegan
now. You better not vegan.
What I want to say. Let me conclude. This is Tunaja's time, please. You see
No,
this?
it's not to Nigerian time. It's my time, sir. Actually.
Okay, let him just make that point.
Know who
Let
he
me make
is
my
now.
point. Let me
I
make
just
His
my
want to
name
know
point.
is
This guy has been
okay.
gaslighting people on the internet. This guy.
Yes, he wants to
Sanwo.
address your
I know, but
embedded
who is the
document.
person
His name
talking
is
to me?
Isaac. His name is
My name
Isaac.
is
Isaac,
Isaac.
thank you. Okay,
all
Isaac,
right.
go ahead.
Yeah, please. Thank you, brother. You see that he knows in his heart of heart that what he is saying is a fallacy, but this guy keeps saying it because maybe he has a section of the internet space he wants to attract. You know, this thing that he sold to Naija. I know Naija is a very versatile guy, one of the very few Nigerians I respect here on the internet, even though his views vary from mine.
Sorry, Isaac,
To some
but that's a
areas.
mistake. Tunajao.
Hello, please. You know what? I expected Naija to challenge him because that certificate, even if it is valid, it became invalid after 1963 when Nigeria became a republic. Queen Elizabeth was no longer the head of government. Everybody on the panel were just stupid. Nobody could challenge these guys them up and tell him that what he was saying was fallacy.
To Nigeria, Shebi, I mentioned this when I first told it to
In
you, and I mentioned
1963,
it.
Nigeria became a republic, and the British monarch,
Okay, wait.
British monarch ceased to be the head of state of Nigeria.
Okay, wait. No one is fighting you, sir.
Nobody could mention it. Nigerians,
Wait, Mr.
Israel was just
Isaac,
gaslighting Nigerians and Americans
okay,
and putting
hold
Nigeria
on,
down for
Isaac.
no reason.
Okay, I'm putting Nigerian. Isaac, hold on. To Nigeria, before God and man, say the truth. Did I not mention this? That what they tell us is that Nigeria became. Did I not say this to you?
You did mention that.
You see, look, on a Nigerians
No,
have to
but you
stop
don't
this
mention
behavior.
that from 1963, the Queen of England ceased to be the head of state. You don't ever mention it. That
Okay,
Nigeria
here's
became
the
a
problem.
republic and became
Wait,
self-governing.
no, sir, listen, look.
We
If
even
you had
retain
read,
the right not to join the Commonwealth. We even retain the right.
okay. Look, listen. I know you're a proud Nigerian, right? Flora Shaw's son. Okay, now, when they gave you that document, well, they gave it to Awu and Zeke, so-called educated men. Now, it says it clear as day to continue the Queen's dominion. I'm glad you just gave me the evidence. It's there. You said, oh, now we have the right to refuse to be in the Commonwealth. Nigeria has always been in the Commonwealth. The only time Nigeria was never in the Commonwealth was during the time of Abacha.
So I say
am I
we have the
lying?
right.
Please give me 10
If we are no longer
seconds.
going to be a Commonwealth, if we are not going to be a Commonwealth, Nigeria can decide that.
Hold on.
Britain doesn't have anything on Nigeria.
Hold on, Isaac. So first question is to you. Which one do you prefer? Do you prefer Efosa or Isaac? How do you want to be addressed?
Any of them, both of them.
No, I'm the one asking for a 10 seconds.
Yes. Hold on.
You can call me Efosa, you can call me Isaac. Both of them.
Yeah, let Ola come in. But my real point is, what point is being made here? Is it the suggestion then by Naija and his pal that Nigeria still belongs to the United Kingdom, or
yes,
what's the point that's being made?
That is the point. That's the point.
His point is that Gas them up came here to deceive Nigerians that that document is because we became a republic and we are free and we have the right of refusal, blah blah blah. But then, Mr. Isaac or Fosa, whatever you call yourself, sir, why has Nigeria not behaved like an independent nation? You see, look, I'll ask you a very simple thing. Compare Nigeria's behavior, leaders of Nigeria's behavior, to that of a Russia. Which Nigerian leader behaves like it? Okay, go ahead, because
I beg of you, give me 10 seconds to ask you a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm getting lost in the fog of this conversation. I'm not quite sure what we're even talking about, really. To be honest.
Isaac is the one that brought up the idea that I was lying to Nigerians, that I'm lying to two Nigerians.
Yeah, but what's the overarching point? I mean, you are saying Nigeria is not behaving like a sovereign country. It self-governs.
I never hold on. Remember, I never brought up that point. I talked about the fiscal issues at hand. I only mentioned it in the conversation. I said, well, I'm not surprised. Obviously, the Nigerian document doesn't have the word independence. And when I told to Nigeria to check it out, he just recently had to check it out. So he heard that and jumped on it. But I believe Ola wants to ask me a question.
Now, the question I'm going to ask you is this, because the semantic of the fact that we are not independent or those things, because it sounds funny to me. Now, when we say the crown, we still refer to the crown in Canada. Are you saying Canada is not independent, for example, if I may ask you, just because we still reference crown?
I'm saying that in law, there's, you should know better than me, there's de facto and there's de jure, right? So technically, the crown is the largest real estate or landholder. Technically, proof of this, I'll give you an example. Recently, Vibes Cartel in Jamaica had to go to the UK Privy Council. Why? Because Jamaica has basically accepted that they need to be back under the Commonwealth. So their highest Supreme Court does not hold sway in the lives of Jamaicans. They have to go back to UK. My point is, obviously, I didn't say that Nigeria is taking their court back to the UK. I'm just showing you guys that when the British gave the Nigerian that document, it said clear as day to continue the Queen's dominion. And if you look at what dominion means, you will see that basically, why did the British release the so-called colonies? It was after the bankruptcy of Europe in World War II, after Hitler bombed England, right? So it was no longer affordable for them to maintain the colonial structures the way they used to. It just was spreading their resources too thin. If the UK did not have their war chest drained because of Hitler's Germany, do you really think they would have given Nigeria independence? That is
Sorry,
why
is Nigeria a sovereign state? So we don't go too far. Is Nigeria a sovereign state? Yes or no?
Are you following the what?
I'm not. I'm just lost. That's what I'm asking. So is Nigeria a sovereign state?
I'm saying that Nigeria is not a fully sovereign state, and you can look, as Nigeria said.
Okay, we still bow to King Charles or something, Abi.
Say again.
I said we still bow to King Charles over. I mean, I don't know. We're still under the British.
But leaders practically do that all the time.
No, so Nigeria, no. To Nigeria, let me talk to this guy now. To Nigeria.
Kulata, wait, hold on.
So we don't have our sovereignty.
Kulata,
I want to understand the conversation. Honestly speaking, I'm genuinely lost.
Okay, fine. Listen, Kulata, listen. I get you guys may not like what I'm saying, right? So I don't want you to be lost. I'm not telling you that Nigeria doesn't have pockets of sovereignty. Nigeria, in many instances, for the lack of a better term, functions like an independent contractor. Now, Nigeria, when I say they are not fully sovereign, look at how the leadership has run in Nigeria. That's all I'm pointing to you.
Yeah, so but that's a different conversation, though. That's a different conversation.
Wait.
It's a different conversation.
Wait, listen. When I say that, when you look at the word dominion, you look and say, wait a minute, it seems as if Nigeria has functioned as the Queen's dominion. It has functioned in that capacity since the so-called independence. That's why I asked the gentleman, Isaac or Fossa, I said, if that's the case, because he said, oh, Nigeria has a right to refuse the Commonwealth. But if that was the case, if these British were so terrible to us, why is it that Nigeria never left the Commonwealth? The only time Nigeria was out of the Commonwealth, they were kicked out, and that was during the time of Abacha.
Oh, well, okay, so what's the purpose of Nigerian Independence Act of 1960?
You're asking me.
I'm trying to understand. Don't be exasperated with my questions.
No, I know.
I'm trying to understand.
So look, listen. You're asking me. I'll be honest. I don't have the answer to that. The real thing I'm trying to bring to the forefront for all of us is this: our so-called educated leaders, Zeke, Awolowo, all these people that signed this document. What were they reading? Because let me give you guys the truth. You guys are in UK, US, wherever you are. If you give the UK government or the US government a document that says you will continue Nigeria's dominion, do you think they will sign it? The silence has proven it. They will never
So
sign
I'm
such
listening to you. Sorry, we're still listening to you.
No,
Continue.
I'm asking if the US will never sign. Look, listen. If the US and the UK will never sign a document that says to continue Nigeria's dominion, what does that tell us?
Brother, this guy has been found out. He's just a gaslighter. There's something about him.
I'm a gaslighter.
He has been found out.
See, guys, let me just make
He
my
has been found out.
contribution.
He's just an empty vessel. He's just making noise around the internet.
Wait, Isaac,
Let me finish. Isaac, please. Ola, you wanted to ask me a question and you never got to ask it. And then end after your question, please.
So the thing is, the way I see it this way, a child gaining independence from his parents will still not mean that it's going to break away totally from the parents or the siblings. Because sometimes you have to form some kind of relationship that when you need them in the time of adversities, they'll be there for you. So those things are part of international politics. As of today now, United Kingdom does not have power over Canada, but they will still be talking of crown. But let the crown come and try guard them in here. They will give to that crown 100% out of Benny. We are 100%, we are not under you. Whatever you see there is just for kind of honor. So what I'm saying is this. If you can tell me that as 1960, 61, 62, that any law we pass in Nigeria, the Queen will have to give the royal assent, then maybe I will start thinking, okay, maybe what you are saying, let me give credibility to it. But if Nnamdi Azikiwe, in the name of representing the Queen, is the one doing it, it's not the same thing as the Queen himself giving royal assent.
But remember, I never said that. I never said what you just said. I never said that Nigeria is directly being ruled by Britain.
What exactly are we talking about?
Can I just
let's move on. I'm done.
I have the document open, Zev, that is referring to. I can even read the brief part of it.
All right, hold on to Nigeria. Yeah, let's hear some.
Share the document. No, don't just.
It's on my other phone now. Guy, I won't lie to you. Nigerian Independent Act. You are not. Can you calm down now?
You see, you mute me, you don't mute
them. It's overwhelming.
It's overwhelming. It's Nigerian Independent Act.
Just let him read this. Let him read the thing, and then you can you can dispute it. He said it's on another. It's
on another phone. I have two phones.
Nigeria, can you share it in the back chat so it can be on the screen, please?
It's an act to make.
Kulata, please give me 1 sec. One man. If you are directing the
link is at the backstage.
Woman, if you are directing the session, somebody doesn't want to enter, put him in the backstage. When he settles his spirit, then you bring him back. You are the coordinator. Hold on, let him read. Thank you.
General, why is it that whenever Kulata is talking, that's when he interjects?
Shut up. Shut up.
Can we just let him read it? Just let him read the document.
I know he can read it, but can you share so other people can follow along?
He said he's not able to. It just said it's
Nigeria posted it. Oh my God, one man, Nigeria just posted it. When is gas them, you're so partial, man. It's like you're Nigeria. You're not even. Now, wow.
All right. Is this what you're reading from? Oh, sorry. It's not a. Hold on. But yes, gas them up. Just slow the pace down so it's conversational. That's we enjoy.
No, Nigerian. Yeah, it's the same document, but it's the same document.
Right.
So I think it's chapter 55 that is referring to, or something like that.
No, it's not chapter 55. It's the very beginning. No,
you're referring to the part that says. You're referring to the part that says on the first day. You're referring to the part that says on the first day, October 1960, in this act referred to as the appointed day, the colony and the protectorate as respectively defined by the Nigeria Constitution, orders in council 1954 to 1960, shall together constitute part of Her Majesty's dominion under the name of Nigeria. Isn't that what you're referring to?
That's all.
Yes, and then when you go to the next the next point, no act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom passed on or after the appointed day shall extend or be deemed to extend to Nigeria or any part thereof as part of the law thereof, and as from that day, Her Majesty's government in the United Kingdom shall have no responsibility for the government of Nigeria or any part thereof, and the provisions of the first schedule to this act shall have effect with respect to legislative powers of Nigeria. Didn't you read that part too?
Kulata, I'm not telling.
My goodness me. So all this noise that you've been making.
One man, can I respond? You see, don't be partial. Yeah, you should be objective. Don't be partial.
I'll be gaslighting. I'll be waiting to meet him on the same platform. The guy
yes, thank you. Let me respond to Kulata, please. Kulata, I did not say that they didn't say in that document that they are not responsible for any laws. But before, what does dominions mean? You can't tell me that I'm under your dominion and then at the same time say I'm free. That means there's something there. Contracts, words matter for a reason.
Okay, just it's as simple as Commonwealth country. It's as simple as that. It's not that difficult. It doesn't mean they have real dominion.
That's exactly how I understood it as well. That's a
Yeah,
Commonwealth.
I'm sorry, my apologies. Gas them up. I was lying.
Goodness me.
It's basically saying you are kind of contractor or kind of whatever you want to call it.
No, that's a Commonwealth narrative, isn't it?
Okay, let's say that is true. Let's even say everything I said.
No, how else does it read other than that? Hold on. On the first day of October 1900 and whatever it is, the colony and protectorate as respectively defined by the Nigeria Constitution Order blah 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 shall together constitute part of Her Majesty's dominions under the name Nigeria. That's common. Now, Her Majesty's dominions is the Commonwealth.
No, the dominion. If you check the definition of dominion, it's not Commonwealth.
We're not talking about words. Okay.
Dominion itself.
Why do you conveniently not read what immediately follows it, and then you know what your dominion? Like I don't understand.
It's quite categorical.
This is kind of a frustrating.
You're not listening to me. Could I make myself clear? Even when I read it, I told guys them up. The second section seems to be completely ruling out the first one. Then you wonder why the first one was there in the first place. So the point I was making,
because it's part of the Commonwealth. That is it.
But they didn't say Commonwealth, did they?
No. But that does it not?
That's by implication now, deductive reasoning.
You've not read the meaning of dominion. That's why if you read the meaning of dominion, it's not Commonwealth.
Don't worry. We all understand English. I don't think anyone here does not understand English.
Sorry, please, 1 second. The Queen has dominion over every Commonwealth country until you decide not to be a part of the Commonwealth any longer.
That is not dominion.
Wait,
no, it is. It is.
Can I ask this gentleman? If you sign
the Commonwealth,
okay, I agree.
And Nigeria is a part of the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir, we agree, no problem. But let me ask you, gentlemen, a simple question. Once again, you are saying implied. Can you go to the court of law when you sign the contract?
Nobody said implied.
It's
explicit.
It's
explicit.
Okay, let me read the definition of the dominion. The term dominion means that which is mastered or ruled. It was used by the British to describe colonies or territorial possessions.
Exactly.
This is not.
Okay, so wait, so one man, I want to ask you a simple question, one man. It's very simple. Once again, you guys said the word dominion means Commonwealth is implied. I'm asking you again, you are all in foreign countries. If you sign a contract and the contract says A, I now go to the judge. I say, no, judge, it's implied that is something else. Look, on below it, I wrote something else. Will the judge accept that? No. They will rule against you. I'm not a lawyer, but I've taken airlines to court here, small claims court in the US. And I won because I was able to read the contracts and the rules. The words matter, but when it's I don't understand, man. I'm showing you guys this.
Okay. No, don't worry about what you're showing us. We've seen it. Let me ask this: if the Queen has dominion over Nigeria, as you are suggesting that this suggests to us, how come she doesn't then have the power to exercise that dominion as explicitly explained in this document?
Because she removed it. She deliberately removed that was removed there. You see, that's the point.
No. What was removed?
Let me tell you.
Power to
hold on for tonight.
He said the clearly the power to administer Nigeria, legislation, laws, and everything. The Queen removed the power from herself. Why she did that is because they wanted her to be independent. But it's not clear.
Hold on, don't run away into hold on, Fortunaja. Just hold on, Fortunaja. Don't run away with your conclusions. Go with so let's go with it. So you're telling us now that the first one is the stickler that you're saying Nigeria still falls under the direct influence. It says on the first day of October, XYZ, the colony and protectorate as respectively defined by Nigeria constitution, blah, 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 shall together constitute part of Her Majesty's dominion under the name Nigeria. So with that, you are saying that Nigeria is still a real estate of the United Kingdom. But now,
yes. Let me tell you why.
Can you just hold on? Can you hold on? Yeah, about this guy, man. God Almighty. And then it then follows on. So Nigeria falls as a dominion under Her Majesty's control. But then there is no power to exercise that control. By this, as explained in the same document, it says no act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom passed on or after the appointed day shall extend or be deemed to extend to Nigeria or any part thereof as part of the and then it goes on sub A, Her Majesty's government in the United Kingdom shall have no responsibility for the government of Nigeria or any part thereof. The provision of the first schedule of this act have effect with the respective.
Can I respond and tell you what the issue is that you're missing? Once again, like I said, because we don't study history in Africa, why did the British do this? They were bankrupt. Remember, the British colonial system.
What does that have to do with the point?
Wait, let me tell you now. Let me tell you, very simple. Remember, the colonial project was to make everybody a quasi-British citizen, right? So now when after World War II, Britain is broke. They don't have the money to do this colonial project again. So remember, if I'm in charge of Nigeria's laws, I'm financially responsible for Nigeria. So if I want to still control Nigeria and remove financial responsibility, I'm going to put that thing there. That look, the way you manage your country is on your own, no? But you are still in my system. You are still under my dominion of my world system. And this is what we're seeing on a daily basis in Nigeria and in Africa all throughout.
Don't go off on a tangent. Just stay with because you're going to your speculation now, but let's stay within the narrowness of
I want to say it's not expected. Last statement.
Go on, please. Yeah.
Okay, last statement. The proof of what I'm saying is this same document was given to Ghana. Go and read Ghana's independence document. It says the same thing. The only country I saw that didn't have this was Kenya, and I believe because the Mau Mau kicked their ass. Go and read it. Is it a coincidence that they gave the Ghanaians the same thing? Nkrumah was a very educated man, but it says in Nkrumah's own document they gave the Ghanaians to continue the Queen's dominion. Is that a coincidence?
What are you saying? It's a template now. What are you even talking about? It's a template. It's a template. A whole raft of colonies were being given independence. They crafted a document for that and templated it right across the stream. So what is the you're doing? I don't get this.
If you look at bullet point 3, notwithstanding anything in the Interpretation Act 1889, the expression colony in any of the Parliament of the United Kingdom passed on or after appointed day shall not include Nigeria or any part thereof. What part of that is not clear? You're not anyway.
This guy.
This is a useless conversation.
let me
I
just
don't
make.
even know. I think Isaac is right. This guy just pops
Gas them
around.
up. We have a feed
It's
day.
just
Misleading half-educated Nigerians. We
gaslighting
have
everybody.
They see that point may be over-labored, but the point is that you should ask yourself why they bother to put that that one at the top. It shouldn't even be there.
No, like one man said. One man said it all. It's a template. It's a template.
It didn't need to be there. One, and my point is that is what Barrister said earlier, or is it Barrister or something? He said when a father or a parent is leaving their children, that is not the relationship we have with them. This is a rapist or equivalent of a hijacker. This is what we are talking about here.
My brother,
and
I
when
see
they are
Nigeria,
leaving,
sorry, Baba, sorry. I see Nigeria. I don't have a problem with that document at all because I know how my country works. Like if we want to have eight region now.
Okay, I agree with you.
Let
me finish. I'm not finished what I'm saying now. You just interrupted me.
Yes, I want to finish it just so that you understand what I was trying to say.
I don't. Sorry.
Okay, go on.
Sorry.
Go on,
so
brother.
The point I'm making is that what the narrative he painted, you see, when we as Nigerians say this, we don't even understand that we are actually under compromising ourselves. When somebody came and usurped your power, ruled your people for decades, and then handed over power, and you are saying it's like when a parent handed power. Now we are the children. We have never been children. They usurped our power, and most importantly, this is why I never really paid too much attention to the document, the reference that Gazdemov gave me years ago, because what I care to see is what I see with my own eyes. What I see with my own eyes is our leaders operating in a sabotaging way to their own economy, to the benefit of others. Whether this document said it or not, the behavior is uniform. Ghana is doing the same thing, Nigeria is doing the same thing, Kenya is doing the same thing, Uganda, all of them are doing the same thing. That is a problem. It doesn't matter whether
you have not been elected to be president of Nigeria to know if you will do better, brother. I'm telling you the fact.
What I would do better,
so it's easier to sit down and be dancing. There are people who say, this guy is the best dancer. That's what all of us are just doing. All of us.
I hear what you are saying, but it's
you have never been president. You have never even been a councillor to know if you will be able to dispose of the refuse in your
the condition that I'm describing. What does that matter to the condition I'm describing? It still means even if I go there and
every time it's always about leaders.
Can you just
we have leadership challenges.
Let me finish.
What about our part?
Let me finish. That's what I'm saying. Even if I get there,
challenges. Yes. Can you do better than Oga Tinubu now? Or can you do better than...
You know what? Even if I lose my life, I can do better than him.
That's what
you know what I will tell you? You know what I will tell you for sure? Better a school leaver that is actually trying to do the right thing by their people than the one that goes there prepared.
But you've never said that 50 million times all over his platform. We're proud of it.
Brother, you have never been there.
You should be proud of it.
Because never been over 250 tribes or 500 tribes. You think it's easy?
What is wrong with you?
You do one for this one.
It's easy.
It's only Calabar.
Why do you always think these are hard?
It's easy, bros. You think it's easy to be president of Nigeria?
Tunaja, you've never been tested though. So it's very easy to pontificate and I won't say you're blowharding, but you've never been tested.
It's bloviating.
I agree with you.
Tunaja is a bloviating popinjay.
It's easy for me to say when I said that, but the point I was making to him is that it's irrelevant whether it's me or anybody. The condition remains the same, and something needs to overturn it. Otherwise, we're not going to get out of where we are. What is the point of just saying, "Oh, you cannot do better"? So we cannot do better, so we remain in slavery. Is that what you are saying? We have to overturn them either way.
No, hold on, Nefosa. Just hold on. What he's saying to you, and I think a lot of people have said it to you, but perhaps it's not penetrating, is that the situations are, you have, I won't say it's simplistic, but a theorized look at everything, but the situation is a lot more complex than you imagine. Why don't they just do this and that will happen? Why they don't just do... No, it's a very... Nigeria is probably the most complex place to manage.
The whole country can collapse. The whole country can collapse.
Stop it.
All right.
Just stop it. that thing that you are doing is just the kind of stuff that kills nations. If you want to do something in this world, you act as if you deserve to be in it. Not talking about everything is too hard. We can't do anything. If we are so useless, how is it that the 4 foot tall Filipino can do better than Nigerian men? What is the use of our men if they are here surrendering before they even try anything? Come on, we can't keep behaving like this.
All right.
I'm not saying our leaders can't do better, but you don't know the circumstances in which they are carrying out.
Sorry, let Ajanle Koko come in. I think Ajanle Koko wants to come in. We've not heard from... Oh, no. When Ajanle Koko wants to speak, people stop. Ajanle Koko.
Why?
Why? Because he's the Lord and Master of the universe. That's why he's the Lord and Master of the universe.
Don't worry. Nigeria will compensate. I will compensate house for you now. If we go after you, the minority, and you will keep quiet. Well, let me tell you this. I think we are not listening to the point of argument of got to be. What is his name? Is it?
Gas them up.
Got them up.
Got them.
I think that's probably right. Isn't it? Got them up.
Can you leave him alone?
Look, Nigeria is an independent country, but it's not a sovereign country. I think that is the point he's making. If you try to listen to him, if a sovereign state, a sovereign country is a country that other country cannot interfere in their internal affairs, in determining who's going to be their president, in determining how the economy is going to run, in determining what they can do and what they cannot do. So, got to be, goddamn, I can't remember his name. The guy is right. You guys.
Yeah, the goddamn guy is right. The goddamn guy.
Ajanle Koko. What do you mean that we're not sovereign?
You are not sovereign.
Why are you saying that? Why?
Even your election for whoever going to be the president of your country, the foreign power have to. Their hand must be. They must partake in who going to be your president in one way or the other.
Officially or unofficially?
You know whether officially or unofficially, any way you want to describe it. And that is why you see them carousing around Britain. They went to debate in Britain to talk to British to meet with the parliament, to come to America to meet with the White House. These are the people that determine who is going to be your president for you, not your election. Your election is just there just to showcase that, you have democracy. But the power that be in this world, that is the Britain and America, they played the most important role in who going to be the most supreme leader in your country. You know that. And that is why you are not sovereign country. Even in your economic philosophy, your economic affair, what you are going to run your economy, they are the one that determines it for you, not you. They dictate to you what you should do. So, my friend, you guys not trying to listen, because I've been listening at, carefully listening to him, and I think he's right. We have to accept it. You guys know that Nigerians, whoever going to be your number one president, and
but Ajanle Koko, what you described is not lack of sovereignty. Being subservient due to economic or defense reliance is not exactly doesn't mean you're not sovereign, because we can as well just carry our load and go to China.
But we are not, are we?
But it doesn't mean we can't. It doesn't mean we can't exercise that option.
The same applies when we are even being colonized. We could have even rejected them, but we didn't. and the same thing is still happening to now. I think Gas Them Up is onto something. This is the thing I've been highlighting. Our leaders are not making decisions for us.
That is why we are not developing as a country. The only, group of people that shown courage to develop the country were the military during their own time. Were the military. And
Okay, Ajale Goko, India went to similar circumstances like us. How come India, with a similar constitution as Nigeria, because I just found out that we're quite close in the way the federal government shares revenue to the state. We're even super close. But India, under British control, is developing. We just look for excuses in our toilets, in our backyard, and just anything to defend our failure.
Not under British control.
No, I'm not defending. I'm just saying what we are doing wrong, that show a total surrender by us, by their leadership to the Western power. That is what we are talking about. That I'm not giving excuses that they are the ones that, but our leaders are not courageous leaders. They are surrendered, they are dummy, they are zombie, and they are not fit.
Which is true, but it doesn't mean the country of Nigeria is not sovereign. Because if we get Showore, are you going to tell me that Showore is not going to go and beg UK?
Showore is a different character.
Exactly. So that means it's not Nigeria, it's our leaders. Nigeria is a sovereign country.
What makes you think that Showore is not compromised? Showore is in Washington every day, and he's talking about using mercenaries and all the rest. What makes you think he's not compromised?
I don't know. Weekend, man. He does shack.
I don't trust Showore. I don't trust Showore 100%. I don't know why you people trust him so much.
Okay, that is you. You don't trust him. Fine.
Not
you
yet,
trust
anyway.
Obi. You trust Obi.
Could I get a word in? Could I get a word in on here? On this
you trust Obi that went to London to beg.
No. To be fair, that's a fair point. I'm not 100%. I don't trust Obi 100%. Not even close.
Let me get permission from Ajale Koko. Let me talk about the substantive issue.
Let me round up before you come. But my point is that look, got to be. I don't know why I cannot remember.
Goddamn stuff. Gas them up.
I put the Indian one in the backstage. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Ajale Koko. I put the Indian document in the backstage. It appears to have a slightly different nuance, but maybe it's quite the same, really, to that of Nigeria. You can check it out if you want to. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. I'm looking for it on this Parliament something.
It's from the same link. It's just that you didn't find it. You have to go through Google to find the link. It's on the backstage.
No. The one. Okay, carry on. But the one you sent in the backstage is it from?
Yeah, it's from Parliament.uk. Yes, Parliament.uk.
So let me round up. Gun them up. Look, I'm with you. You are doing a wonderful job. What you are saying is absolute truth, and don't give up. Don't give up. Don't. You will on this platform. You will get the toughest of the toughest pushback. They will interrogate you. That is the beauty of this platform. But when you stand your ground, a lot of people will stand with you. And today, I stand with you. So
now you saw how they roasted Gas Them Up regarding that labor stuff now. Gas Them Up. No. I mean, they roasted Ajale Koko for that labor stuff that he was coming here to try to defend.
I have an interjection pending. I believe that Ajale Koko
is Gas Them Up a sensitive soul? Is that what it is?
No, it's not that sensitive actually. If Gas Them Up is sensitive,
does it need to be cotton wool?
Background. I'm just listening background, laughing. But shout out to Ajale Koko, man. He gets it. He sees the picture. You know, life is like that. You know, in the beginning, people violently react. Later, you guys will come around. Nigeria used to do the same thing. Now, Nigeria understands the big picture. So,
come on, stop being condescending. Don't be silly now.
No, I wasn't condescending. You used to fight me.
Don't worry. Nigeria is a saboteur now.
No. I think you're in a run. No. Gas Them Up. You're in a roundabout. Act as if you are teaching me something. Stop doing that.
Order.
It's a
No,
bit rude.
Tunaja, don't say that. You see, you see, why
I
do you
don't do that to you, so don't do that to me. Stop,
No,
don't do that.
Tunaja, you see what you see.
Order.
You just said we shouldn't be
Order.
sensitive.
Please. Let's have order because
No, wait. I just want to.
gas them up.
I know. I just want to
Gas them
address
up.
Tunaja quickly. Can I address him if you don't mind? Tunaja, listen. We just said don't be sensitive. I would never come on this platform and act like I taught you something. Don't take. You see,
That twice.
it's not like
that. Just stop it. I don't do that to you, so don't do it. I don't come and tell everybody everything I've taught you.
You see,
don't do that.
okay. Don't. I didn't say I taught it.
You like that you be teacher. We they teach.
No. You have learned a lot.
You shouldn't get offended like that. I didn't say I don't learn from you, but Tunaja, don't do like that.
You don't need to piggyback on my back and just act like it's not.
No,
Tunaja.
Okay, so
okay. If you felt offended, my apologies.
The question I have for you is this:
yeah, go ahead, brother.
You come here, you come with this issue, right? Are you familiar with the term British subject? You're a subject. You don't, not really British citizens, even though it's kind of obsolete. There's nothing that's a document or where people came up and said, okay, now we're citizens from today. But they're referred to as British subjects. Do you know what that means?
No, sir. Please explain to me.
Okay. First of all areas where the Brits were in charge of, including their own country.
Apologies, Mansad. I'm very, very sorry. But just looking at the Indian independence document, pretty much the same as Nigeria. But carry on, Mansad.
Yeah, because it's related to what Britain's been doing. They lost their empire, and they want to be looking back at the glory of it when they were hegemon after the industrialization, which they spearheaded, and they gained a lot from it, and they dominated a lot of places, right? So,
give me 5 seconds. Yeah, sorry. One man, I'm ready if you are ready to go.
This one will allow
okay.
To be
so
is one man there?
Hold on.
All right. Yes. Yes.
Thank
you,
anytime you're ready, I'm ready. Yeah.
Just to be clear, Sanwo Olu, for want of a better word, that figure that he gave for his GDP is complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. I went back in time to the GDP of Lagos over time, and I don't know where he got that stuff from. He just made that up.
All right. Before we go to Sanwo Olu's GDP, Apansat, apologies. Your point will be made. But let me just give you this. Indian Independence Act 1947, an act to make a provision for the setting up in India of two independent dominions to substitute other provisions for certain provisions of the government of India, blah, 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 which will apply outside those dominions to provide for other matters. So let me go on to the next. They essentially still insisted that as from the 15th day of August, 1947, two independent dominions shall be set up in India to be known respectively as India and Pakistan. The said dominions are hereafter in this act referred to as the new dominions, and the said 15th day of August is hereafter in this act referred to as the appointed day.
So one man, are you going to deny that same India didn't break up into Bangladesh, Sri Lanka? So they revolted against those dominions. Unlike us in Nigeria, we were not able to break up into our own.
There's still more. No act of parliament of this is what I'm saying to you, it's a templated format. No act of parliament of the United Kingdom passed on or after the appointed day shall extend or be deemed to extend to either of the new dominions as part of the new law of that dominion, unless it extends thereto by any law of the new legislative dominions. No, so it's pretty much the same as Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure.
That is true, and this is why I told Gazemo that I use my eyes. I don't use documents. Look at what is going on. India is not behaving like Nigeria. Nigeria is acting like they are boy, but India is going to space and going to the moon and all the rest. Very different, even if the documents are similar. Hence, why you have to use your eyes.
So I'm gonna tell you why. To Nigeria, I'm gonna tell you why India is doing that. Now, the point, actually, I'm just going to cut to the chase. All of us know what's happening here, right? Gas them up raised a good issue. But the question for him, I don't know if it's heard Nnamdi Kanu talk about the British connivance with the Fulanese to dominate Nigeria.
Oh
And they
God,
signed the document.
Fulani.
Yeah, hold on, please. Yes, yes.
Come on, come
Yeah.
on. I
Hold
can't
on
take
now.
more of this tribe thing.
Will
I'm
you be
tired.
quiet, to Nigeria, please?
Pastor, I'm tired. Can you
Please
have
let
a
me
break
land.
today?
But
Then
let
leave.
him
If you're
land.
tired, leave. No, if you're tired, leave. We have to talk about the truth until it's no more.
Probably I will
It's the
leave.
truth.
Oh, I'm just tired,
Yeah, go
Pastor.
ahead,
Come
leave.
on. Can
Yeah,
you
go ahead,
spare us
leave.
one day, Pastor? Can you do me a favor,
No,
please?
no, I'm not gonna spare you. So what I'm saying though, but I'm not gonna belabor the point. The point I'm making is that if you're going to look at historical documents about our country, if we're still colonized or not, then you have to discuss it in totality. You cannot say, "Oh, we'll talk about this all the time." The Fulanis cause a lot of trouble in our country, so almost anything you talk about, you have to include them in it. If the colonialists connive with them and they're claiming that they conquered certain areas, especially in the north, and they didn't want to fight the Brits, and they made a deal. Now, a lot of people talk about that. I don't know if so. My question to you guys, them up: have you ever heard anything like that before?
They made deals all over. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, but I haven't heard specifically. So please tell me more.
Okay, now what I would recommend, maybe you Google it with some keywords. You're gonna see them talk about it. I'm not really into all that extensively because I know that it's even more sinister than that. We should, if we are colonized by the Brits, fine, we could then deal with it. But I don't want us to be neo-colonized by the Brits. That's my only problem.
But Pastor, my question to you quickly is, why is it that when this is brought to Nigerians like to just brush it under the rug? They sweep it as if it means nothing.
Because Nigerians are good timing people. That's all. We don't have history. We didn't used to be like that. Let's be honest. We didn't used to be like that. But to answer the question with the Indians, the Indian thing was resolved after, because the Brits played the same game they played in India. They played it in Nigeria, which is to put people together who do not share the same tradition. You have Muslims, you have Indian Hindus, and it wasn't going to work. So they then cut off from that. And that's why they're doing good now. So they didn't used to do good. They have the population, they were poor. The Brits colonized them. When they left, they made it so that they have that problem persistent. They still have it up to today, but at least they were able to separate. And then now the Indians are basing their thing on true and false. They have a culture of
Pastor,
science.
you just said a very beautiful thing. The Indians were able to separate. You have your Bangladesh, your Sri Lanka. When Nigerians tried to separate, they said, no, we can't separate. You see the problem?
Exactly. Yeah, the Nigerians don't get it because once you separate,
continue
right?
the Queen's Dominion. We actually continue doing the Queen's Dominions. The Indians did it. That's the difference.
Right, but you see, Nigeria is a very clever chap, right? So what he does, he would cite that India as an example, but in another platform, he will show you that he does understand what's going on, right? He knows that Indians, up to today, they have terrorists bombing them from Pakistan. Now, am I saying that I've adjudicated it? I'm just talking without prejudice. I don't know historically who's at fault and all that, but by observation, we know that Indians have embraced pretty much the Western tradition. They're in technology, and they're selling. The only reason why they're doing that is because they broke off from that clash of civilization that we have. We are sitting at that intersection. The Northerners don't want us to progress. I guess, I don't know if they say it. I'll be surprised if they do. But let me just be morally equivalent here.
Pansat, I want you to address one thing. October 1st, 1963, Nigeria transitioned from constitutional monarchy with Queen Elizabeth II as the head of state to a republic with Nnamdi Azikiwe as the first president. So isn't that the end of this dominion stuff that Gas Them Up has been talking about? Because we were under the monarchy till 1963.
Right.
And then we went to Zik.
Yeah, I heard when you asked him that question, and he should have said yes. I believe in letter, right? Yes, but not in spirit. right? So if you are gonna argue in letter, right, and law and constitution, yes, but in spirit, no, because what they did then, unfortunately for us, just about when they were about to leave, oil was discovered in our country, so they were reluctant to leave. There's no doubt about that, and that we went through a war just because of the same reason. Because it's happening. We're not unique. They do it in the Congo. They do it everywhere where there's mineral resources, right? They did it in South Africa. That's why South Africa was dominated by 5 million whites, over 25 million. Somebody was supporting them to do that. So they do it. They do it in Kenya. They do it everywhere. So it's not even a secret. But the question guys them up is asking is then why are Nigerians docile about it? They'll fight about anything else. And then when we're having all these problems, when we're talking about it, corporates such as Tuna, you see how he ran away from here because what he want to do is to come here and just talk, however long it is that he wants to talk. So I yield back. I just want to say, our fighters, Showore, Namdekano, Iboho, all those kind of people, they know, they studied these things, and that's why they're upset. But they're left to suffer, go to prison, and be destroyed. So it's no longer worth it for anybody to engage, to come and fight for Nigerians, because Nigerians are not worth it, right? They don't care. They don't care whatsoever. If you come on this platform, somebody like Kulata is very smart. Somebody like Tuna that I just left is very smart, right? And the rest of us here. But Angelico knows all our history when we're doing very well. But one thing they don't have tolerance for is for us to point out the things that are holding us down. One of them being this relationship. People who talk about constitution, what's his name? The guy from the Southeast that talks about a shambolic constitution, that it expired and we should write a new constitution. They go back and dig out documents that show that there was an agreement between the Brits and the conquerors from the north. Let me not use the tribe and all that. Who's conquered the Hausas? So, like Nnamdi Kanu says, the only right the Fulanis have is with the Hausas, who they conquer by war. They don't have any claim to us over where we are in the southeast. But you say that then you actually make enemies for telling Nigerians what's good for them. So that's what I'm. Guys, them up. Where are you from in Nigeria? I know you have Ogun there. Are you from the Ogun state?
Nah, I'm Isoko.
Isoko, where's Isoko?
Isoko is in Delta.
Oh, Delta State. Okay.
It's like a family of Yoruba people now.
Yoruba. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I yield back my interjection. Ajay, you could claim your time.
Oh yeah, I think I made my point. So
Ajay, you has the floor. Yeah, continue.
okay, so where am I starting from?
Let's start from let's calm all these colonial mentality. Nigeria is still Nigeria.
Let's talk about Ajanliko's people that pack themselves inside plane like sardines to go to Switzerland.
Yeah, Ajalikoko, they said Lagos State recorded 50% GDP growth under my watch. Sanwo Olu is bragging now.
Well, it should substantiate it. It should release fact to that effect, and that will be good for him, because if we can see fact to back his claim, I think he will be celebrated. People will celebrate him, and people will campaign. People will how do I say it? Supporters of their party will campaign on that. It's going to be a boost for their party in Lagos, and
what the leadership of their party represent in Lagos.
Ajani Koko, sorry for interrupting you. Please add this to your question. This question has been in my mind. Where do you see Sanwo Olu after his 8 years? Where do you see him?
Oh, that's a very good question. You see, and one of the reasons why I'm saying that he must back this, he must back his claim. He must back it up with fact, because that will be a very good campaign point for him in the future if he want to contest for Lagos. I mean, sorry, if you want to contest for the position of president. You know, Tinubu has been.
Ajani Koko, president is too much now. From governor, you don't even talk Senate or minister or. I don't
Well,
say it's too much for him.
I said in the future. So in the future,
I mean, after the 8 years, where are you seeing him? After the 8 years.
After the 8 years, it's gonna be next 4 years. So, I won't be surprised if Tinubu offer him appointment at the federal. I won't be surprised to see him as a minister or in a very top position at the federal level. I won't be surprised because his performance in Lagos the city will market him for a top political appointment at the federal. So I won't be surprised to see him in a position of minister or at the federal level. So, but as I was saying earlier, so you need to back it up. You need to show us evidence to that effect, so that.
I posted it in the back chat. I posted his claim. He said because it went from 27 trillion to about 40 something trillion in 4 years. So his claim is that he increased Lagos GDP, grew under his watch. Yeah.
That's a remarkable performance. We have
But
to.
in 4 years, isn't that 2020 wasn't COVID time? If it's in 4 years, 2024 minus 4.
He's counting COVID. So he's saying that in spite of COVID and NSAS, if you read the article, he's saying in spite of COVID and NSAS, he was able to grow Lagos's GDP. But once again, you have to factor in inflation into your GDP growth. That's why, for example, in the US, they'll tell you now that $1 does not buy what it used to buy 20-something years ago, 40 years ago. They have to factor in the cost of inflation because it's an unwritten tax on your revenue. So if he's not factoring inflation, which from 2020 to 2024, so the current rate of inflation in Nigeria is at 34%. But what is the total rate from that 2020 to 2024? Some say that prices have jumped up over 100%. So if inflation from 2020 to 2024 is an increase in Nigeria, particularly Lagos, by more than 100%, I'll go and check it now, then that means there's no real growth. I don't know if you guys are getting what I'm saying. So, for example, Ajani, I'll tell you this. Like when I'm in Nigeria, they'll say, come and invest in this thing. This 15% return on your investment. I say, yeah, that makes sense. But the rate of inflation in Nigeria is 27%. So I didn't make any money.
Well, people will interpret it in different ways, but I think it's pointing to that figure of growth. So the dimension you are taking it now, or you are questioning it, is legitimate, but that's a different. You are using a different metric to measure it. But the point he is making is that look, this is the figure. As at the time I came in, the GDP was 200. I mean, what was it? And he doubled it. So if you want to question the inflationary rate, the devaluation of the currency, and and other things that
And many other factors. Yeah.
other factor that is ravaging our economy today, that's a different ballgame. But look at that figure, particularly from where he met it and where he brought it to at the moment. So whether we like it or not, is an achievement. We have to give it to him, and I hope he can build on it. And I think with
Ajale Koko, people, Ajale Koko, sorry, people always said Lagos is big commercially. That is why Sanwo Olu or any governor, even somebody, some people dumb people said, even if they put mad people in Lagos governor, is going to perform. Do you think it's because of the resources, or even if you have small resources, a governor should be able to do something for his people? Thank you.
you see, yeah, Lagos is the Lagos is the heart of the nation's economy. Whether we like it or not, the contribution of Lagos is almost about to the GDP is about maybe 44%, if I got it right. So almost half of what the entire country, contribute. So it is the commercial nerve center of the country, and they will continue to grow because the infrastructure that they are putting on ground in Lagos will surely attract more investment to that place. And if you look at the how do you call it, the foreign investors pouring into the country, majority of are just Lagos is most of them uh,
Yeah,
where
can I say something to you on this, Ajale Kuku? Because I know
where is that?
You're always proud of that, right?
So
Ajay, can you hear me?
Oh,
can you
Pastor.
hear? Yeah, let me interject you a little bit on that comment you're making about Lagos getting the majority in the that is
one and a half minutes, please. Thank you.
So thank you, Thomas. The point I'm making is that when you in the United States and a lot of people here in diaspora, when you look at a country, it's pretty much developed. Development is universal national in the country, right? Depending on some areas are blessed with tourism and they're gonna develop it. For example, here, Vegas will develop in that fashion, in New York, financial and all that, right? This uniformity, this nonsense that Lagos government and Yorubas, not even Lagosians, who don't have a boat to piss in or a window to throw it out of in Lagos, pumping up their chest, talking about developing Lagos, things coming over there. You have to understand, you may have some kind of tactical advantage with this. But don't forget, technology is fast approaching to where even automobiles, roads, for all I know, in the next 10 years, we may be in flying cars. If you look at the transportation, how silly. Just having everything go to Lagos. You should be condemning things like that because that is how they probably will listen. The Yorubas are supposed to condemn those things. They should supposed to say, look, we need development in that entire country from north to south. I'm not proud of having all this junk technology or infrastructure just built in Lagos because as you see with Oti in just one year, right? He's able to give his state light. If the Southeastern break free, all that stuff you have there will be junk in the next 5-10 years, because we'll be launching satellites into space. We're building electric cars, flying cars. We're going to leap. That's why people's integrity should not be in their infrastructure. It should be in their mores, fairness, going into that constitution and making everybody feel like they're one country. So what I'm saying is that you're not the only one who's guilty of this, because I do know you're proud of your region. You're proud of Lagos. Well, like me, I used to be proud of Lagos. I've never been there before I saw this tribalism stuff going on. I used to come over here and I'd be boasting when I was a student. I'd be boasting to Oyibos. Say, go to our Lagos, our capital. I say, there are more cars in Lagos. And I know I'm lying than you have here in maybe San Diego or Los Angeles or whatever. You don't, right? That's true. But it's just hubris showing off with our Lagos. But now I wouldn't do that anymore. But what I'm saying is that don't forget, the knowledge is where it is. You have to be scientific. Yeah, you have to be.
Thank you. Let's
scientific. Yeah. Okay. No problem.
I'll come to you next. Yeah. This Agalikoko. Yeah. Let's go on. Yeah. We have few topics here so that we can go to other people as well.
And
Thank you.
listening to you, Pansat, look, it's not the responsibility of Yoruba to be championing that other part of Nigeria should be developed. It's the responsibility of the people that govern their different places to develop it. So Lagos is governed by Yoruba, and Yoruba people are developing Lagos. They are the one in charge of the government, and they're developing it. They're developing it at a very fast pace that investors that come to Nigeria, 70% of them chooses Lagos as a place to invest their money. So, and Lagos will continue to. So, with the
Agalikoko, can you say security in Lagos adds to the prospect in Lagos? Because if you ask anybody here, where are you going? Lagos. Security is, can you hear me?
Thomas, you are making the most important points. That's the most important point. And that is why we continue to, urge this administration to work hard on security. When you get your security right, your economy will grow at a very...
Coco, can I quickly ask you something or point something out to you?
Yeah, make your point.
Okay, very quickly. I agree with you. Security is a mainstay, but I think it's what came first, the chicken or the egg. So because Lagos is prosperous, there is going to be an abundant push of security in Lagos. Now, I don't have a dog in the fight of the ethnicity battles that we Nigerians do, but I will say this. There is, or there seems to be, some sort of mafia. And the mafia I'm describing is in the port system, right? Our ports in Nigeria. When I ask all the time, why is it that the only ports that are open, of course, you have Port Harcourt is there, you have Kaduna Dry Port, but the main ports that all of our goods flow into that country, Nigeria, are the Lagos, Tika, Apapa, Wharf Port. Now, if you look at the human body, why do you have a heart attack, right? If your blood vessels are constricted and blood cannot flow, you get a heart attack. So if they open the ports in the other regions, particularly in the other southern region, all throughout the south, I know Ogun State, Edo, Delta, Akwa Ibom, Cross Rivers, if you open all those ports, right, whether you have to dredge them, put the money into there and make sure those ports are flowing. What that will do, I think that will reduce the number of people that are running to Lagos. That will reduce the cost of our imported goods, because now somebody can sit in their Imo State and order their goods to come in straight there in Delta. They'll pick it up in 1 hour, or they can pick it up in Akwa Ibom there. They don't have to come through to Lagos. And then by the time you ship your car or your goods from Lagos and bring it to the east, you know how much money you have to add on top of these things. So do you think that is done purposely?
Well, I don't want to fully agree with you that Nigeria did not open up ports in other parts of the country. There's an airport, there's maybe Rivers Port, I mean, well, how did they call it? But the problem we have is that, you see, Lagos have developed the biggest market in that country. Where you have the market is where people want to go do business. So the Onne port is functioning, but a lot of people, importers, doesn't want to take their distance there. They are commercial. They run commercial.
We even hear that shipping to Lagos is cheaper to ship to the east. And we don't know how far that is true.
I don't even know much about that. But
so I think somebody said it on this platform. I forgot the person that shipping to Lagos is more cheaper shipping to one of those ship those spots. Go on.
The other
I heard that before too. Let me ask you a question then, Aja, with what you just advanced some more, talking about that Lagos has security. Now, the reason why I'm talking as a Nigerian is that, as you are aware, in the last 10 months or so, we have a lot of major national corporations leave the country, right? So that thing that you are touting, extolling the virtues of security in Lagos, or actually just Lagos, period, right? You have Kimberly Clark has left the country. Procter and Gamble has left the country. GlaxoSmithKline, GSK, Nigeria has left. Equinor, Sanofi, and Bolt Food, right? These are companies leaving our country. So we're not going to eat Lagos. We have to look at the impact of.
Pastor, don't forget BlackRock just left Nigeria as well. Just as of today, BlackRock just left Nigeria.
Guinness, right? Like Guinness.
Yeah, the
Odeku.
with
You want to have an original Odeku when you come home from work. But what I'm saying is that we're not going to eat Lagos. It's like somebody coming to the United States and say, oh, New York is good. It's developed, but everywhere else it's insecure, or there's no rail line, there's no port, and you are just going to be like Humpty jumping up and down. We wouldn't enjoy this country if we came down here and we found that the United States is just New York, and the rest of the beautiful coast, the Pacific coast there, California, all those are just rural, no security, nobody cares about developing them. It will be the most foolish person who would rejoice at something like that. That's what I'm saying. An intelligent person like you are exposed and often judged to be fair.
Pansat, if you don't mind, I want to ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Who are those people responsible for development of Lagos as you speak now?
The people responsible for developing Lagos should be the state. If there are no exclusives by the federal government, there's a list of about 68 items. I think they're beginning to whittle it down a little bit. Maybe it's like 65 now. What they call an exclusive list. In that exclusive list, let me just land on that answer. Hold on. On that exclusive list are major stuff, infrastructure stuff, including power.
You've actually answered my question. So the next one I want to push for is this.
Yeah.
You got it that the state is responsible. Now, how is the state responsible? They force the hands of the federal government, serious engagement, serious tussle to establish Lekki Deep Sea Port. They force the hand of the federal government to make sure they got another airport in Lagos and the free trade zone. So Lagos State, they've tried to force the hand of the government to open that Lagos-Badagry Expressway. So the point I'm raising is this. Why can't other states from other regions find a way to force the government to create port there? Because there's no excuse for having port in Lagos only. So the fact that they are saying things are cheaper from Lagos, no, I don't take that. As we speak today, if I'm to give it to the credibility of is it NEMASA or what's the name of that organization? that thing, Niwa or whatever it is. 65% of containers from abroad end up in the southeast.
Right.
And I know it may sound ridiculous to people, but you may find out that it can actually be true. You understand?
Hola,
Because we are talking of imported.
hola.
Yeah.
Let me say something. You know, you guys have been saying this container issue and whatever. No container that comes to Nigeria that don't end up in Lagos. Even if you have to.
Can you give me 30 seconds? Yeah. Ajali Coco, you still have the floor. Let's make the interjection brief, then we can go back to Ajali Coco. Yeah. Can you go on?
So no container that comes to Nigeria today, as I'm talking to you, that doesn't end up in Lagos. Whether you want to go to Port Harcourt port or Akwa Ibom port, you must first of all stop in Lagos. Then they will now maybe disperse those goods with small ship that will end up in either Port Harcourt or wheresoever they want to end up. So the
who
most
is the
important
mafia
thing is
that
that
said it must be like that? Who is the person that
I
said
don't
that
know.
must be?
I don't know. But the most important thing is that no goods is ending up maybe direct from China to any part of the south or southeast. That's how it works. And let me finish. Just let me finish. You know, before the close of the border, a lot of importers here are using, and the cotton is very, very cheap. Very, very cheap. So many of them are using that route until they close the border. So when they close the border, they want everything to be concentrated in Lagos, all the goods to be concentrated in Lagos. And up till today, that is why they have not opened that border. Because they know what they are benefiting. And still today, since that time of Buhari, they close the border. No, they have not opened up any other space
Do you know why I don't
for goods coming. That is why as of let me finish. That time before Buhari came in, goods only take a month and a week from China to come to Nigeria. But ever since Buhari closed border, now it's almost 3 months. And they're not bothered about it at all.
This is what I'm saying. Forget
Up
about
to today,
federal government.
everywhere is congested.
If you don't fight for it, you are not going to get it. What I'm saying is that Lagos fought for it. Even Donald Duke, before he could bring there is Tinapa and all those kind of Budukato ranch, it wasn't a joke. Even though they are not maximizing it now. What I'm saying is this: your rep, your governors, they should be at the neck. They should be on the neck of those people responsible. If Lagos State can bring investor to force it on the federal government, because federal government just want to hold on to everything. Don't worry, but we want someone to build this thing, operate, then and transfer. So the South.
I agree with you, but I think there's a conspiracy because I've said this to some people. You know, you have to be careful what you say to certain people in Nigeria. When I got the chance to meet some so-called powerful men, and I said, "Look, you guys are powerful men. Open your ports in your state," and they looked at me like I was on drugs. So I think there's
Remy, please, Remy, you will come in. Please let me just finish my interjection. I beg.
Ola, give me 1 sec. Ajali Coco was speaking. Passat interject. You come in. Ekene came in. Remy wants to come in. So when are we going back to Ajali Coco? So we end interjection on your
more
interjection.
importantly, when are you coming to me? Because I just been speaking for a long time.
No. Ajali Coco just started. I'm the one Passat. I'm the one coordinating this section. Can you just follow the trend?
I just want to give you a hint.
No. Ajali Coco just started. Any voice you hear Ajali Coco speaking before, he was interjecting. So I'm ending the interjection on Ola. We go back to Ajali Coco. We still have many people here. Passat, you haven't spoken. Remy hasn't spoken. Ekene hasn't spoken. So we have to, you understand what I mean, Ola? So end that interjection there. We'll go back to Ajali Coco. Thank you.
So what I simply want to say is this: we've seen how Lagos, even Fayose in Ekiti, forced the federal government so that it can work on the road instead of waiting for federal government forever. So you see the way there will always be the conspiracy. Some people will not want you to move, but you too, you have to apply force by lobbying, use of power, don't concentrate on fringe things that you can get like the benefit of the office without the benefit of delivering the services to your people. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you.
Ajali Koko. Back to Ajali Koko.
Okay.
Let me represent
So
Ajali Koko now.
No. It's not representing.
Baba Saudi today. I want to GT1. Look, look, it's not only
Ajali Koko, don't mention anybody's name. They will still come back to you. Just speak. Don't mention any name. I want to manage the interjection. Yeah, go on.
No, I'm not mentioning name. See, Lagos seaport is not only in Lagos, it's in the south too. So, but Lagos is the market. Importers want to bring their market, their imported goods to where there is market. And that is why you see majority of the, what do you call it, containers, an imported product landing in Lagos. Because Lagos, like I said earlier, is the economic nerve center of the country. Don't let us deceive ourselves. So that is what is responsible for, that is what make it look as if, yeah, they don't make effort. They make effort. Even those sports, many times run commercials on TV, appealing to people to bring their container there at a discount rate that they have discount for them. We played it here on this platform before. The commercial that they run on national TV and stuff like that, offering discount better than that of Lagos. Did people go? People no go. Lagos is the market. If you're a businessman, you take your market to your goods to where there is market, where you can dispose it and make your money and reinvest your money. So that is the way you work. So Lagos is the, I mean, the way that Tinubu, I said Tinubu, Sanwo Olu is putting in place some infrastructure in Lagos. It will continue to make Lagos more attractive, more reliable for investors, to bring in their investment. So you won't be surprised in the next 4 years if this guy will come up again that he has doubled the GDP. The figure that he released today, maybe he's going to double it in the next 4 years because a lot of infrastructure will be in place by that time because a lot of things are in the pipeline that is building and will be completed by that time.
Ajali Koko, if you are the importer, you hear Lagos is secured, you will sell your market fast, get your money fast. Will you decide to ship to Lagos or ship to where your market will be redundant or where you can be, where will you ship to?
Let me make a very simple example. Obi Kubana, chief priest. What is that guy name?
Yeah, chief priest, Obi Kubana.
Chief priest. He took his hotel business away from Anambra to Lagos because of insecurity. Do you think he's stupid? Do you think he will stay in Anambra for reason of tribal? Oh, this is my land. As a businessman, businessmen don't stay. They go to where they can make their money. They can invest their money and get return and triple it and turn it over. Do you think it's stupid? And on top of that, like Thomas, you said earlier, security. Lagos is the most secured state in that country. Lagos government has investment
2 years that
has
I
invested
went,
so much on security.
two years that I went to Nigeria, I was much secured in Lagos than when I traveled to Oyo or Osun, Ogun, because very relaxing. 2 midnight, we drove
How
out.
do you how do you know that you are more secure, or is the fear that is in you? How do you know you are more secure? No, Konseja. Why did you have any security threats when you were in Oyo, or you are just your fear? That's the question I'm asking. Because sometimes you just talk.
I don't have any
How do you
fear.
know you are more secure?
Come on.
Did anybody attack you? Did anybody attack you when you were in Oyo that you say you feel more secured? I want to know.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say nobody attacked me in Osun or Ogun that I traveled to. But I don't
So
know.
what do you? So it's your feeling.
No.
It's your feeling. It's your feeling.
But I have the rights to it because I see security everywhere. You know, you'll be secured if you see security everywhere. Hotel that I am, there is security there.
Let me give you. Okay, you feel more secure because you see security. Then you went to a place where there is no security and you are never attacked. So which way is more secure then? You need to see security everywhere before you say you are secured.
Yeah, no, not really.
I'm trying to continue what you are saying here. Don't listen to this guy talking rubbish.
Well, I think he's entitled to his own opinion. That's his own opinion.
That's my opinion. All these Kwara people, they will not let you talk.
So,
go on.
A lot of people have not spoken. Ajay, if you can conclude soon, so that I could make a.
Why are you always in a hurry?
No, I'm not in a hurry.
Since I wake up, he has been talking, and he will always say that he has not been talking. You have been listening to your talk. You talk. There's not topic that they have mentioned today that you have not talked about. And you
Thomas just told you that I haven't. Thomas just said I haven't spoken, but go ahead, Ajay.
What Thomas says it. Well, you cannot say you have been talking.
And Thomas, if he's going to speak, I think you have
So, as I was saying, Thomas, look.
Yeah.
The security.
The next voice is Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, go on.
Lagos State has invested billions upon billions of naira on security. They bought helicopter gunship for the police. They bought what do you call it? Ambulances for them. They bought boat for them. They bought patrol vehicle. They equipped them with
tanks.
A lot.
So many tanks.
I mean, the tanks. I mean, this is it water cannon or what did they call it? This vehicle they
water
use
cannon. Yes.
To disperse
dispatching protester.
A protester. They bought a lot of those vehicles, and then the Lagos governor.
Helicopter ambulance. Helicopter ambulance.
Yes. And then they bought. You see, recently, the governor of Lagos met with all the DPOs. Do you know what it means to meet all DPOs in Lagos? And guarantee them that he will fund them to succeed. That they should count on him when it comes to funding. Lagos will continue to fund the police infrastructure in Lagos. What do you think that, I mean, that motivational meeting and effort that Lagos State is showing to the police, that we are with you, we will support you financially, we will support you with everything to succeed. And, so that is why you see the police understand everywhere in Lagos, and they have their neighborhood watch too. When you go to several places in Lagos, you will see the neighborhood watch with their own vehicle, standing at one corner or the other, you know, to augment the police in managing the security of Lagos. So look, we have people that are trying their best. Sanwo Olu leadership is trying his best when it comes to the areas of infrastructure, building of infrastructure, security, and managing the management of the economy of Lagos. So we have to give it to him. It's a record. People can criticize it. You can use some other metrics to, measure his performance, but the figure clearly shows that he doubled it from where it met it. So that's my take there, Tomo.
Yeah. Thank you, Baba. Second, another topic. Dangote venture to steel production, targeting, meeting, and demanding demand in South Africa. Like Dangote wants to go into steel now. We have been talking about that. Yeah. What is your take about that?
Well, I think earlier, I think maybe they were saying that he was trying to buy Ajaokuta steel.
Ajaokuta steel, yeah.
I think earlier I opposed it. I said from the standpoint of strategic standpoint, you see, we have some industry that are very strategic to the economy of the country. So looking from that standpoint, I don't want one man to be in
monopolize
to be in charge and monopolize those strategic industries, because from the strategic standpoint and from the national security standpoint, I think it's not good for the country. If we allow him to be in charge of refining the oil and petroleum product, which is very, very strategic to the economy of the country, and now the steel, which is very strategic as well for the technological advancement of the country, and this man is holding all these things. I think it might look good to people. From strategically, I think it's a threat to us financially.
Can I interject you?
Yeah.
1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes,
so,
please.
Are you aware that this same Ajaokuta has been sold out to the Indians before? Hello.
So not sold out to the Indian. The partnership, not sold out.
If you don't entertain fear with a foreigner, then we have our own, and you're entertaining. Okay, what is the use of that Ajaokuta steel? Because we are talking about strategic. What has been the use of that place to our economic development since they started that construction? We have wasted billions of dollars, and the thing has been there for almost 50 decades. Nothing happened in that place. Now somebody wanted to buy it, then we started. Even the oil refinery that you are talking about, the refinery is not a monopoly. We have other people that also have refinery in Nigeria. We have one that is going on in Akwa Ibom and other places. So why I don't know this campaign that all of us are having against Dangote and everybody is buying it, and it's, to me, it's just inimical to economic development. I don't understand it. Something has been there moribund. It contributed. In fact, it was even like a pipe where that is draining our economy. And you are here saying it's strategies for our economy, something that is not even useful to us.
So if Dangote,
Simba, Ajaguta is just like a curse. It's supposed to be a blessing. It's just like a curse. That
can I ask a question?
Simba, you see my point. I'm not saying that
can I ask a
Nigeria
quick
should not
question?
buy it, but
hold on, please. Yeah.
Hello.
Let Ajali go land. Yeah, I like Ajali go on.
Okay, so I'm not saying that it should not be sold to Nigerian, but I believe we have other competent people that have been ready to invest in that sector. Such people
He just made that. He's just telling us our own intention. By the time they want to do it, I'm very sure that they will ask everybody to bid for it. He's just telling us what he wanted. So why somebody just made him.
But let me ask you a simple question. Remember, back then we had Abiola with ITT, right? He was a very rich man. All of these things. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Back then we had Abiola with ITT, very rich man, successful guy. Now Abiola died. Where are those companies today? My question is, God forbid, heaven forbid, if anything happens to Dangote, do they have the right successions in place that will continue his vision and his legacy for his industrial capacity? The people that will take over, or the person that will take over from
he's
Dangote.
asking me a question, Remy. Let me answer him.
So that's what I want.
When did Abiola died?
Yeah, I'm asking you, do we have the right succession plans in place?
Let me tell you what happens during Abiola is different from what is happening now. Most of the Dangote companies that you are seeing now, they are limited. I mean, they are limited liability companies. It's not fully owned. People have shares and they have board of directors. They have everything.
That's why they call them group. They call them group. Dangote
So
group of companies.
Dangote cannot die and everything will die with him. It's not a one-man business.
Okay, in addition to that, I don't think Nigerians should exercise any fear. I remember that when they floated the license for cement and the rest, they were given to other Nigerians, not only Dangote. At that time, everybody was importing cement, and then they will not bag it in Nigeria. But when these guys saw the opportunity was for them to go and set up their own factory and start manufacturing cement. It's only Dangote and some few, like maybe that Bua, that take that initiative and opportunity.
You've been speaking for 2 hours. It's unlike you to be that selfish. Will you conclude so that I will go next? If you
this
can.
is not like I'm just intercepting.
No. Wait for your turn now. Thomas is giving 1.5 minutes for interjections, and that's
I have not spent 1.5 minutes. I barely spent 20 seconds.
Just wait your turn. How's that? Wait your turn. Go ahead.
Why do you mean I should wait my turn? You have been here.
Remy, please don't argue. Please just land your point, please.
Okay, what I just want to say is that Nigerians should not exercise any fear. And if the government, if Dangote is showing interest in our rolling mill or steel, it should just go ahead. Any Nigeria that knows its onions that also want to partake, let him also go ahead. Let us stop this unnecessary criticism. It's unnecessary and irrelevant because we are in this country. Ajakuta has been built for more than 30 years. Do you not have Nigerian billionaires that can take over? They will not. They are looking for the soft part of it, soft business, something they can use and get their return immediately as soon as possible. So this guy have shown.
He did not build it. He lost in court.
Please, I don't want to.
No, he did. But you're lying now. He did not build it.
Pasat, no. Yeah. Let him conclude. Let's go back to Ajay. So I can come. If we keep on rolling, we won't come back to you. Yes.
I don't think you're gonna come to me. I really don't think you want me to piss you off so you could ban me from your.
You can.
I'm gonna give you what you want.
What are you talking about?
Head to me then.
What are you talking about? I just said. No, I just said we finish with Ajale Koko and come back to you. What are you talking about? What are you insinuating?
What?
No, what I'm
I
saying
don't
is,
even understand your obsession. Must you talk? Is
no,
it,
he
are you
says,
hungry? I don't know why. Must you
no,
talk?
no,
Why are
hold on,
you
hold on.
always eager to talk
He
and talk
says,
and talk?
he said a minute and a half
All right,
interjections,
all right.
and we
Just
did.
hold on, hold on. Let's just have some structure. I've been listening, and it's just more bickering than anything conversational. So just let it be conversational. Let Ajen Lekoko conclude. Thomas does a 5 minutes monologue just so that people are not waiting too long. Just bicker. Let's not bicker, man. It's just too much.
Yeah, Ajale Koko, conclude, please.
You see, as I was saying, I don't want one man or one group of company to be in charge of the strategic industry to our economy and our national security. We shouldn't be desperate. We should be able to open a level playing field for people to come in, some other people to come in and invest in other sectors that are very strategic to our economy. So, but for one group of company to have this, have that, that group of company will dominate everything. And what do you think you are preparing for the future? No, it is not good. Even the United States where we live, the Congress sometimes will step in and not allow big companies to merge because they will say, well, they're going to kill a lot of small companies in that sector. They will refuse them to merge because they don't want them to monopolize that sector or the market. So we should be able to, our leaders should be able to look at things well and encourage some others, to step into other sector and not Dangote alone. Dangote want to do this, Dangote want to do that, Dangote want to do that. Before you know, he will take over all the economic structure.
Power. Yeah.
He took over everything, and then he'll be so powerful, so strong, and he will dictate to the state. The country have to beg him to get things in that country. He will have so much power that the law of the country will have to be written to favor him and to, continue dominating the market. It's a nation that want to have a better future, a better economy, a competing economy, cannot allow this. It's even going to kill productivity. The productivity you are thinking that you are going to achieve, you're not going to have it. It's going to strangulate the what that what do you call it? That sector, the benefit that the people should derive from it is going to strangulate you because he want to make money, and nothing you can do to stop him from dictating the price as he like, because there is no competition. A country cannot be run like that. So let us spread that opportunity, because the more you give him the opportunity to grab it, will be very, very powerful, very strong, and nobody will be able to compete or even challenge him. It's not good.
Yeah. Thank Ajale Koko. We have to move on, but I can't pass you before not asking you this. Yeah, your few thoughts on this and without interjection, please. After that, I'm going to pass that, please. Without interjection. I said without interjection. Yeah. I can't be part of
First,
mega fraud.
he has to be nominated for
Passat, if
Guinness
you
Book of World Record.
Passat, I'm the one here. I have the key to remove you. If I said something, just follow it. Please. Thank you. I'll bring you back, please. I said without interjection. Ajali Koko, Shore, I will not be part of mega fraud. Shore declare alliance with Atiku, Obi, and others. So give us a few thoughts on that without interjection. Then we go to Passat. Thank you.
I mean, everybody should know that without even telling people now. So that is not a fraud like others. They will never partner. He has made it clear to he has said it several times that he cannot form alliance with them. He cannot accept any of these politicians leaving a PDP into his party because they are corrupt element. He doesn't want to have anything to do with them. The party AAC doesn't want to form any alliance. We look for, maybe PRP, People Redemption Party, a party that have a record of fighting for the poor people. Those are the ones that we have a similar ideology, not PDP, APC, and the current Labour Party that have the ideology of looting the resources and the commonwealth of Nigerian people. No, this is not be this. This is just
like an assurance to seal it. Yeah.
It's a reaffirmation of what he has said several times in the past. So it's a matter of time. These politicians are doing their own now, but the table will soon turn against them because what they have done to Nigerian people now, they have pushed Nigerian people almost to the wall. So when they push them to the wall, Nigerian people will fight back because they have seen the way the hardship that these people have affected on Nigerian people is so bad that the people are now crying openly. So let's wait and see if Nigerian people can come to their senses and act in this next election by voting them out. That is what I'm expecting that maybe will happen in the future. Let's see if they will come to their senses because their senses have been taken away from them all this while. They've been voting. And even if you look at the record of voting itself, 25%. What kind of democracy is this that people does not have even they don't have confidence to come out and vote? People, 75% of Nigerians doesn't come out to vote, of registered voter rather, did not come out to vote. Only 25%. It's not good. The record is not good at all. Even the Russia that you see the Western world shouting they don't practice democracy. 77% of registered voters came out to vote. 77%. 2/3 of the registered voters came out to vote. And out of those people that voted, 81% voted for Vladimir Putin, showing that yes, we believe in his leadership. So what do we have in our own case? 25%. And when you look at the 25%, you see the way they share it among themselves. It's not showing this democracy we are practicing. Is not showing that we like it. It's not showing that we embrace it. It's not showing that we believe in it. That is what I see by the figures that is showing to us. We don't believe. A majority of Nigeria does not believe in this democracy. They don't like it because it has brought.
So thank you. Let's move on so that we don't get people tired. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes.
I know your passion for Shure, but that's why I brought that to you. So
Thank you.
I know. Yeah, I know Shure will. Yeah, Shure will never, never, and never join those people. He will rather be there. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's have Passat. Yeah, Passat, it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aja, I was saying that you should get into the Guinness Book of World Record for somebody talking and talking so that others with the light cannot shine their light. But I happen to agree with a lot of what you said. That's not the issue. We weren't rushing you because you are off mark. No, you were within a reasonable range. And having said that, then I'll proceed to Tom Manya for my ancestors, spiritual people in our land, Southeast, Biafrans. I pour my libation to you, my ancestors. And then after that, let me say hello to people on the panel and those listening to us. We were having important dialogue here. I won't call it a debate. Some of them were introduced by panelists who are not even here anymore because it's been such a long time ago. But we still have to conclude that discussion, which is anchored on Arjan Lokoko's response. And somebody else chimed in. I believe it might have been Ola, with a new name here, as Barrister Elewu Echu or something like that. He says, who's in charge of development of the state? And I answered that there were things that on some kind of list that the federal government controls, and sometimes they have a door list and things like that. So let's go into it and give it the force of our law. All right. So we're talking about federalism here, because when we are talking about Lagos doing so well, especially in certain areas, maritime, buses, stop modernizing. It's usually synonymous with Yorubas, and it's not. We're talking about Lagos State. So whatever we're fighting for now for other states, let's say I'm fighting for states in Southeast, South, or the North, that also includes Oyo and so many other states in the Southwest. We're one in that regard. It's not a tribal thing, it's a regional issue. It's a fairness issue. It's a constitutional issue, because you can have it both ways. If you have the hubris of walking with some kind of swagger that you're a Lagosian and you got this, go and get your own country. Go. Not only would you have your own bosses, you have your own head of state. You have your own legislature. You have your whole thing, federal. You're gonna own both your federal and your state government. Go. But if you're not, and you're gonna be bothered to that constitution where we have federalism. Now, okay, what is federalism? In simple terms, is the division of lawmaking powers and functions between two levels of government, so that general and regional governments are each within a sphere, coordinate and independent. So you have the federal government, and then you also have the state government. So unfortunately, Lagos is not the only state that has to be coordinated with that federal power. Do you understand? I want you to really understand where we're going with this. Now, this is anchored in there's a Supreme Court law. You've heard us talk here lately that what really governs a country is not the laws made in in the legislators and all that, right? National assemblies, it's what's called common law, where the Supreme Court gives a ruling. So there's one that I'm going to cite for you now. If you're not familiar with it, you just Google it. It's called AG Federation, which means Attorney General Federation versus AG Lagos State. And that opinion, I'll save you the time because I know a lot of you are lazy. You're not going to look it up, right? Here is quote: federalism is an arrangement whereby powers of government within a country are shared between a national, countrywide government and a number of regionalized, that's territorially localized governments, in such a way that each exists as a government separately and independently from others, operating directly on persons and property within its territorial area, with a will of its own and its own apparatus for the conduct of its affairs. Federalism is thus essentially an arrangement between government, a constitutional device by which powers within a country are shared among two tiers of government. So you have to then know that in Nigeria, the list provides for division of powers, where you have the exclusive legislative list. Then you have the concurrent legislative list. And then whatever is not in those two lists are termed to be residual legislative list. So you have to understand that when the states are not doing very well, because I've come in here to say that we should have a nationwide plan to develop the entire country, like we have here in the United States and many other countries. So this is not only important because some people come in and they say, "Hey, look, whose responsibility is it for you to develop?" You've heard a lot of people before Tinubu stole that election and got there in the times of Jonathan. People from the Southwest will say, "We want restructure." And encapsulated in that structure, it means that legislative list, exclusive list, needs to be looked at to make sure that states, not one state, not Lagos, but every state in that union can develop at their own pace. The government has to give something. So we cannot let hypocrites get away with that. Section 4(1) of our Constitution provides that the legislative powers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria are vested in the National Assembly for the Federation, and then Section 4(6) vests legislative powers to the state and their assembly. So if you're gonna go there and you have an enormous exclusive list for the federal government that will include arms, ammunition, explosives, aviation, awards of honors, bankruptcy and naturalization, aliens, commercial and industrial monopolies, construction and maintenance of federal trunk roads, control of capital issues, all the way, copyright, you go all the way down till you get to 68 of them, right? Then how can you come around and you say, even if you want to do an airport, you could build the best airport in the world. If you have corporates, deceptive people, double dealing people, fraudsters with chicanery, underhandedness, treachery, deceit, go there and block not only states, they block individuals. It's a childish game, of which our eyes are now open actually from 2015, because most Nigerians from the north, south, east, we were going at it, would say when Obasanjo was in power or Yaradua, we're going, okay, you know what? We've overcome. Now we're in a democratic setting. Now we're one Nigerians. I could go and build in Lagos. I could go and build in Aba. I could go and build in Ekiti State or whatever. We're one Nigeria now. And this war is over. We're getting into democracy. There's no way we're going back to what we had before. But it was all a lie. You were, they fool me once, shame on you. But if you fool me twice, shame on me this time. So what I'm saying to you is that, see, most Nigerians got a shock in 2015 when they realized, oh, we're not done with this. We have a Buhari here. who set that clock back. And they start playing games in Lagos. Because all you have to do is because there are 3 major regions there, if 2 combine, and they can then set us back. But don't make no mistake about it. And you that area that you're touting, even just our kids from all over the country going to that Lekki Toll Bridge to protest. I don't know who came there and shot them. It certainly wasn't just our military, because they denied that they did it. You don't have a boot to piss in or a window to throw it out of in that area. There are some rich people like Bobrisky and others who live in that Tollgate area over there, Lekki area. But you really have nothing to do with it. That thing is owned by Lebanese. It's a free trade zone. They don't pay us any money. They talk nonsense about recovering a lot of land from that.
We have 5 minutes for everybody. 2 more minutes, please.
No. I think Angelica went on for almost 2 hours, and he's here today. So I'm going to be talking about a lot about the Constitution on this. So hold on, hold your horses. I want to go legal on this.
So hold on and listen to me or not.
I'm not going to listen to you.
If you can't,
I'm not going to listen to you. So do your worst. You stupid son of a bitch. I'm not going to listen to you. You shut up or I will leave. Idiot.
Who else is on the platform? Hey, Ekene. Let's hear from Ekene. Ekene. Do you have Ekene? We don't have Ekene. Ekene. You have 5 minutes, please. Thank you. Free flow. Then, if you have 5 minutes for everybody, then we open it up. Thank you. Go on.
A lot of things I wanted to say, but maybe my thought has left. But let me try and come up again, because the issue when I came in, you guys were talking about Lagos, and yeah, I wouldn't say that Babajide Sowolo is not doing good. He's trying his best. But I don't know where this development is happening, because if I were to see him today, I will ask him, what did Ojo local government did to him? That no government presence, nothing, all the roads abandoned, everywhere becoming so dilapidated. So I will ask him that, why don't you want to do something about all the roads in Ojo local government? Because it's when I feel it, I'll be able to praise him more on what he's doing. You understand? So, but as of today, I'm not feeling any government presence in Lagos State, and it's becoming so unbearing that even on Ojo, you cannot drive your car without putting money in your pocket for proper maintenance. It's very bad. And maybe he has done well in other areas, but this area I'm talking to you is nothing to write home about. So it is what it is. And with the money Lagos State is calling out, they are doing this. They are supposed, even this minimum wage we are talking about, they are supposed to be in the forefront of it. Lagos State, I think, can pay 150,000 minimum wage with what you guys are mentioning, figures here and there. Even though inflation, because 100,000 naira yesterday is not 100,000 naira again. 100,000 naira yesterday is about 400,000 or 500,000 today. So, but when you guys mention numbers like this, it's as if that's how it is, because that's how you even spend the money also. So inflation is very high. So when you mention numbers, think about what that number used to be a few years ago before you mention it. And when I was talking about the seaport and whatever, that I want to put it very straight.
Can you educate us more on this shipping You are in that industry. At least you have a first-hand information how goods being transported to Nigeria. You may not have all the information. At least you have the information. So, do you think Lagos is being privatized? Do you think people love to bring their goods to Lagos? Why? What is going on? Just educate us. Yeah. Thank you.
I think it's not really that Lagos is privatized in that sector. Honestly speaking, I know that
Thomas.
What's going on? I was thinking, yeah, Ekene, you dipped out. Do we have Ekene?
yeah, I'm here.
Ekene? Oh, you dipped
Yeah,
out.
I'm here.
You dipped out. Yes, start again. Yeah. Well, what was my question?
Okay,
The answer, please.
Yeah. Okay, I said it's not really that I think Lagos State is privatized in that environment, in that regard. Honestly speaking, it's not all about business interest or this is the area that the state or the people wants to do their business. No, it's just like in Nnewi. Oh, no importer in Nnewi sell his goods in Lagos, but all their goods come from Lagos. The containers must first of all bat in Lagos, then they transport it to wherever they want, whatever means they want to use, whether Port Harcourt or whatever means, before the goods gets to Nnewi, and it's extra expenses. So what happens if the goods may be direct from China to either Port Harcourt or wherever in the south or southeast? It will make the goods more cheaper.
Why can't they use Calabar Port? Why can't they use Calabar Port?
I just told you, you cannot use it directly. The goods must first of all come to Lagos. If you want to use Calabar Port, you must first of all clear the goods in Lagos. Then they will use all these small ships to transport it either to Calabar or Port Harcourt or wherever. And that's extra expenses. So if the government really want to open up that space, what they should do is
to understand Ajali Koko question now. So why can't they ship to Calabar Port straight?
That is what I don't know. That is what I don't know. That's the conspiracy there that I cannot even understand, because I don't think that a lot of people
don't. Can I respond to that for you, Ekene? Can I respond? Can you give me 20 seconds to respond to that?
Okay.
Okay, it's very easy. The ship that takes all these goods from Asia or Europe or America, they pass through a lot of seaport. They have a route they always take. Maybe from China, take a lot of goods going to Africa. They are not coming to Lagos alone. They are coming to several ports. And when you look at the West African map, after Benin Republic, I think it's Lagos. And after Lagos, some of them, they don't have a lot of container meant for south port, maybe Calabar or Port Harcourt port. They don't normally go to that port because it's not economically viable for them to go there. So that is why they stop at Lagos. And the advantage Lagos
if there is no much container, they will not just waste their fuel.
Yeah, they cannot just continue to fly along that route. So, because when you look at the map, after Nigeria on the west coast, which other country is beside Nigeria? You have to look when you go towards So after Port Harcourt and look at which port, because most of the countries, when you look at the west of Nigeria, of Lagos, you will see them lying along the route, along that route. So what I'm trying to say is very simple. If it's very viable that they have a lot of container that is going to the Port Harcourt or Calabar port, it is more economically viable for a big cargo vessel to continue to go that route and deliver those cargo. And to not make it even worse, is that Lagos State also started the deep sea port. And with that, this deep sea port, a large container vessel can now berth in Lagos and discharge a lot of containers. So it's not about playing politics or whatever with this. We don't own the ship.
Remy, with what is happening, I think it's more about politics. This definition you are giving here, most of the goods are easy to transport from either China
Can
to
I ask you a question? Have you ever seen a cargo ship that loads thousands of containers before? Have you ever seen their route, the way they go from Asia?
When I see, what I see is that when all these big containers come in Lagos, if you go to a place like there is a place in Ibode here that those small ship they follow
So
to
that's what we
transport
are
many
talking
goods.
about. Even Lagos
Yeah.
itself, sometimes they still carry the container from this big vessel to drop them to smaller ones to take it.
Yeah,
to
so
the
that's how they transport a lot of all these goods to South. But the point I just want to manage my 5 minutes because if you keep on interjecting
go
me,
ahead.
very soon I will not have anything to say. So, but the point I'm making is this: most of all this environment, most of all these things is easy, even to transport goods from either from China or whatever comes, because most of all you just mentioned India, 65% of containers goes to the southeast, and that is it. Most of all these goods, when we offload in Alaba here, you will be very surprised that most of the goods, if we offload like 20 containers in Alaba a day, about 10, 15 containers are going. Honestly speaking, what they do is just to transload it in all this big container body, transport those goods to Onitsha. They are not selling it here in Alaba market. And sometimes people say it's because of market, because of all this. The center, Lagos is the center of business. No, that's not the issue. Most of all the goods we bring in Nigeria here in Alaba market are not being. You go to somebody, an importer that offload, you tell him I want to buy your goods. He tell you properly, I'm not selling my goods here. I'm selling it at Onitsha. And you think he's lying. The next thing he pack up or everything, load it in a container down to Onitsha. So what that does is it adds extra expenses. It made that goods more cost. You understand? So when all this conspiracy started was during Buhari time, when he closed the border. Before, they are using Cotonou, and that Cotonou is very, very cheap, and it makes our goods very cheap. So when they close that border, they stop using that Cotonou, and they ban every goods coming from that environment and channel it to Lagos. And what they do, instead of go to open another seaport in the south, they now open another deep seaport in Lekki. For what? That's what they did. And the container then used to be about 1 month and day. Today, everywhere in Apapa is congested. No road. You wait for your container for almost 3 months before you're able to get it. Then it's just a month and 1 week or 2 weeks. In a very cheap, but today close to 20 million to clear one container. Close to 20 million. What are you selling? What are you going to sell? Because the space is monopolized. They're using it to make a lot of money. And the state government, the Lagos state government, and I don't know, is enjoying it. So they don't want to make that space for other states to enjoy the same benefit that they're enjoying. If other states should enjoy that same benefit, the business will move well. That revenue will be shared to other regions, maybe in the south or in the southeast. So, but that's how I see it. And many people doing business in Lagos, a lot of importers don't enjoy it. And today, even myself, today, as I'm talking to you, I've moved my things to east.
Okay.
Many, even my family, my family no longer reside in Lagos.
Oh, okay.
I've moved them to east. I've built them. I've put them in a better place. Find them a good school in the east. Put them there. I'm only one traveling home most of the time to go and see them since this year. So it's because of the sometimes when you make excuse that people enjoy it or this and that. No, It's not that. There are more businesses that are very open in the East, doing very well. And even I've noticed it, and we are investing in it, trying to build it up. When it starts moving very well now, I will also follow suit. I'll close everything here. More profitable. Building materials is a very good business in the East than even in Lagos here. You do it in the East, you make a very good profit. It's a very good business because a lot of buildings are going on there. You don't have the stress of all these arboros and all these people disturbing you. Today, even to drive my car to either VI or whatever, I can't do that. A lot of laws that you don't know when you fell in their hand, and they charge you a lot of money. They can even take away 50,000, 100,000 from you in just falling into one nonsense law you don't know. They will, in fact, it's just a confusing thing that I don't understand why they come up with those laws. That you can even be driving and they will tell you that this place is not for private vehicle, it's for motorcycle or it's for, but they will not put any sign to indicate that. They will allow you fall into that trap, and when you fall into that trap, nothing will make you not spend up to 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira. So the best thing I do here, for me to fall into that trap, I'll just park my car. For the past 8 months, I've never used any car to go to either VI or all those areas because I don't know when I will fall into their hand.
Do you take the Lagos Blue Rail line?
You say?
I mean, do you sometimes take the Lagos Blue Rail line, that blue line, and do you take the buses sometimes, the Lagos buses, that BRT? Or you are just taking?
I've not really used that blue rail line, but it's a good one for me. You know, what they're doing now is to when they bring it down to maybe Okoko now, because that's what they're doing now. When that rain touches
you are going to the east now, you don't need it anymore.
You said?
You say you are going to the east, so you don't really need the red line anymore. You said you are relocating.
It's not. It's not as if if those ones are functioning for maybe other people, I will not praise it. You understand? Not whether red line or whatever. You know, those things have timing. It's not what somebody like businessman. It's not. Let me finish. It's not. It's a timing issue. You know, anything about government is timing something. It may be for me as a businessman, it will not be comfortable for me. I may want to move by 5 and they will decide to move by 7 or 8. So yeah, I can't use it.
I want to ask you a question. You mentioned the port, and I remember that in Lagos alone, they have other ports, not only Apapa Wharf, they have the other port. And sometimes they move container from one port to another port in Lagos. I think they have like 2 or 3 ports. And you said you pay nearly 20 million to clear whatever you are clearing. So you do not tell the people that are listening to you whether you clear 60-feet container or 40-feet container, and what is inside what you are bringing into Nigeria. What is the duty that is attached to that one? You do not give them all the breakdown. You just said 20 million naira. So sometimes you need to give them the whole picture.
No, whether those things, even in Nigeria here, these points you make are valid. But even in Nigeria here, they are not valid. Nobody looks into that. Well, because there are even some wuru and some all these akazu, bribe and all these things that you have to do.
Okay, so I think Thomas, maybe the next person should go. I think it's done, so that next person should just pick it up.
Yes, Remy, you are the turn. Yeah, you go next.
But I don't know. Can you give me some of the topic because it's
yes, yes. We were talking about Sanwo Olu boasting about raising the GDP of Lagos 50%. So what's your take?
Yeah, that is a good one. Because the way I see it is very simple.
Hold on, Remy, hold on. Ekene, you dipped in. We thought you left. Let him conclude. Then you come in, Remy. Yeah, Ekene, you dipped in before. We couldn't.
Okay. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, loud and clear.
Okay, so my point is, Those wuru that happens there, nobody have the time to even examine what you have in your container or whatever, because most of the workers there are more interested in even taking bribe. So who even examine that? They not examine it. Whether you carry cocaine, whether you carry electronics, whatever you carry, they don't examine it. These ones you see that they display them on television, maybe those ones play a little bit stubborn and they decide to display them, because here to bring in those things is very easy. Once you give them good money, nobody have the time to examine all those things. But if properly examined, we shouldn't be paying what we are paying for good products that are being imported in Nigeria today. How did all this expired product like drinks or whatever find their way in our country? Is it not because of lack of
what of the one produced in the country? It's not only bring
the ones producing, but we are talking about the ones being imported. Because if those ports, if they're doing their work very well, because all these things are in Lagos, if they're doing their works very well, I don't think we'll have all those expired products in our country. But because they're not examining anything, just give them the money. Carry your product, go and sell to whoever you want to sell. So they are more interested in taking all this bribe.
That's very bad. They can bring weapons, they can bring anything controversial into the country.
It's not that they can bring weapons, they are bringing weapons. Where all these weapons, Boko Harams and all these terrorists they are using, where did they bring it from? Is it not from the same port? Who allows it? How was that container not being examined? So if they open on other spaces can function more better. And but today, as I know, the only port working in Nigeria is only Lagos port, no other port working. And that is why it's very difficult to do business in Nigeria. The price of goods, those things can affect the price of, because if you remove 5 million naira from clearing of your goods, you can use that 5 million naira to sell that container. It's easy as that. If the price of container today is about 17 million or 18 million, if you remove it from a container, you can equally use that 5 million to sell that container. It adds a lot.
So I can sorry, another quick question. So you use 20 million to clear whatever you imported, we don't know now. And when you now sell, are you telling us you are making a loss, or you are making a profit, or your profit have declined a lot? Which one?
The profit has declined a lot. Okay. The profit has declined a lot. It's just few items now. It's just few items now that you can clear and say you can make profit. Many importers today are not enjoying doing business again. They're not enjoying it. Honestly speaking, I don't know why it's like that. I know, I don't know why Nigerians don't want it.
What you should understand now is this: everybody knows that Nigeria is in a terrible economic problem. The first priority to most Nigerians would be how to put food in their table for their family before thinking about other things. That aspect might also affect whatever people are doing in Nigeria, especially if you are selling electronics or whatever. Because if I were a family, I would first think about putting food on the table before buying a TV or radio, a computer or whatever. So that one can also affect you. So it's not.
And that is why people like me are championing for increase in minimum wage, because I understand that
you cannot just say they should just pay them any amount of money like that. You have to. What I want you to reason, because
Remy, hold on, please. Yeah, but don't you sell? How do I explain this? You calculate what you sell, what you buy, then calculate how much you're gonna sell your product. You shouldn't be running at loss. You understand what I mean?
Normally you do that. No, nobody is running at loss, but not as let me tell you, Thomas, you make more profit when goods are cheap than when goods are high, because you try to manage your price so that you don't lose customers. So when you continue to add money, it scares customers away.
Yes. Now
but when goods are cheap and stable,
Yeah, you even make more profit, and they even, as in, they buy in quantities.
Well,
So
this
it's as easy as that.
this kind of business you are doing, you also have a kind of indirect competitor, because I can see that in Lagos, I've seen a lot of, even in Ibadan, I've seen a lot of some flagship store that belong to like Samsung or that belong to like LG, that you can go to their store and buy directly from LG store and Samsung store. I don't know what you are selling. I'm just trying to say that it can also be a kind of indirect competitor to you. Because people will say, okay, I'm going to LG store, I'm guaranteed it's from the same company. Right? Whereas maybe you sell different brand in the shop.
The people doing well in the people doing well in business today in Lagos or in Alaba today is people buying from company. You know, we have some companies like those people that produce fan. Their companies are well here represented in Abala. So those people don't need to import again. What they do is just go there, register with some millions of naira, then go there every month to take whatever quantity goods they want to their shop in Alaba market. So it's very easy for them. They don't pay any duty, just the price. They pay just the truck that go to that Abara to bring those products to Alaba market. Those people that buy from company, like bulb, the people that do all this energy bulb today, we have their company in Lagos. They are Chinese, so but it's just that it's not as if they produce it here, but they bring it direct from their company.
A lot of them are in the Lekki DC port area, and a lot of textile companies are also there because it's easier for them. And at that
it's easier for them to meet their customers. For
the first time in the history of Nigeria, one of the largest ship in Nigeria berthed in that deep sea port there. So once you have, it's a big opportunity. Whatever you can say here, you mention politics, you mention this, you mention that. You also have to look at the shipping line themselves. Is it profitable for them just to be moving around? You also mentioned that it's politics. Today, as I know, they are moving container by rail, by train, for the first time from Lagos all the way to Kaduna now, through the old that refurbished old railway line. And how do they move it to the east before? There must be a way. Maybe it's through the old railway line, container from Lagos to the Enugu train station.
You know, when you see all these things, when those things are working now, is because of all these policies that I just tell you. When normally when you offload those goods in Lagos, you don't have any option than to use those rail line to transport it to every other part of the country. That's what they are doing.
I'm saying that's the way it's been done before. Now they have started using it again. All those rail track has been bastardized, or all those still have been stolen by Nigerians, whether southeast or not. So they are refurbishing all of that. It's not about politics. When you want to do your thing, sometimes let's do a little research. And if I'm a businessman in Onitsha and I import a lot of container, I have an option. Should I send my container to Port Harcourt or Calabar, which is more closer to Onitsha, or should I send it to Lagos? And from Lagos, they can use a train to take it to dry port in Ibadan, and I can pick it up from Ibadan and send it all the way by truck to Onitsha. You have a lot of options. So if the ship is not going directly to Port Harcourt, why are they not going to Port Harcourt? Why
the option is not an issue, but the cost.
Let me ask Remy this. Remy, are you into shipping? You tend to know a lot.
Yeah,
or you just
before I have a big brother that is close to me. It's a big
I thought as much. Anything about shipping.
So people don't know a lot of things, and they will say it's the politics, it's this. I know about it. When you have to open your from hem, I know about it. I've shipped something from China before, container. So I know what this thing entails about. But
you know what you're talking about.
It very well. But at the end of the day, they will blame it. It's government policies or something like that. And when you look at the population of Nigeria, it's only in Lagos that you have over 20 million people. From that angle alone, they will need more goods for imported products from abroad. People will buy there. And then when you look at the southeast, maybe it's a big hub. I know a lot of people that go to Onitsha every day that they will go and buy baby wears, baby clothes, and they will sell it at Ogunpa in Ibadan. They are still doing it today. Nobody complains. It's politics. A lot of people move from all the Oyo. They go to Onisha every day to buy baby clothes and so many other stuff. And when you go to all these markets in Ibadan, like Ogunpa, like the one in New Bag, so many of Baggy market, you see a lot of product they bought it from Onitsha. Some of them had accident, lost their life, but they are still doing the same business today. And nobody ever complained that is politics. Why can't they go and buy it from Lagos? But they think it's much cheaper.
The issue is not the issue, Remy. The issue there is this. The issue there is this. Those goods you still go and buy in Onitsha, they are still shipped in Lagos before taking to Onitsha. So the point is this: when you know that people are those people in that environment are doing that business, and they have a port close to them that they can easily use, maybe Port Harcourt or Calabar or whatever, why not open it up for them? You still those goods have to pass in Lagos. Yeah, you still have to pay duty. Let me finish. You still have to pay. You still have to pay Lagos State a very big duty of about 14 million or 18 million naira. Then transport it. You pay.
I asked you a simple question before.
You let me finish now. You still pay another 2 million something to transport that good from Lagos to Onitsha before people will now go to Onitsha and still buy it. So why not open up those seaports so that it will reduce cost, so that those people coming to Onitsha to buy it will even buy it more cheaper.
Let me ask you a question: is Port Harcourt port, is it working or not working?
It's not working.
Is it working or not working?
To me, it's not working. It's not working. They are just using it for just a support.
I don't want us
it's not working.
It's not working. The one in Calabar too is not working. It's closed, right?
It's not working. I just tell you how
you mean hold on, please.
How a port is working when you can working when you can use that port to to do your proper importation, maybe from China to Port Harcourt direct. Go and clear your goods in Port Harcourt. Pay Port Harcourt government the duty. It's just that Lagos State government want to collect all the duty of every container coming to Nigeria. That is what is happening.
Let's make it easier. I don't believe that. For example, I've shipped a container from China several times, and they will know whether it's going to Lagos. And in Lagos, they will ask you which port. Is it going to Apapa or going to Roro or other ports in Lagos? I think they have 3 or 4. I forgot it, but I think they have 2 or 3 or 4. So if you ship a container from, let's say, China or from Germany or maybe from Brussels, Belgium, going towards Africa, they stop at several ports before arriving. They have their own route. If there is a ship that is going to Port Harcourt directly, it will go to Port Harcourt directly, and then you go and clear your product in Port Harcourt. But if you are an importer, you have the right to choose which port your container is going to be berthed. It is not that the shipping line forces you that you must take it to Lagos. If there is a shipping line that goes directly to Port Harcourt, you do it exactly like that. So don't let us misinform people here. If here there is a ship that goes directly from Guangzhou or maybe from Yiwu or any part of China, probably in the southern part, does it go to Port Harcourt directly? So if you go to Port Harcourt directly, you will tell them, ask people that ship something from America too. You name the port you want your container to be, and then they will calculate the duty the shipping cost. They will calculate it for you. So
that makes sense, isn't it?
So it makes sense, and I don't know why people are just unnecessarily say Lagos corner everything. Why can't you ship it directly to Calabar or Port Harcourt if there's a shipping line that goes there? It's not Nigerian government that will tell the shipping line. Please don't. It's good for Nigeria if they go to Calabar and Port Harcourt. Nigerian government will make more money. Whether you ship it to Lagos, Port Harcourt, or Calabar, Nigerian government will be happy.
So where is the custom? Is any custom cited in Calabar, this place you are mentioning? See, let me tell you, I just told you, everybody, a businessman, a good businessman will always want to do business where he will make profit or where he finds gain. See, let me tell you, 50% or 60% of our goods before Buhari took over is cleared in Cotonou port. It's very cheap.
That is
it's
for
very.
You. So that's
let me finish now. Let me finish. It's very cheap. It's very comfortable to clear goods there. No stress. Good policy working there. Before Buhari came in. So after Buhari came in, he has to close border. And these are one of the reasons he closed the border. To disable those things.
No. The reason
and a few months he closed the border, the Calabar, the Apapa port became congested. People can no longer clear goods within 3 months. And it's still happening today. And they are very comfortable about that.
Okay.
That you can clear container for almost 3 months.
Okay, that is you. I have a friend that just shipped.
So what is happening? Why shouldn't they? And in order to make it worse, they still go to Lekki and they open another seaport. So all these things you are doing, is it that the ports are in Calabar? They are in Port Harcourt, which they can directly use. Where are the customs? Where are the policies to make it work?
Let's make it conversation so that we make it short. I have a friend that just he shipped something from Canada 6 weeks ago. We already clear it in the Apapa port as we are talking today. So, and when you ship a container, the reason why they close the border is because there's a lot of smuggled goods from Cotonou to Nigeria. And Nigeria is losing a huge source of revenue to Cotonou port. Because when you clear from your Cotonou port, you are going to pay the custom duty to Cotonou. In fact, what Nigerian did, there was a time they did something that if you ship your goods to Cotonou, for you to bring it to Nigeria, then you have to pay the duty at the Cotonou Nigerian custom post at that Cotonou, at that place before you go to Cotonou. So I don't know how they do that there. The reason why they close the border is because there's a lot of smuggled product to protect the local manufacturer, especially about staple food. What I'm trying to tell you today, you are telling me that Port Harcourt and Calabar Port are closed for the business. They gated it and they lock it away, which I think that is a lie. And I've given you you can go and ask anybody that ship container from every part of the country. If you have a seaport and that shipping line, you ask your agent, whatever that ship it from you from America, China, or wherever, I'm taking my container to Port Harcourt. They will find you a shipping line that go to Port Harcourt, and they will tell you what is the
Remy, let me tell you. I'm just telling you, I did not say that those ports are closed down. I'm telling you how it functions. I'm telling you that all those goods you are. Let me finish now. And let me finish. I'm telling you that all those goods that you see, whether in Port Harcourt, whether few containers you see there, are first of all cleared in Lagos. They are first of all cleared. You first of all pay your duty in Lagos before wherever you are going to. That's the point I'm making to you. Whether you are going to Port Harcourt, whether you are going to Calabar, wherever you are going to. Because our shipping agent here, let me finish. Our shipping agent here have their office in Lagos. I mean in Onitsha also. They have their office in Onitsha. But how did they do it? How did they do it? If I want to
question, please. So let me
let me make my point now. If I make this point, then you can ask the question.
You will continue. Just this question. When that shipping line that is taking that container from wherever, do they offload the container in Lagos? Yes or no? Do they offload?
What did you say?
I mean, that big ship that is taking that container to Port Harcourt or Calabar, when they get to Lagos, do they offload it? Do they take it away from that big ship? Yes or no?
Yeah, they take it away from that big ship. Then use other small cargo to transport it.
Another question I will ask you is very simple. When those people that ship that container in their manifest, do they write it there that this container is going to Port Harcourt or Calabar? Because I'm asking you.
How do you mean?
Okay, when you ship a container, there's a manifest, a kind of paper that they will give you. That paper is in threefold. You can give one of them to your agent. You have one.
Place of destination.
Place of destination. So when you ship it, which port do they write in that place of destination? Is it going to Port Harcourt?
It's Lagos port now.
Why are you now saying other things? If it's Lagos State, Then Lagos State must collect their money now. So I don't see why all this.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If it is functional, if it is let me finish now. Let me finish. You have made your point now. I was talking before you say you want to make a point. If it is like that, then why not make the destination to be either Port Harcourt or Calabar so that people can clear their goods there?
Are you listening to me?
Because any goods, that's we're even talking the same thing, because the point I'm making here is this: that you first of all clear your goods in Lagos before you transport it to whatever you want to transport it to.
You are not listening to me. I want you to listen to me carefully again. When you ship any container from any part of the world, it has a place of destination. And then you have a manifest, a paper that will give you that I cannot ship this thing from Chicago or ship it from Brussels or from Amsterdam. And this container is going to bag, or they are going to offload it at Onitsha or maybe at Calabar or Port Harcourt. The shipping line will make sure that your goods arrive in Port Harcourt. They are not taking it to Lagos. So that is the question I'm asking you. So the shipping line as a company.
The shipping for, you see, it's just like when you are making a point. We made a point here. 65% of goods that comes to Lagos go down to Southeast. So you cannot tell me when 65% of goods coming to Lagos go down to Southeast that those goods, those big ships will not be comfortable to load those containers direct to Southeast or South. And let me finish now. And that is why I said there is a conspiracy, whether you want to believe it or not. There is a conspiracy, whether you want to believe it or not. If there is no conspiracy, when 65% of goods coming to Lagos go down to Southeast.
Listen, Remy, let me say something to him. Ekene, what Remy is telling you is very simple. What Remy is telling you is that when container comes like that and they offload them in Lagos, it means that Lagos is the destination of that container. You see, the other one you say they carry with a small another ship to carry it to Port Harcourt. That one is an internal arrangement. But for the
is that what I'm still saying?
Hold on now. Hold on. What Remy is saying is that, when you are shipping container from a particular place to another place, from one country to the other, you see the place of departure where that container is leaving.
Bill of landing. They have bill of landing.
No, they have a manifest that will show that it's
that is bill of landing. They call it bill of landing.
Wait now, that bill of landing is, you see, the manifest is what will tell you totality about that, the movement of that container, where it's coming from, where it's going to land, if it's landing in Nigeria, which port in Nigeria is going to land, because in many countries of the world, they have several ports. You understand? Some countries
that is what I'm trying to tell you, Babaja. We are still saying the same thing.
Hold on, let me land. So what Remy is telling you is that if the bill of landing is showing Lagos as the destination, that is where they are going to land that container. There is no way that the bill of landing will show Calabar and they will drop the container in Lagos. It never happened in shipping practice.
I know now. You're just telling me what I know, and I'm not disputing that fact. I'm not disputing that fact. What I'm saying is this. What I'm still saying is this. The bill of landing is Lagos. The only port that is functioning and which they are using is Lagos to bring in every goods they are bringing from any country in Nigeria. The bill of landing is Lagos. You understand? It's still the same thing. What I'm saying is this. What happened if I don't know why the bill of landing cannot be Port Harcourt or Calabar
And I'm telling you the reason. I don't want to listen.
That's the point I'm making. Because when 65% of goods, when 65%, let me still make my point now. Let me make my point. When 65% of goods coming to Lagos still go down to those south and southeast area, why not make their bill of landing to either be Port Harcourt or Calabar? Why should it still be Lagos when their 65% of goods is going down there?
First and foremost,
that's the conspiration about.
5% of what you said is coming to your southeast. That is not true. And I will tell you why it's not true. Nigeria is made of 36 states. And there's so many containers that go to the northern part of Nigeria. Now they are using truck to take them to the northern part of Nigeria because they also have a lot of container that goes there. What we are telling you that you do not understand is very simple. Any shipping company have a route that they will take or a route.
Now the fact
listen, just give me
that
one
we are
second.
displayed in business news. This is a business news. Then you discredit it. It's not a fact.
Give me 20 seconds.
Because you want to fit your own narrative. The other ones is not a fact.
All these shipping company we are talking about, they have, just like you have all your motor company that go from your Lagos to Aba, Lagos to Onitsha, Lagos to Port Harcourt, Lagos to, so they have the route that they also plow. If their route take them to Port Harcourt, if you order a container, if you ship a container from America and you are taking to Port Harcourt, they will deliver it at Port Harcourt. They will not deliver it at Lagos. That's what we are trying to tell you, but it seems not to understand. You are just continuing to facilitate their plain politics. Have you ever tried to ship your container if you are shipping?
What Remy is saying is the truth.
Ship your container to Port Harcourt and then let them tell you they are not going to take it to
they
Port
can't
Harcourt.
land it. If the destination is showing Port Harcourt, there is no way they will land it in Lagos. They will not land that container in Lagos.
I don't
Never.
even tell these people think Calabar is more favorable to them or Port Harcourt. Why you ship your thing to Lagos now? Ship it to Port Harcourt directly. And from Port Harcourt, it's very close to Anambra or whatever. And then you take it to Anambra there. I think it's very simple. So I don't see any politics in this. And that is why they even construct an airport, build an airport, and they make it more better. And you don't have a port in the southeast. If you have a port in the southeast, you are just shipping to Onitsha directly. And when you continue to say it's politics every time, I wonder, a lot of containers, because I have people that have worked in that field before, that they will ship to the north and they will use a big truck. Do you know how many trucks that go through Ibadan, Ilorin, to Abuja to Kano, Kaduna, and the rest? They also ship from Lagos also.
You still ask yourself who owns those containers. But my point is still this. My point, however you want to put it, Remy, I want to conclude because this is my space and I've not concluded. Let me just conclude and leave you with your thoughts and however you want to understand it and however you want to put it. You still ask yourself who owns those, even in Abuja self, goods from Lagos go to Abuja. So I have a lot of them that travel from Lagos to Abuja. So it's not, the government can do whatever they want to do, but it's not good for our business environment. Since they closed that, the price of clearing goods today is the reason why you have all this high cost of many things. The prices are going up anyhow, and it's very bad. And they concluded with Lagos State. Lagos State is, no matter how you want to put it, it does a lot of things that is not making it to function to the satisfaction of many people. I just told you. I don't know. You cannot even recognize Lagos State law. I don't even know. Their law is too enormous that you cannot even hold on to one, especially when you are driving vehicle. Apart from custom, apart from police, apart from army, there are other task force attached to Lagos State that you cannot escape. Every day they collect money unnecessarily. And you don't even know their work. This one will tell you that you drive a road that is meant for bicycle. So therefore, you are paying them 150,000 naira. So for me, somebody like me that don't want to stress myself, I just park my car and use public bus because I don't want to fall into their trap.
It's law that continues to make people uncomfortable in Lagos State. And they think they're making money. They think they're making revenues. And all these numbers you are calling, if from all these nonsense task forces and their boroughs you see here and there. If you go here, you see another uniform. You see another uniform there. It's very ridiculous. It is not there.
I like what you said. You said you park your car and you find solution to it, right? So don't complain too much about it anymore. You already find solution to it. And you already said that you are moving your people back to your east because Lagos is not conducive for business or for living anymore. And nobody is disputing that with you. You have a right to live anywhere you like in Nigeria. You have a right to move your business to any place you like in Nigeria. You have a right to say whatever you want. Nobody will say, don't say anything. But what I am trying to tell you is this, that all Nigerians of all 36 states have people that are business inclined and they import and they do a lot of business. So you cannot be coming here and be telling us that it is only the Southeast that import container. They are the 65% of container that come to Nigeria.
I'm not the one that said it, though. I am not the one that said it. I did not make it up. So don't make it as if it's my thought. Go to business news. It's in business news. It's not my thought.
Look. There was a time I was working for somebody in Lagos, and they import a whole container, a ship load of container, and most of the container go to state government. Do you know where it's going? It's going to Kaduna State. Because when you look at a ship, sometimes how many of the container belongs to individual? How many belongs to government? How many belongs to the state that are doing big projects? So sometimes we Nigerians, we just think, we go to port and all the container on that ship belongs to an individual. How many? Do you know all of this state, they also import a lot of things that they do, maybe construct road, construction companies, so many big companies, so many multinational corporations that they bring in some medical product to be used in their factory or whatever for assembly. So sometimes it's not. Well, I don't know. I don't want to really delve too much about that one. But what I know is that once you ship a container, it has a place of destination, and that place of destination, they will offload your container there. So they are not stopping anybody if you want to take your ship to your container to Port Harcourt or maybe to Calabar. They are not stopping anybody. Even those one I just mentioned recently, because they refurbished the old standard, old railway line from Lagos to Kano. Those about 50 containers. Those containers are going to Kano, and they bat at Kaduna. I don't know whether they are going to Kaduna or Kano. They bat at that dry port, and from dry port they offload them into a truck, and they will take them to that state. So all of these things you are talking about, I think when they refurbish the old line in Enugu too, maybe you guys can take your container from Lagos, maybe by train, and then by rail, and then take it to Onitsha, and everybody will take their stuff. And if it's more advisable, if there is a ship company going to Port Harcourt, take your container directly to Port Harcourt, and from Port Harcourt you take it away, and then you take it to wherever you are taking it to in the southeast. So I don't see any politics in this. It's just a pure business. So no big deal to me about all of these things.
It's a pure business. And the government, Lagos State, they want to collect all the import duties in Nigeria, and they're collecting it.
You mention Lagos State has a lot of law, a lot of tax force. They collect 150,000 from you here. They collect 200,000 from you over there. You don't even know whether so many laws or something like that. I'm not living in Lagos State now, so I have to. If I want to know, I will ask my people who live in Lagos State. Are you paying?
You ask very well now. You can ask them now. You check. You check
I'm not disputing what you have said, but what I know is that even ask the people in this place that are in the diaspora, including Ajali, everybody here, you have to obey the rules and regulations of the city you are living. Even here, there are so many places that if you do a mistake of parking, before you even turn around, they're already giving you a parking fee. Even sometimes you don't park very well, that you have to park into that line. If you don't park it very well, they also give you a parking fee. And if that one does not catch you, camera will also catch you, telling you overspeed about a particular kilometer. So Let everybody live in that.
That's not if that is only the issue. But the point here is that even sometimes you don't even know when you fail the law. They will just be hiding one place waiting for you. Once you just bam, they just hijack you. You understand? So and you know when you build roads, let me another thing is this: when you build roads, and maybe it's 2 or 3 lane, and this one is for private, this one is for public, and this one is for either bicycle or whatever. I think in that state there is an indication to that. But in terms of Lagos Road, there is no an indication to that until you fail that law. Once you fail it, they will now begin to explain to you that this is meant for vehicle, this is meant for private, this is meant for BRT bus, this is meant for bicycle. And there is nothing you can do. You must pay that. They will just give you your bill, 150 or 200 or whatever, and you must pay it.
In 2021, they come to pick me at the airport, and they don't know they park at the wrong place. And before they could turn their head, the Lagos State Task Force already clocked something at the back of their tire. And at the end of the day, we have to pay a fine. I will pay a fine of 10 or 20,000 naira. That taught them a lesson. And when they show me where they park, I also say you are wrong. This is just vertically middle of the road, you park. So sometimes when you are also talking, do you also, that you drive in Lagos, that you claim, do you understand the road sign very well? Do you understand all the laws? Like you claim, you say you do not understand the law, and sometimes there's so many laws, you do not get it. So I will also do my own finding to corroborate your position.
Yeah, I understand the ones I want. I understand the ones that are clear.
If that guy, DJ, has been here today, because he also lives in Lagos, there are so many people who live in Lagos, not only you, and they have been coming to this platform too. Maybe we should have asked them that how come that they are finding you 150, 200,000 every time like this when you run against the law. But whatever
especially that those Lekki and Festac side. Yeah, so the only place I drive around is this Ojo area, or most of the time if I want to go to place like a straight road, like from Yanoba to maybe Gondo, those straight road. So if I have anything to do with Festac or VI, or I just use public transport because somebody like me, I don't have time. I don't want to stress myself. I don't want anything that would disturb my peace.
What I know that I've been propagating about is that Nigerians should handle their governors very well. It is your governor of a state that will make your state. How many times have you seen Borno State governor or Borno people shouting like we in the South? That guy is doing his work quietly. It's a state that's been bastardized by war, by Boko Haram. But today, you can go to YouTube and see the wonder the guy is doing in that state. He's paying salary. He gets a lot of new buses for road transport situation. If, for example, what we are talking today, if most states in Nigeria also have their BRT, like Lagos State, today, as we are talking, more and more people are converting their vehicle to CNG gases. A woman tell her own testimony, 20,000 naira of petrol, you use 4,100 to fill it to CNG. And that CNG...
You don't know that can have an effect.
No, it does not have no effect. Let me tell you.
There is an engine for that, like people that converted their generator. People that when those things started. Let me finish. When those things started, people were converting their generators. Today, where are they?
No, they didn't do it very well. Look, let me tell you something. In Shanghai is 6 times bigger than Lagos State. Most of the taxis in that state, they are using both petrol and CNG. That CNG means a small cylinder, they will put it at the boot of your car. It's more economical, more cheaper, and more friendly. More Nigerians are converting it. And
I know, but the point I'm making is this.
Let me finish. It does not have no effect on your car. It does not stop. You can also use it. Today you can use petrol, another you can use gas. It's safe. It's not something that will damage your car. So Nigeria have an option. What the federal government should do is to continue to build more petrol stations. Now you guys can convert your car and get advantage of paying 150 or 200,000 to do
The point I'm making is this: is that I think that CNG comes with its engine that will suit it.
That is why they have conversion center on the petrol station all over the country, but it's not enough now. They are working on it so that at least when you can go to several conversion center to do this, and government is paying you 50% off it. So you don't need any trouble. More and more people are doing it. If you want, go for it. If you don't want, nobody stop you. So you do the math by yourself from 28,000 naira to 4,100 to use the same petrol you use for.
Yeah. All these conversion, they are not good for cars. They are not good.
Who told you they are not good for cars?
They are not good. You buy it. If you want to drive it, you buy the car. They sell the cars in the market.
I think I understand you now. Okay, if maybe you don't like it, fine, I accept. But people that are smart enough, they know what they want. That reduce a lot of their expenses. You calculate it from 28,000 to 4,100 using the same full tank of your car, and also drive more and also more environmentally friendly. I've never seen any difficulty in this world that does not have a solution. The only one that we do not have a solution for is death. When people die, we cannot bring them to life. But if there is any problem that arises in a country, there will always be a solution. And if you have one solution, you can have 2 or 3 solutions, alternatives. So it's not bound down to people. If you like change, if you don't like, don't change. Nobody will force you. So if you have enough money, go continue to buy the petrol. The petrol is also not cheap here also. Sometimes the price is almost 2 euro per liter. So, and to drive a car is sometimes it comes with its own expense.
Remy, I'm looking for a way to meet with Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I want him to come and do our road. It's very bad. If I have the last time we had a meeting in our Labour Party, this thing, we complained to our local government chairman, and I don't know. He's telling us that he will meet with the proper authorities, but we have not heard from him since then. This Ojo road is getting not even bad, worst. And to add to it, there is a lot of population here, a lot. And ever since, Babajide Sanwo-Olu might be doing good in other areas, but ever since he became governor, this Ojo is just neglected. Just neglected. So I don't know if I really have the opportunity to meet or to talk to him, I will do that.
Is there any conspiracy to that, or maybe
I don't know?
It could be their next agenda.
If it is their next agenda, it should be fine. But I don't see any agenda coming in. I don't know, because if you speak to people on ground here, they will tell you it's because of Isibo populated area now. So what do you expect? That's how they see it. And the worst part of it is that they cannot even allow individual to do the work. That is it. If you even buy a trailer of sand and say you want to pour in there, the local government will just come out. They will bill you.
But
so you just have to leave it for them.
Should we be going to all this ethnic connotation to everything?
No, that's a narrative. I'm not making it ethnic, but that's a narrative. When you ask people living in Ojo, why is this? This is what they say. I'm not the one saying it. I'm just telling you the narrative. You understand?
The narrative out there.
The narrative out there, and which is very bad. So if you do to these people, you come to other people, you show them love. The only time this Ojo witness good governance is during the time of Fashola. This road you see that is dilapidating today, it's Fashola that did it. Down to Mude, inside the Mude, good roads that he did inside there. But today those roads are becoming nothing to write home about. Nothing. This rainy season, it's just that I'm not the one that do propaganda. If I do the video,
and send to you, Thomas, you will ask me, is this Lagos?
No, my brother, do it. You know, no, it's not about propaganda, my brother. Many people are listening and watching us, so maybe we can be a panacea to, if we play it here, we talk about this extensively. Maybe government can do something. They are watching us, so if you do the video, send it to one man. We talk about it. Yeah, so you can do that. It's not about propaganda, my brother, because it doesn't matter. I know the conspiracy. People, they say maybe people in Ojo, they didn't vote for Babangida Sanwo-Olu, but it's not only, even the people that voted for Sanwo-Olu, they will fly that road, they will suffer as well. So that's why I always think we shouldn't be thinking because maybe because we don't vote for him, that is why he's not coming to do road in our environment. People that voted for Sanwo-Olu too will suffer that road. You understand what I mean? So
that is it. Because, yes, because we have a lot of people voted for him. Yeah. A lot of people voted for him. So if only those people should also be considered also.
Yeah, that people should be considered.
Anyway, that is it. Yeah. Everything is fine.
Government is for everybody. It's not the matter of, when we are talking of politics, after politics, election has gone. When we finish election, we have to change to governance. Governance should be the next thing. Politics is end at the day they said Sanwo-Olu won the election. Politics has end. Now it's governance. It's not about Labour Party anymore. It's not about APC. Yeah. It's not about P. It should be about the people. The people. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your understanding.
Yes, yeah. So that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah. Maybe we should round up, call it a day. I have a meeting to catch up with. Thank you everyone for coming. Remy, thank you. Is Ola still there? Ola wants to make a comment before we go. We don't have Ola. Yeah, let's call it a day. Yeah, I have to jump to a meeting very quickly on Zoom. Yeah. Thank you, Ekene. Thank you so much. I understand your plan. Is that Ojo Road? No, I will not lie to you. Yes, I have somebody living in that axis. They complain a lot. They complain a lot about that road. So please, if you can make the video, we'll welcome it. We talk about it. We shout. We make noise. They are watching us, Ekene. They are watching us. So they are watching us. So we can make change here. You can be the change. If we play it, we play it, we talk about it. The government can rise to do something in that direction. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah. Thank you. God bless you. Have a good morning. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. This another session has gone. Thank you, everyone. God bless you. See you carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you.
Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. Possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today. For everything to work for us. for Nigeria. Le, 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 le. Yeah. No more hunger. Le, le, le. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and usefully. Obi, yeah. Obi, yeah. I'll be obedient and usefully. Obi, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, Obi, get it, get it, get it. Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. Get it, for better life, for better health, for better road. Get it, from consumption to production. Get it. Obi adima, yeah. Obi adima, yeah, yeah. Obi adima, Obi akachama, Obi for Nigeria, Obi go to good, Obi follow Obi, gede, daga, Obi, Obi. Obi adima. Okay now. Ewo, I beg you. Ewo. Oyibo lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wálé. Bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀sí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá nílé lọ́tọ̀ Mọ̀rítàlá lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Ṣàgárí lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣọ̀nẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Ewo, I beg you. Our great Nigeria is very possible. Obedient and useful. Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today, for everything to work for us. Naija. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi, Obi, obedient and useful. Obi, oh yeah, Obi, get it, Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. For better life, for better health, for better road. From consumption to production. Obi Adema, Obi Adema, Obi Adema, Obi Akachamba, Obi for Nigeria, Obi go to good, Obi follow Obi, Daga, Obi, Obi, Obi Adema. Okay now. Ewo, I beg you. Ewo. Oyibo lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀sí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá nílé lọ́tọ̀ Mọ̀rítàlá lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Ṣàgárí lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣọ̀nẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Ewo, I beg you.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, you just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know. But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
We are also reporting that P2B, everybody seeks umbrella under Nigeria. P2B is today telling us that he is also commending the Nigerian army for keeping Nigeria as one. These are the people that
Nigeria will be our own dear native land. Nigeria will be our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honor, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no woman is our friend. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.